and not win. And that's kind of the same with literati a little bit. Would you rather think? Okay. Would you rather can we if you got a Q and I got a J, those are both worth 10, and I got an X and you got a J, those are both worth 8, and you got a blank and I got a blank, that's basically without going without going into S's.
So that there's always one 10 tile and one 8 tile.
Yes. And one blank tile.
And one blank.
Yeah, whatever it is. So we're in agreement. That's like and ideally the S's were split and everything else is kind of random. But can we agree that's the most fair way to do it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And are there 4 S's in the game?
That I don't know.
I'm gonna look.
There's more.
I'm gonna
online that makes it even every time in about 4 minutes. Just so you don't have to
and it's so I have good streams. 50% of the time when I live stream, like 20% of the time I live stream, the stream for one reason or another doesn't even go. And it's not anything that I've done wrong. It's like the app crashes or there's just like a blank screen or whatever. Okay, I need 3 minutes. I have to adjust one of my
cameras. YouTube also.
YouTube can get like a disconnection. Sometimes it doesn't always come into. YouTube's probably the most accurate one. Maybe Rumble. Okay, I need to adjust my camera on here. So give me like 3 minutes. Look at that, my hand is in color and check edition with much stuff to find the honey to find. Breakdown of the Monroe Colorado National Condition of the Rich African. Oh, I need to find. Break it out and I will call them and share condition of the Rich African. How much about to call? Break Shannon to Shema Israel Adonai Elohim Adonai Break Shem Kabbalah. All right, can you hear me?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, I see how it is.
JK.
People, do you hear this abuse that I get?
No. You have a nice word, and then you can go. Oh, what's this background noise?
What background noise?
Is it like a podcast or something?
No, I'll turn it down. But that's wild. I have this going all the time, 24/7. Can you hear it now?
No, it's good.
Dog, what the fuck is this shit?
Literati. In the AI versions, you want to get rid of, make like a cap on like the multipliers or something. If the X or K is played, or would that numb it down?
No, that's fine. I just I fucked up.
Oh, I think studying words that like end in certain letters is probably a good sign, because sometimes I'm just like, there's like a U, and I'm like, I don't know any. There's like not a lot of words that just end in a U.
I agree. Ending in U, ending in Q, ending in uh, oh, look who has the S.
What did you say? Were you mocking me?
Yes, sir.
For utilizing a tile?
Yep.
So you're supposed to say someone has the S.
Fuck.
Looks like they're giving away the. Oh, fuck.
It's
It's over.
I thought you were gonna say,
Where you just played.
dude, I'm down. Oh, it's 8 points. How is that making it over? Thought you were gonna play something like oh man, with an R and a T in it. This is gonna be interesting.
I am fatigued for sure right now.
Aren't we both?
You got any new emails for podcast?
Just the one. Yeah, I got one that the guy was like, he was like, it was the one where I think I told you, like, I don't think he recorded it. And I kept asking him, like, hey, when is it going to air or whatever? And he's like, yeah. It was just an introductory discussion or whatever. Which I was like, okay. I mean, it would have been nice to tell me that. But, and then the one that canceled, or he just said to reschedule it. Um, and I haven't checked in the last few hours. Usually they get them over me something.
Do you use the shuffle button? Or why not? That's weird. How you definitely. Oh, didn't know you could play quad with the O. Good to know. Dang.
Dang. It's over. I almost love it. Actually, probably when. Everybody knows that I got J queued. I got X'd. It's garbage. I even got double M'd. Double M, dog. Double M'd.
I think like a couple of games ago, you played like, yeah, you did. You play like a double an X and like an XI at the like in like the first like it was like your second turn or something, and it just like enraged me.
All right.
Like I almost rage quit on the spot.
All right. Come with your anger. I'm waiting on my invitation.
For what?
This is garbage. That's how you want to do that? keep me up all fucking night, and then while I'm tired.
I'm also
Sounds
fatigued.
like a you problem.
I don't
Doc.
want to go to sleep, honestly.
All right, go to sleep, big dog. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
All right. Peace out. Shout out to Brennan Schaub.
You got that
Yeah.
right.
You have a quick little. You can talk about Brennan Schaub if you wish. You don't
Oh,
have to.
Doug, of course. So he's got podcast that airs today for the first breakdown. Tomorrow he does his to give you an idea of how many people he really has watching him in comparison to, like, if you look at his numbers are like every week it's always 40,000, 40,000, 40,000. And now when he does a live stream, it's 1,000. So that tells me, like,
That's a lot.
People?
Stream.
no, not
They're
at
probably
once.
botted,
Not at once. No. The most he ever had at once was like 300. No, he has 1,000 total who watch his stream. So, and it was a stream ever. So you would think that would have, like,
live.
what'd you say? No, I think he botted it with 200 people. Or,
Why do you think that?
well,
The comment ratio.
it just,
is
when
not
he went live,
1,000 people.
there were like 250 people in there, like, automatically. And the comments were moving. Maybe it was more than that. But
When at the start, and how fast were the comments flowing?
I joined it like maybe within the first 5 minutes of it starting, and comments were going extremely quickly because he let anybody mention anything they want. That's when I got my question in there, but then they figured out how to make it member only, and then it was slow.
Oh, that's stupid.
Well, he wants to make money on this thing, so that's his strategy.
Do you think it's a good strategy? You're gonna get more engagement. You let people comment.
Yeah, but
Can you still comment?
no.
Or like you literally can't even comment in the chat. No, that's stupid.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it becomes toxic when he lets anybody chat
Oh,
about all the chicks he used to fuck and why he had to sell his house and why his relationship with his business partner sucks, and they'll ask about the truck giveaways.
this is a serious question. Do you think that takes a toll on his mental health? Because like he's basically like stuck in a situation where he's just like feeding cyber bullies content.
Um, just a moment. He's kind of invited it though. He's been a bully to people in the past. Like whom? There's like a kid who does Twitch. He's like a Twitch live streamer. This was like this is like years ago, but haunts him. So there'll be a Twitch streamer who made, like, let's say $100,000 in a year just from live streams, and let's say this Twitch streamer is like 16 years old or something. Okay, and Brendan will be like, "Oh, that's real cool, but here's the big question: how many chicks did you fuck? 0." And it's like, dude, this kid's like 16 years old. Like, don't like put pressure on him. And so, whenever anybody like talks to him, they'll use that quote, And he has this story that haunts him. Like, it's a total douchebag story.
It's like maybe of all the stories, it's maybe his worst. So his story is this: he was playing on the Colorado football team, and he had a roommate, and he was eating all of the roommate's food and that was pissing the roommate off. And this is Brendan telling it, so it's not even the roommate telling it. And so the roommate started putting labels on all of his food, little my food. And Brendan came home and saw that there were post-it notes everywhere. So he ate all of it. And then when the roommate came home, he's like, "What the fuck, man? Like, you weren't supposed to eat my food." And Brendan was like, "What are you going to do about it?" And the roommate's like, "Look, I'm not going to do this." And he's like, "Oh, yeah? Well, this place is only big enough for the two of us. What are you going to do about it?" And he's like, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you." The guy says to Brendan, "I'm not going to fight you." And Brendan takes a big loogie, hawks it up, and spits in the guy's face. And the guy's like, "I'm not going to fight you. What the fuck?" And basically, then the guy called his mom or something and was like, "Look, I can't stand this guy. He's like just being a complete dick to me." And so the mom called Brendan and was like, "Hey, you owe him an apology and his food back. That's not right." Hung up on her and was like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." And so in Brendan and his roommate's lease, there was one parking spot, and the roommate did not have a and so using that parking spot for his bicycle. Basically, like, "Hey, if you're going to be a dick to me, then I'm going to start using all the parts of what's on our lease." So Brendan had to park his vehicle, paid for by his parents, on the street. And that vehicle got broken into. So Brendan comes in and is like, "Oh, it's on." He's like, "Dude, I'm pissed off. My fucking vehicle got broken into. We don't know who did it, but it wouldn't have gotten broken into if you hadn't parked your bike in the parking spot." And he took his roommate and threw him through a glass window. And his roommate was on the football team as well. And Brendan went to practice that day and told everybody on the team about it, as Brendan says, because he's a great storyteller. And he thought he was going to get thrown off the football team, and the coach called him in and was like, "I wish other people on this team had that type of like aggressiveness and physicality and whatever." And they called the police. The like roommate did, but since Brendan was a football player, they weren't going to do anything to him. Douchiest story that he has, but everybody just kind of holds that over his head because he was like a complete douche. And then the next week, after he told this on air, on Fox, on like their Fox podcast, when it was a big podcast, one of their fans wrote in and was like, "Hey guys, I usually love the broadcast, but when Brendan told that story last week, it really made me lose a lot of respect for him because he seemed to not have treated his roommate in the right way. His roommate just did what a reasonable person would do, which is label their and Brendan was a dick, and I just don't think that's cool." Sincerely, listener. And Brendan's like something along the lines like, if that doesn't work for you, then this isn't the podcast for you. Basically, this is what happened. I'm telling a story, and go listen to something else. And he said that to other people too. Like, there was a veteran who wrote into their podcast school something that you did, Brendan, and Brendan's like, "That's cool. We don't need you. This isn't a podcast for you." And have I ever done anything that mean to anybody? No, but I'm sure I'm not. I haven't in my life, and I'm sure people have been like, could be like, uh, even just like with you, they could be like, dude, every single night this guy's nice enough to come in and play games with you, and all you do is shit talk him and say the champs here and all this other bullshit, and you're just such a dick for doing that. And I could honestly be like, I do it, but if I'm quiet, it's quiet. Then there's no reaction. I kind of do it to people so that they want to play with me because it gives them that competitive spirit to be like, oh yeah, you think you're better than I am? Fuck you. I'm gonna try to beat you. But then also it's fun to win as well on a camera. So I'm trying to be as possible for the people either now or in the future or whatever it is. But I get it. People could say that. And I'm not perfect either. So I get it. What Brendan did, though, surprisingly, nobody's ever accused him of rape. The worst that they said that he did was basically be married and not good. But that's why people like him more than they like treat him worse. But he gives people a lot of content to be able to make fun of him. Okay, so I just was talking about Brendan. Don't you think that it wears on him? Yeah, but he's a jock kind of a guy. He's got thick skin. Um, and he's been a bully in his life as well. So he's just kind of getting it back. But here's the thing, Riser. The community that can't stand him, if he actually turned a leaf and was a good person and followed through on it, would really embrace him. It's like he could uh, turn a new leaf and be embraced, but he doesn't. Like this is something that he would be on a podcast and he would be like, it would be around the holidays, and he would be like, you know, they'd be reading about something like a family in, I don't know, Panorama City, somewhere in LA or something. Their house burned down during the holidays. And Brendan would be like, I wish there was a way that I could like buy them all presents for the holidays. Like, I wish there was just some kind of way to do it. I don't want to give money to like a big organization because I don't know if the money is actually going to go to the people. And then people were just, I wish there would be something out there that I could give money to buy presents. Like, I've got it this year or whatever. And somebody else was on there who doesn't make as much money as he does. And they'd be like, they were like, I would do that. I would go in on that with you and like buy presents for somebody. And then Brendan will go back and be like, yeah, but you never know how the family is. And they could have like bad parents anyway. So you never really know who you're helping. Like when anybody's ever trying to get him to do something, he just goes back on it. Like if you go on his merch website, he would say a portion of all sales help homeless, but he never organization. It's really just something. It's what did they call it?
Is that illegal to say you're donating money like that?
It's called virtue signaling, is what he does, and the thing is, his wife is so vapid. She will make videos outside of the Apple store with her ring and a designer purse and talk about like first world problem. Vapid bitch. You just had to move from a $3 million house to $1 million house, and your husband's been your parents with you because, like, here's another example. I'm not saying like Brendan made a big deal that he bought his in-laws a house, and he made a video of it, and he goes to his mother-in-law, and he's like, I want you to know that this house is yours. And she starts crying and everything. And within a couple of years, he has to sell that house. It's like, you didn't give her this house. That's not what you did. you investment, and when you realized you were in over your head, you sold it, and now she lives with you. And he has this thing where like everybody's on his ass about CTE because some people say he has it, other people say that he just always has garbled his words. It could be a mixture of both. I mean, if you watch his fights, when he loses badly to the point where like he's like getting concussions. And so you would think that like on the front of your kids to get that, but already his kids are like 10 and 6 and they're in tackle football. He's got them helmets and everything. And when his son was like, "Can I get a Guardian cap?" which is like a cap that goes on the football helmet that makes it softer and is supposed to protect the head. He's like, "No, pussies have that." Like you would think that you would be more serious about it, but I don't know. Frankly, he puts out so much content that people shit on him because he doesn't have anything really to talk about. He's not an expert in anything. His MMA takes are really wrong. He's wrong like more than 50%. He doesn't know other sports well. So all he has to do is talk about his kids. And like if you think about any podcast that you listen to, all of the people who host the podcast at least are good interviewers or have guests on. He does not. He just sits in front of a camera for an hour and just talks about ball sports or kids youth sports. And even more than that, it'd be one thing if he cared about his kids like being well-rounded individuals. He says, "No, you're Shabs. You aren't in school for learning. You're in school to play sports." And so these kids already have the wrong mindset. Like, who cares about how we do in school? We should only care about sports. And his like, I mean, you gave a story of this.
Yeah, the Guardian helmet thing's crazy.
Yeah, and like his kids are as fit as their mother. I mean, but frankly, because they're innocent in this, they're just doing what their parents are saying. But Brendan has done everything he can to keep his kids off, and he recognizes that he hasn't said this, but the second those kids can go and type in their parents' there, like remember you were like, dude, it's not that bad. Okay, soft core. It's pretty close to being softcore. Her one scene in a movie, I've seen two scenes of her movies. One of them, she's coming up underneath a desk from blowing a guy, and the second one, she's in an argument with somebody in a parking lot because somebody gave her AIDS or something like that. And I mean, there are far worse things to see your mother doing, but that's what they're going to see of their mother. And their father, they're going to learn about how he cheated on her, and they're going to learn about how he's a huge laughingstock, and that his stand-up specials are considered the two worst stand-up specials in the history of the ranking of these websites. And they're going to just lose all of their respect for their parents. And but with that being said, I like it's and the amount of channels that are dedicated to just making fun of him, dude. The channels that make fun of him make more money than his channel does. Whole thing, his channel make like $60,000 a year allegedly, and the channels that make fun of him make $100,000 a year.
Wait, how much Trav is making?
That's
like total annual.
okay. I can tell you what his numbers used to be and what they are now.
I just want the figure. I just want the number.
Well, he does a few different things. So just from his,
I don't care. I just give me the number.
Wait, he does a few different things. So I have to think of them. YouTube, he makes like $60,000, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. but each of his ad reads for his YouTubes, I think was $5,000 each, and 10 ad reads per show. So he's got to split a lot of that money though. So maybe with that, make like I don't know. So I don't know. His podcast $500,000.
Estimate.
$500,000, but he's got to split that with other people. So he pays one of his employees $100,000, Chin, his producer, and he's got to split. He pays Brian $25,000 a month, so that's 12 months, so that's $300,000. And then he's got the merchandise and stuff that he sells, $100,000 on that. He got a payout from the UFC for a settlement. I think he got like $120,000 from that. And he does another show, The Golden Hour, not anymore though, but he was making pretty good money on the YouTube, but way more money on the Patreon the Patreon, because when people subscribe to the Patreon but just left it going after he left. So I'd say overall he makes something net after paying everything. He probably makes like $200,000 to $300,000 a year. He used to make though just touring that he did ever in the UFC.
He's a B-list celebrity, B-list, or D-list.
He's definitely not A, B. He's not even like an actor or anything. Though he's tried it, he looks stupid when he does it. He's probably D-list celebrity. He probably peaked at C-list celebrity and is now a D-list celebrity.
The difference between a C-list and a D-list.
So A-list is they're garnering like anywhere more than $10 million per movie and movies. They don't generally do anything but movies. B-list is
like Ronaldo. He's not like a A-list celebrity, or like Tiger Woods.
Oh, they're what is considered A++.
What does that mean?
So the way that I get these is there's a website called Crazy Days and Nights, and it's infamous in Hollywood for like what's going on. Basically, somebody will write a blind item. They'll be like, this A++ celebrity was caught getting drunk at a local country club and doesn't want anybody to know that they are taking prescription medication. And then like a few months will go by and people will guess who that is. And they'll be like A++ and it's Tiger Woods. It will be revealed many times later on. So like A++ people would be like, or A+ people would be like Drake. Like A++ is Michael Jackson. He was like considered the biggest one. Other A++ right now today, really nobody's like Michael Jackson. Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan might be considered.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she might be.
Like any top musician, like very, very top musician.
Yeah, exactly.
A++, top athletes.
Yes.
Top movie stars.
A++, yeah, or A+. I would say that like Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya, they're A+. Then and like maybe like some older but established people like Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, they'd be like A+. And then A-list celebrities are like people like who's in A-list, like Drake, just like Rogan. We're doing A-list celebrity.
No, isn't he like A+?
No.
It's gotta be like A+.
No, because he's not in films and stuff. I mean, some people may say he's an A++ podcaster, but in terms of celebrities, he's not like he's not on that list where it's like Taylor Swift or like she's worth $2 billion and Joe Rogan's worth like $500 million. Jay-Z is worth more
Do
than
you
a
have to be a billionaire to be A plus plus?
in and around, yeah, or A plus. Jerry Seinfeld would be A plus. He's a billionaire. Larry David, pretty close to that. But even Larry David probably would not be considered A plus, more just like an A list celebrity. It's really the way that this list came about was um, people in Hollywood, they like coming to different events. Like, is this an A list event, a B list event, a C? And then Kathy Griffin made a television show on E, I believe, called My Life on the D List. Basically, she considered herself a D list celebrity, when in reality, she's probably like a C or B list celebrity. Kim Kardashian, A list celebrity, A plus list celebrity. Maybe like Kourtney
Yeah.
Kardashian.
Oh man, no, would be. She's almost A plus.
She's A
gotta be
plus
like A
plus.
plus.
That does. She's probably A, and yeah, we can leave it at that. Uh, so yeah. Who else? And then you get like a level above all of that, which is like heiresses, but without going into that, like that's a different level.
What the fuck? What's heiresses?
Well, heirs and heiresses, people who are um
Royalty?
like Ariana Rockefeller. She's above all that.
Oh, yeah. So it's not necessarily popularity; it's just wealth,
It's influence.
influence. But influence requires popularity, not just money.
Not always. Not always. There are people who aren't really well known who you would rather have at your party than any of these other people. Like the Sheikh bin Mohammed, that guy, he's like above than Kim Kardashian even, or Drake, or it's like royalty. But that's a different level.
Yeah.
We're talking,
So just super super rich people.
yeah. So Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, they're not even on that list anymore. They're like industry changing wealth. That's huge. Um, okay, so then uh, Elon Musk, he's he's not on the A. He's like a higher level, A plus 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 plus, whatever you want to consider it. A list celebrities though, right? Zendaya, Timothy Chalamet, um, like Miley
Net
Cyrus.
worth and popularity estimate. I
Net-
mean, you.
net-
I mean,
net-
YouTubers
net-
like Timothy Chalamet is a YouTuber, so like.
No, he's
we're
not.
incorporating-
What are you talking about? He's an actor. He's an A-list actor.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that guy. I'm thinking of. There's some other Timothy Chalamet sounding YouTuber I'm thinking of who's like Asian.
That's okay. So anywhere between, okay, so if you want it from a money standpoint, A plus 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 is anything over $5 million. A plus plus is usually
What? Wait, A plus
plus like it just
is
just
over.
I misspoke. $5 billion. I misspoke. $5 billion. A
Oh,
plus
yeah.
plus plus $5 billion. A plus plus, at least on like this website, would probably be anywhere between $2 and $5 billion. A plus, it could even be higher than that. $1 to $2 billion is definitely A plus. Or A plus plus, just depending on how, like, he doesn't have that Hollywood look, which brings him down just a little bit. But someone who might not be that wealthy, like let's say Julia Roberts, she's still really high on that list because of all of her work and everything. Like Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is more visual, so he's considered A plus or A plus plus, or Leonardo DiCaprio, A plus, A plus plus. Even though they're not quite billionaires, when they're in a movie, they're making at least double to get a cut of it, and they're with anywhere between one 100 and $1 billion, 100 million to $1 billion. Okay, A-list celebrities are usually people who are have a net worth usually between like $50 million and let's say there's a wide range here, but maybe $500 million. Julia Louis Dreyfus, she'd be an A. She's way more than that actually because of her wealth. But okay, so I named some: Timothy Chalamet, Zendaya, Miley Cyrus, Britney Spears would have been A plus,
So you said wait, we're at A's now, and it's 50 to 500.
something like that. Yeah, and then there's A minus. And A minus could be someone who was once an A-list celebrity who isn't anymore. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, still pretty big. But if they've had some shots to their career, they become closer to from A-list to A minus. Then you get B and B plus, and that's usually someone who maybe doesn't have that big of a net worth but is on the upswing. So or on a major downswing. So who would be someone like that? R. Kelly. I mean, I know he's in jail now or whatever, but like he was once an A-list celebrity and he's now at least A minus to B plus or B. But he's still really well known, so he's not like that bad in terms of his fame. Okay, like people on Parks and Recreation, they're anywhere from A-list celebrities to B-list celebrities. So like Aziz Ansari, from he's probably like an A minus to B plus. The guy who played with the mustache, who's married to Mullally, he's like A minus. Ron Swanson. Nick Offerman, he's probably like A minus. Leslie Nope, she's probably like A minus, but she has a really big podcast now, so she might be still an A. The other people who are on that show, not those big people, they're like B or like The Office. The people on The Office considered A-list celebrities today is probably only Steve Carell, that Krasinski, and not Jenna Fisher. I hate to say it, but she has a big podcast, but she doesn't do movies anymore or TV. She's like a B-list celebrity now, maybe B plus. Her partner on that show, uh, Angela Kinsey, is like a B-list celebrity, moving more to B minus because she hasn't done something in a while. Um, Anybody else on that show who's still like Will Ferrell, celebrity, but some people may say he's A minus now because he hasn't done a really big movie in a long time. Oh, who's that guy? The guy who played Andy Bernard. I can't think of his name right. Ed Helms. He's probably maxed out at like A minus, even though he was in like the the Hangover, like the other guy in the Hangover, the one who people think is good looking. He's an A-list.
I would say like A minus.
Hold on, I agree with Ed Helms is A minus. The guy who people think is good looking from the Hangover. I forget his name. The good looking, everybody says he's a good looking guy. He's like an A-list celebrity. Zach Galifianakis, A minus. A minus. No, he's A. He doesn't have a huge net worth. He's not like when you are trying to get a leading. This is the thing. What's A-list actor? It means it can be a leading role in a film as well. Nobody's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis. Nobody's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis is the leading man in. They will see it if the guy who they say is good looking.
The Hangover,
he was a co-lead. The main person in the Hangover is that one guy. I'll look up his name. Like basically when you're looking at IMDb, how they rank, and it would be like Will Smith is big. He's an A. Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper's an A list. Ed Helms and Zach Galifianakis A minus. No,
Yeah.
nobody's going to see a movie that Ed Helms is starring in. No one's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis is starring in just because it's them, or very few people. But they will see that if Bradley Cooper's in it. So that's the difference. Are they a leading man in Hollywood? George Clooney, A plus, maybe closer to A plus plus because of his net worth. Is a leading man. Brad Pitt, always seen as a leading man. Tom Cruise, always seen as a leading man. Never have been lower than A list because they bring people. Tom Hanks, bring people in. People will go see that movie because of that actor. But people like Jack Black and Ed Helms, the guys are A minus. They're some people may say they're A.
School of Rock.
Who?
Well, maybe that movie wasn't super popular.
What one?
Yeah, it's had the lead role.
School of Rock.
School of
Oh,
Rock.
yeah, but that was when he.
Kung Fu Panda was pretty big.
Yeah, but he's just the voice in that. The Rock is A plus, A plus plus, and Kevin Hart is A or A plus. In terms of Bill Burr, in terms of just like Shane Gillis would be considered A minus. Bill Burr would be considered A minus. Chris Rock would be considered A. Dave Chappelle would be considered A.
He's not A plus.
Dave
He's like
Chappelle.
number one.
No, he just doesn't have
He's
that.
the number one comedian. What about, is there any comedian that's A plus?
Jerry Seinfeld.
No, like he's like pure comedian.
Maybe Chris
like,
Rock.
only does comedy.
Maybe Chris Rock. But even Chris Rock isn't that big anymore. Dave.
Or like Richard Pryor.
Oh, okay, that goes back. And back in the day, there were a lot of people who didn't really like Richard Pryor. So A plus. Bill Cosby at one point would have been considered A plus. Bill Cosby was once the biggest person on television.
Really? Damn.
For sure. He had the number one show on
Is
it.
Steve Harvey A?
No. He's A minus.
What?
Yeah. He just doesn't.
Okay, Oprah Winfrey. Is
A
she-
plus plus.
She's gotta be A plus.
She's a billionaire plus.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Okay, Ellen also A plus plus.
A plus. Easily. But then took
Jimmy Kimmel A plus or
A.
Yeah.
Just yeah. Same with Steven. He's probably considered still A. Jon Stewart, maybe A minus because he doesn't have a show or I guess he does a daily show, but still trending.
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher
A
is
minus.
A minus or B. He's not as big as he wants to, but since he has an HBO show, probably A minus. And I once said
William Montgomery.
D.
D?
Yeah. So get this.
Yeah, I guess.
I had an idea for this, and it's just called the Big Board or something like that, and it's I heard this on the radio one time, but it never went to anything. It was you could buy stocks in actors, and it would just be one list of the biggest actors in Hollywood, and they would compete in rankings. Like, you get what I'm saying? I know you get what I'm saying. Like, who the top one would be, and then they'd be able to say like, hey, I'm the number 13 biggest person on the big board. I deserve this amount of money or whatever it would be.
Where users ranking them?
Yeah, there'd be users ranking them, and there'd be other things like their net worth and what shows they've been on and how popular those shows are. It'd be like an algorithm that you could put together, and if they did like music, like how much their tour sold, did they also act and dance, or were they just a one-trick pony? Anyway,
Why did you frame it as like you can own stock in celebrity?
You could if you wanted
Because
to.
as if you could invest in their revenue sharing stream or something.
Exactly. And the thought was too, you could just buy stock in people, like a gambling site, basically. If you think about it, like let's say there's some random like William Montgomery. We both would think like, okay, his stock is really low right now, but we think he has a huge upswing. So we would buy stock on this website in William Montgomery because we think one day he could be a really big comedian.
Yeah, but is William Montgomery, he's selling shares and then
No, he wouldn't.
distributing?
He wouldn't have anything to do with it if he didn't want to. It would all be run within the website.
So it's just like a random coin based, like a crypto coin, basically. That's all it makes. Okay, but it's not tied to actual revenue because the one of the company that I wanted to start that came to me in a dream was like I was like surfing the web and I was going down like this list of like podcasts. I've told you about this.
Yeah,
before,
exactly.
like you could buy stock in like Joe Rogan's podcast,
Right.
and
Which isn't a bad.
and it's revenue sharing,
But yeah,
because those would be classified as securities and whatnot, and crypto legislation is like unraveling into a nightmare.
right. Especially your location. But this would be like the 1,000 biggest celebrities out there, and you could buy a crypto on this market and how big you thought they were. And you could have it just run solely on the popularity of their coin, or you could have it like if they had 10 number one hits, if they were like huge on Spotify or whatever, there could be like other things in it. But I just think that would be this exists at companies because but this information is just proprietary and they don't let it get out. So this would be a public list basically that has this. But anyway,
I feel like what about the? I thought there was a website that you mentioned, Dreams and something or whatever. I was ranking them. There's got to be ranking celebrity sites already.
not dreams, crazy days and nights.
Yeah.
It is not, it doesn't rank them like that. What it does is it helps you to identify who the person is. So there'll be I remember watching or like reading through it. I think I know who runs it. She's a lawyer I know. Um, but I've never confronted her on it, but think I think she runs it. Anyway, I could be wrong. But they do say that a lawyer runs it and unless them. But what it will do is like let's say somebody saw The Rock not wipe down his gym equipment. Someone will say this A plus plus actor was seen at a Gold's Gym in Muscle Beach or in Miami and refuses to wipe down gym equipment and has their personal assistant do it. Something like that. Which actually wouldn't be that big of a deal. That's kind of what one of their roles could be. But anyway, so that's what they would say. And they put it out there. And then there's a comment section. I mean, you can just go to the website, it's crazydaysandnights.com, I think. And there's a section, all these people guess who it could be, and they'd say like, and I think one of the reasons why they do this is so that they don't get sued. So the person never actually says who it is, so there's no defamation. It's just random good guesses of people. And some people will be like, oh, I saw The Rock do this in New York City at an Eclipse gym in New York City. And then somebody will be like, no, I know him and he always wipes his stuff down or whatever. And then maybe they'll reveal who it is a few months later. Maybe they won't reveal it at all. But that's basically how this website works. And then they'll have like something like this A plus celebrity is known for dating younger women, but was recently seen with another with an A-list celebrity, and it would be like, let's say Leonardo DiCaprio started dating like Jennifer Aniston. Well, Leonardo DiCaprio probably like an A-plus celebrity, and Jennifer Aniston once was an A-plus celebrity, but doesn't really do anything that much anymore. It's like an A celebrity. And then people would be like, "Oh, maybe it's these two, or maybe that they're just totally off about this stuff." Um, but it. Crazy Days and Nights is the epicenter of Hollywood gossip anywhere. That's like if you want to learn about Hollywood gossip, it's there. Um, and I don't recommend getting too into it because it's just a lot of the guesses are wrong, and you're gonna. It's a lot of rumors and stuff. But anyway, so who would be like a C-list celebrity? Um, close out. Um, Griffin is probably a B-list now, but she would always say my life on the D-list. Who's a C-list celebrity? Um, maybe Red Band. Tony Hinchcliffe's probably a B-list celebrity now. Red Band's probably a C-list celebrity, though Red Band doesn't want to be that big. Um, and who's a D-list celebrity? William Montgomery.
Is Jamie a B-list or a C-list?
C-list. Yeah, Jamie's a good example of a C-list celebrity. Jamie makes $1 million a year. His net worth isn't giant. He's not on camera. He is part of a meme culture, which is cool, but aside from that, he's not super well known. If I say to your average person, do you know who Jamie Vernon is? They'd have no idea who I'm talking about. Now, if I say pull it up, Jamie, they might know that. But even the Joe Rogan universe is not as big as we think it is. It has a lot of impact on society, but if you ask like liberal people about it, they don't watch that. They don't know about stand-up comedy, a lot of them. They don't get into it. So even Joe Rogan's pull is probably smaller than I'm not saying his
Were
influence.
you always into like stand-up comedy, I guess?
Yeah, ever since I was a little kid, and I would be able to get I was really into Saturday Night Live and as a little kid, and then stand-up comedy became more important to me when Napster became a thing and I could get the albums on like entire albums of stand-up comics. And then I would listen to like Jerry Seinfeld's stand-up comedy before going to bed. Like and who else would George Carlin, and but I really liked Jerry Seinfeld's. Who else would I listen to? But I wouldn't get into Richard Pryor. That was too dirty, I think, and I just didn't get into it. Um, Jerry Seinfeld was big for me, and it was fine for me to listen to because he's clean, he's Jewish, he had a television show he had a television show that was popular in my family, so if I got caught listening to it, it wasn't that big of a deal. George Carlin, I got into a little bit older. Oh, Rodney Dangerfield was somebody who my family really liked and was always seen as okay, even though he wasn't always that clean. He, in my opinion, is the best pound for pound comedian. He has the most amount. He's so funny. He has the most amount of jokes. Um, he's just hilarious. Do you know who Rodney Dangerfield is?
Snapping jokes like a yo-yo.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
Exactly. Brooklyn.
Okay. He talks like a mob boss kind of
Yeah.
dude.
And he was in Caddyshack and he was in Back to School. And those were like
Fuck late night television stand up.
His stand is hilarious. And it's one after another, after another. It's really good. And then as I got older, Dave Chappelle became really big, and that's when audio to video, and that's where like Killing Them Softly, and we would just like memorize that, his stand up, and then Chris Rock was really big. I listened to Chris Rock early on too, and like Tim Allen, who
Who's the celebrity or the comedian in the 90s that was like, he'd always be smoking a cigarette and he'd like be like bugging women or people, I guess like the boyfriend in like the crowd and asking them how many he thinks slept with before they met each other.
I have no idea who you're talking about. He smoked a cigarette, and I have no idea what you're talking about. The big. I should also say.
Oh, Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, that was 80s. That was 80s. So I do remember a little bit of that. Also Jay Leno, David Letterman, they were big because they were late night, and then Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson, I remember when he went. I remember the night he went off air. Like that was the end of as we knew the traditional one. And I begged my parents if I could watch. My mom was more lenient. My dad did not want me to, and I just remember they the mom or something like that, and then you got to go to bed. It was a school.
It was Tucker Carlson.
No,
Johnny Carson. Was he offensive?
No, not at all. He was the opposite of that, but it was on. He was on the Tonight Show, and it was on at a sleep schedule, and I think it was a school night as well, and his last episode. So I wasn't allowed to stay up that late. Like normally, I think they're 9 o'clock. Big, and there. I know you want to go to bed, but there's a controversy that occurred when Johnny Carson retires. Who's going to take over? Jay Leno or David Letterman? And Jay Leno was more blue collar comedy, and David Letterman was more intellectual comedy. And NBC had to make a choice. What are we going to do? And David Letterman, I believe, already had the show that was like on after Jay Leno or something like that. And it was, I believe, I don't want to misname the executive that made the decision, but they went with Jay Leno, and it caused all this controversy. They had to go have both of them, and so they would have gotten controversy either way. And so David Letterman changed networks. It's the show that just went off the air. Jay Leno did the Tonight Show up until like 2008. And then they were like, okay, you've got to retire now. And they gave it to Conan. And I personally was a huge Conan fan. Huge. Conan did the show after Jay Leno, which was known as late. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Of all the late night shows, later than the Tonight Show, better than the Late Show, not the Late Show with Conan O'Brien. No, the Late Show was David Letterman. It was called the late. Wait, no, the late. It was Late Night with Conan O'Brien. It was the best. It was so funny, and because they could pull shit that normally they couldn't pull on the Tonight Show, and it was hilarious. So then when Conan took over for Jay Leno, everybody thought, oh, this is going to be amazing. Well, it did not turn out well. And within like a year and a half, they didn't really give Conan the opportunity to really make it his own. And they did all kinds of things with the scheduling. Basically, they told Jay Leno, hey, we know you can't do the Tonight Show anymore because we think you're getting too old, but we'll give you the time slot before the Tonight Show that you can do a nightly show anyway. And Jay's like, okay, I'll do that. And it took away a lot of the viewership of Conan O'Brien. And Conan felt like, hey, the network fucked me because they basically took away my lead-in. Normally the lead-in was like, I don't know, like Dateline or Law and Order or something, or ER, or like a big show. And basically Jay Leno got to make all the jokes already, and then you had to rehear them in a different way on the Tonight Show. And
way too much talk show for people.
That's exactly right. And so within like 2 years, they took Conan O'Brien off. He went to a show on TBS, the Conan O'Brien Show, Conan, and he did that for like 10 years. Wasn't ever really anything that big. And then have some alcohol issue, and he
Really?
is a major, like, it's not talked about all that much, but I've heard rumors of it. But he's apparently got it under control enough that he's been able to do his show. But he did the Tonight Show a lot differently than what anybody else had done the Tonight Show. He made it very interactive. So he would have celebrities on and they would play beer pong. That would never happen in the Johnny Carson years. Beer pong wasn't a thing. It would never happen in the Jay Leno years. It wouldn't have really happened in the
Yeah,
Conan.
they're doing that like shit where they bring out like 8 terrible, shitty things to eat, like squid eyes and like cow shit, and like they just.
Like, never have it be really interactive with the guest. It was the guests know what usually they know what the questions are going to be when they're asked, and they know what their outfit is. They know everything is pre chosen, and they just have to memorize their answers and tell a little anecdote of, a little story that they had while shooting a show. And then the big thing is to promote their movie or their television show or their album or whatever. And they would show a little clip of what was going on or what they were going to do. And that was it. And usually they would have 3 quote unquote guests. They'd have the main guest, which is like an A-list celebrity, usually. The second guest, which is like a B-list celebrity. And then they have a musical act. And the Tonight Show used to be an hour and a half, and then they changed it to an hour, and now they don't even have it on every night, which is like travesty. YouTube and stuff like that, or they can just be like, hey, I'll watch the clips or whatever, then you don't really need it. But I can tell you this, I used to stay up really late, even on school nights, like trying to, so even my parents didn't know, and like have the television. And it was mandatory. I would watch Late Night with Conan O'Brien until I was exhausted the next day. But I knew all the jokes, and so I could tell everybody the jokes that were on the Tonight Show from the night before.
Oh,
there you go.
I was gonna ask. Well, thank you for all that information.
100%.
Gonna ask. Yeah, for like the place, do you think people could use it as like virtually like strictly promotion? Like, say it was like some random band that like wanted to promote their album, and they just go on and check a contest stuff, I guess.
Yeah, we talked about this with
try to use it
with bands who wanted to do their.
No, that's like a poster where they want to receive something. This is just like weird dropping an album, or it could be like whatever. A stadium has a new special they're dropping, and they strictly just want to like promote it.
Well, then they just would sponsor a contest.
Yeah, and then best person who promotes it the most wins.
Yeah, 2026, his stand-up special, Man of the People, which is bombing. Okay, he could have, to get people aware that this was going on, and when your website is really big, it's going to be a place where people are going to want to promote stuff. He could just sponsor a $1,000 contest or a $10,000 contest, so that people promote his special on their social media, so that when it airs or when it drops on Netflix or whatever, not only does he have the natural media that he would normally on which he would advertise, but then there's this organic way of people posting about it in advance. Hey, like, so how would he do it? He could just say, hey, design a poster for me. Winner gets $10,000. And all these people would design a poster, and then people would know that his special was airing because their friend made a poster that they submitted to Carrot to Carrot.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you think there could be like a section that's just like strictly promotion, like instead of being like poster graphic design section, just like a promotion type of category?
I wouldn't information, don't you?
No, I mean it's the same. Like social media is just like I don't know. And instead of creating like a bullshit poster for Tony Hinchcliffe, you just go on and be like, I just watched Tony Hinchcliffe's special. It's so great. The reviews are wise. You need to go watch it.
It's not a bullshit.
Or I just listened. I'm looking forward to listening to like the new Tame and Power.
It's not a bullshit poster. It's something that tens of thousands of people are going to post on their social media, so it has impact. If you want to give your opinion,
well, wait, man, maybe just like fan art or something. Tony Hinchcliffe just draw me. Whoever draws the best fan art wins.
that's a contest, though.
Something. Yeah, no, I agree. It's similar to like a poster, but it's not like a promotional like tour day poster.
Agreed.
Artwork.
But yeah, and I'll repost it when.
Okay. When if a music band that already has their album cover selected.
What about a poster for their album? What about a T-shirt design? What about a hat design?
Okay.
What about a logo
So
for?
just make up something that needs a contest, and then you're good.
Yeah, but all of these things need designs. Or you could have it be like, hey, compilation video for us in 30 seconds, or that's 30 seconds. Give us a reaction video. Like, get really excited about the new Justin Bieber album, and they get a bunch of their classmates get excited, or they get sororities that get excited who are Swifty or whatever, and the winner gets $10,000.
Could it be a challenge to go do something in society and post it?
I would not do that. No, too much of a legal risk for you.
So no challenges.
I would avoid it as much as I could.
No marshmallow challenge. Just
No
how many
marshmallow.
marshmallows stick in your mouth?
I would avoid it. Usually, corporate entities are going to avoid those kinds of things because of the liability. If you say who can drink the most amount of water in honor of Taylor Swift dropping a new album, you're going to get people who kill themselves doing this, and you want to avoid that.
I mean, it depends on like the.
Fit the most amount of marshmallows in their mouth, and somebody chokes on it, then
that's an obvious choking hazard. But it's like who can build the best paper airplane. It's pretty safe.
Not necessarily. You could get somebody who threw that paper airplane and blinded a friend.
Not throwing it, just folding. Paper,
Even still,
cut.
these corporate entities are going to be very conservative, and they're going to want the least amount of liability. The last thing they want is one of their advertising like arms to hurt someone or give them negative publicity. So you're going to avoid all of that. What you could say.
Well, the challenges do have the potential to like spread like wildfire though. And one example I could think of is like Sway Lee had this song Black Beatles, and they did this like challenge trend thing where like everyone would just stand completely still in like a position, and then like some cameraman would like go around and like film everyone standing like in like weird like random poses like kind of halfway, and that took off. So I was wondering if
they could look. I just would avoid the term challenge. If you want to say we want people in a certain position or whatever, they give an example if they wanted to, that's fine, but don't call it a challenge. Challenge opens you up to liability. because then people are going to say, oh, it's the Sway Lee challenge, and so got hit by a train during the Sway Lee challenge, and then it's negative publicity for them. I would avoid that.
Yeah, and with like, yeah, videos or advertisements, showing the advertisement or whatever, because they're outside at Starbucks and when they get
100
in the parking lot.
100%, but that doesn't get published. That's you won't allow that. If someone got hurt, if so, I get what you're saying. Somebody says they were filming a Coca-Cola ad and they got hurt. The press is going to pick that up as so and so was filming a video and got hurt. They're not going to throw the word Coca-Cola in there. They know where their bread is buttered, and what you want to avoid is people some challenge getting really popular and then people getting hurt over. Okay, so what's a popular challenge? That Mentos Coca-Cola. That's like a challenge people do. But that can, you know what I'm talking about? You put Mentos and Coca-Cola and it fizzes.
Yeah, or like the milk crate challenge, or
that can.
Well, like one. Do you think the bottom? No, the milk crate challenge is like crazy dangerous.
Yeah.
With the time to get paralyzed. What about like a bottle flip challenge?
I would say that you can't call
Very
it
low danger. It's just
no.
There's always a chance of danger.
I wouldn't call it a challenge. A challenge gets to courts. Just making a video avoids that generally. But if you say it's a challenge, it gives it that enticement. I understand what you're saying. Like it makes it more virality. However, once it gets to a court that says, oh, Dunkin' Donuts was seeing who could fit the most amount of donuts on their hands or whatever, and it caused the sugar level of this child to go really high, and they went into a diabetic coma, died, and now you're getting sued. Put your it wasn't even like eat all the donuts you can. It was just put a donut on every finger and take a picture. Even that, if you say, if Dunkin' Donuts says we're going to give you $10,000 to do is buy a dozen Dunkin' Donuts and put one on each finger and take a picture just like this, that's fine. But if they say it's the 10 donut challenge, well, now when it gets to a court, it's like the company was pushing people more when there's a challenge, as opposed to we just wanted people to take a picture. When it's a challenge, there's the idea that
I see, yeah.
that there's going to be a winner and a loser, and people will push themselves a lot harder. And you may say, but
I mean, I'm sure you know this, but like that is like the way the law works. Like you're certain of that.
No, I can tell you it's going to go before a jury and going to deliberate on whether a company endorsed a challenge. And if they endorse a challenge, there's much higher likelihood that the jury's going to find against them and in favor of the person, the victim, as opposed to the company just asked you to put donuts on your hand. So that's innocent. There's nothing wrong with that. But when the company makes it a challenge, people go above and beyond and many times get hurt because of that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Abstract edge cases.
Like it's almost like when I hear the word challenge, I think of the word dare. Like we dare you to put a donut on each one of your fingers. Now the company is basically like tempting you, as opposed to just saying, put one donut on each of your fingers and take a picture. That's simple. But if we say Dunkin' Donuts dares you on each finger and take a picture, or we challenge you to put, you get what I'm saying?
A follow-up question. Yeah, the contest is literally just put 10 donuts on your fingers and take a picture of you that like everyone's photo is like so similar that it's like impossible to like pick a winner, and it's like I don't know.
No.
It's like almost like unfair. in a
No,
way.
then you have a sorority full of multicultural people during Women's Appreciation Month, and they have their whole sorority do it, and they're going to be the winners because they have a huge amount of people doing it. And the company would recognize, like, look, this is a diverse group of women, and it took a lot of this. That's a better picture than just one person doing it. But then there's another issue. Maybe you have some who just takes a really cute picture and he wins, or he's got his dog there, or whatever they think is going to sell the most, they're going to do it. But I understand what you're saying. Aren't all pictures of people holding 10 donuts on their fingers the same? Absolutely not. You could say, Dunkin' Donuts could say, get a dozen Dunkin' Donuts and 10 favorite donuts on your fingers and show the camera for a chance to win $10,000 or whatever it is. If you have one person do it, what's more powerful, one person doing it or an entire sorority doing it?
I mean, I guess that's up to Dunkin' Donuts. Maybe it's just like a super adorable kid with like 5 kittens or whatever.
That could win.
And at the discretion of the community.
That's absolutely true. And that's the beauty of this. What are they going for? Maybe they may say the picture of the sorority is just women, and they're usually like wealthy women.
Ooh.
We want more diverse.
Can the company exclude certain people from participating?
Absolutely
I'm
not.
assuming that.
If it's allowed on Facebook and Instagram, and TikTok, it's going to be allowed on your platform. You can't say now. You may want to. You may be able to say like, well, we can't have Antifa or something like that. If they can post it on Instagram, Instagram's the moderation group. So if it can be posted on Instagram, then you have to say it's good enough for Instagram, it's good enough for and TikTok, it's good enough for us. They're like a level.
So the Mexican cartel could win the Dunkin' Donuts contest.
Can they post it on Instagram? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Then absolutely.
Okay.
But you have to understand, Instagram doesn't let the Mexican cartel usually post stuff. If they know that it's the Mexican cartel, then they're going to say that this is a violent organization and they take their accounts away.
Okay.
As
so
opposed,
it could just be like a member and his like family account.
Then it's a member of the Latinx community with his family, and that's totally fine.
Okay. Yeah, no, makes sense. Like I didn't think discrimination should be allowed either.
You're not going to be the one
Unless
to make.
There's some crazy other edge case.
I can't foresee it. Basically, if it's allowed on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, you would allow it. But the other thing is, it has to be positive for the company. You can't have people doing it in spite of it or whatever.
Well, okay, yeah. So no kids in any of the contests. Can a parent enter their child?
Person has the Facebook.
I guess probably, right?
Yeah, whatever person has the Facebook account, they have to. It has to be run by a parent. Usually, those are parent-run account or whatever, and it's in the terms. You have to be 18 years old. So whatever person submitted it has to be 18. If they're not, then they can't win.
Yeah, but like post submissions could include content that has a child in it as long as the poster is an adult.
Yes. If it's allowed on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, then yes.
Yeah.
You have to see Facebook and Instagram and TikTok as your moderation wall if they're considered mainstream enough to be on our website.
Yeah, understood.
Now, here's a question. Do you allow marijuana? It's a questionable one. Because it's a really great way from when you're starting out. Marijuana is always looking for ways to expand. Um, that's up to Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. Normally, they don't allow those kind of things, so you're not going to be able to allow those things. What about alcohol? I want to stay away from.
Can you advertise alcohol on Instagram and social media?
People do all the time. Look at that one guy or person who had the Bud Lights. That was an Instagram post.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it is like bad backslash on the marketplace. Obviously, it's legal everywhere. It's a legal substance.
It is not legal everywhere, not in the United States.
Not legal everywhere in the United States.
No. It is.
Which state is it illegal?
It's legal in all the states, but there are some counties where you can't buy it. They're known as dry
So
counties.
it is legal in all the states.
It's not
You
legal
just
in.
cannot buy it in some places.
Yeah, it's not legal in all places in all the states. And there are some rules about transportation of it too. But like they're minor. I don't think you're going to run into a big issue with that. If Bud Light is able to have a social media post on Facebook, then or on Instagram or something like that, you should be okay with that.
Yeah. What would you do in a situation where Bud Light hosts a contest, people make submissions, they all get like wiped off the internet?
Then I think you could say in your terms and conditions that contests are subject to change without notice and can be canceled at any time. And reserves the right to be able to kill without notice any time without reason.
Makes sense.
And you might run into an issue where, like, this is what would happen. Somebody was making a video for whatever, this Bud Light thing, and you, for one reason or another, had to take down the Bud Light contest. Somebody might be able to sue you, Bud Light, and say that there was going to be a contest. And the question is, what damage occurred? How were you hurt? How were you impacted? And somebody else say, I spent years making a video. All right. The worst that's going to happen to you probably is you would have to pay them for 10 hours of their time. And you have to think how much money it's going to take for them to sue. No lawyer is going to take a case because it was a contest too. It wasn't even guaranteed. No lawyer is going to take. You're pretty safe from that perspective.
Yeah, I agree. So alcohol is a yes.
Perhaps. It's going to change. It's going to impact things though, because for an alcohol one, you have to be 21 to submit.
Like you only have to be like whatever, like 16 or something to submit.
No, 21. You have to do what the maximum age is for anywhere this is going to be available. You've got to cover your butt on that. So 21 for alcohol and even probably like CBD and stuff, and 18 for everything else. Any kind of controlled substance is going to be 21. Now, where you could make a lot of money on this, and we haven't had this conversation, is pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals could be pharmaceutical advertising is 80% of all the news advertising. So this could be really, really a huge market. And like, what do you do in this situation where this one's going to get tough? And I don't know if you, and we won't discuss all the ins and outs of it right now, but with pharmaceutical advertising in the United States, it's unique. You have to put like all of the different, um, all of the like they don't have pharmaceutical advertising in Canada, I guess, not on television,
They don't.
but in the
They
United
have
States,
like Aloe Gizmo and stuff, but not like I don't know what. I've
that's
never really seen
that's
the
that's
pharmaceutical
that's
ads.
that the difference is over the counter. You have over the counter, but we have our like
Yeah, Ozempic and whatever.
yeah, they're like 30 seconds long, and 25 of those seconds are um, all of the warnings about
Danger
it.
side effects.
Exactly. So, you not start out with pharmaceuticals. You don't want to like those all have to be like vetted by lawyers and stuff. And you might say no pharmaceuticals at the beginning. That into it, but like at the beginning, I wouldn't want to mess around with that. But just keep that in mind. Pharmaceuticals might be um, a
Gambling. I'm gonna assume those are like illegal ads.
no gambling will be big time money for you. Maybe some of the biggest things you can have. So gambling,
Oh, yeah, I guess
gambling,
like stake.com. Oh, yeah, if you've ever seen the Instagram reels for people shilling stake.com,
it's all over.
they have like an amazing advertising strategy.
I
I googled it once and they said like they like pay people per views or something.
I disagree that they
And,
have
I don't know, they don't
strategy.
get botted to shit.
Wait, I disagree that strategy. They take advantage of the system, and they should be banned as advertisers, but they're not because they have a lot of money. And what do I mean? They'll take somebody's viral ad of like, I don't know, somebody who's like doing a backflip or something, just something like that. And they'll put in the bottom of it stake.com, and then they'll upload that to their all over their social media when they don't own that content, and they just go with it, recognizing that nobody's going to sue them over it. Nobody cares that much. And so it's free advertising for them. And um, at least on X or Twitter, they um, they don't want people to do that because they want people to pay for their advertising. And Stake basically says, we don't care about what your opinions are on this. We're gonna have people. We're gonna do this, and I get it. They have a lot of money behind them, and they don't want to get. And companies don't want to turn down money. So basically, Stake says we'll spend a little bit on with you through advertising, and then we're gonna put all kinds of like just botted stuff all over and see what hits.
So they just have botted accounts just with like the little stake watermark.
Yeah, on already viral
You
things.
should do that. You should do that.
On already
Sounds
viral
like a
things.
great strategy.
On already viral things. I have done that in my own way. I take pictures of really pretty actors, really pretty, like actresses.
Yeah, and also like the like top gifs or whatever. You're
Exactly.
doing.
That's exactly right.
But you don't have like a bunch of bot accounts doing it.
Arguably I do. Lindsay.
It's been a
Absolutely, my man.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just chilling. I'm on a lunch break. I was just like, hey, want to talk to
Excellent. How are things at work?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Okay, excellent.
So I'm doing the technical directing and camera work at the TV station. Doing something I enjoy. So that's what
Excellent.
matters.
Yeah, definitely. That's always really important. What's been new with you recently?
What has been? That's a good question. I'll put it that way. I haven't been spending much time on the internet. It's been like I've been doing some gardening,
hiking. Um, just like I added more things to my seasonal business. I had like my decorations. Before it's just like Christmas lights and Halloween, but I've expanded it to like this year I did Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, now Pride Month recently. There's a lot of 4th of July reservation stuff already, so
That's phenomenal. Are you going to watch the World Cup?
so we expanded out a little bit. I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you going to watch the World Cup?
I've been watching a little bit of the finals. I haven't checked in on that, but I definitely should check in. See how it's going.
Yeah, it starts.
I think the Knicks for the NBA have kind of slammed dunk. Like they won by 1 point yesterday, and that was like a crazy clutch game. And now they're 3-1, and almost no teams like in the finals can win 3 games in a row after losing 2 in a row. So, but we'll see.
That's absolutely correct. But you never know. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, exactly. If you told me $1 million on the Knicks and the Spurs in the finals this year, I would have laughed out your face. It's as strange as it is. Okay.
That's absolutely
I've
right.
been like, what?
Did you know the World Cup starts in 2.5 hours?
It starts in 2.5 hours. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah. I need to check into that for sure. I mean, I was really watching soccer when Messi was still in Barcelona and Cristiano Ronaldo was still playing for Madrid. So I've checked it up every year just a little bit, but not like former years.
Did you hear Charles Barkley announce his retirement?
Oh, he did. I did not know about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, I haven't looked at soccer, but I think it's going to be like England, Spain, or Portugal for winning the whole thing. That's just based off what I've heard. I've only heard a little bit. I have people who are like way bigger into it than me, and that's what they've been saying.
Well, Spain's the favorites.
What?
Spain.
Yeah, Spain's definitely the favorites this year.
Yeah, Spain's 1. France is 2. I think Argentina's 3.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm probably gonna root for Argentina. Honestly, I mean, I went there like a year and a half ago, had a really good experience, and like I haven't been to. I've been to England. I'm like, for them. So that's probably who I'm gonna pick, just based off like enjoying their culture and what's down there. So yeah.
I understand. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I would like to go to Spain one day. I haven't been definitely one day.
100%. And yeah, the Knicks seem like they're going to be a lock. Do you follow hockey at all?
Hockey? No, not really. Like, I remember you're talking about hockey with like Rise or so that it got me a little bit interested, but I'm not like big.
All right, big dog. I've got to use the restroom. I don't mean to be rude, but
yeah, all good.
but
I'll see you when you come back.
excellent. All right, my man. Just one moment.
Store was the
Yo,
dream.
what's going
The
on?
laugh I-
Alrighty, you're back. That's good.
Yes, sir.
So what have you been up to recently?
I've been on some podcasts. Been on like
Oh, nice.
something like 15 months. So that's been good. And I'm supposed to maybe be on one later today. I'm still trying to confirm. And then I might be on one tomorrow as well. And then I think I might have one on Sunday as well. So I've been doing one, at least scheduling one. And they don't always go through because people have to cancel and such, but that's
Yeah, this is cool. Do you have any of the like Spotify or YouTube links in any of them?
do I have the Spotify or YouTube links?
You got any of the podcasts?
If you
Are you
just
doing?
if you just type Rabbi Rothschild interview in YouTube, you'll find them.
Nice.
So that's what I've been up to, and these things have just been like wild to schedule because people have personal health things, and I did one on
It definitely happens.
yeah. I did
I
one,
mean, that's why I ended up like when we first met. I was working with a, but like it just didn't end up how I wanted it to. Since it, like that was a big problem having it. So,
right. I
but
get
yeah, I've been liking this more like local sort of business. Like that's what they say, 9 out of 10 businesses fail, but just make enough of them until one succeeds and one that you enjoy doing. So, what is that about?
I like that business that you have of the holidays. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, it's been going around for like 2 years, and I mean, I've gotten some really good high value clients. And we're moving on to residential this year, so it's like it was definitely like mostly like just businesses, but now we're doing residential.
That's great.
Yeah. Cool, but there's a need for it. And there's a lot of like people who are wealthy and just like, well, I don't want to be doing this. Or, oh, this is complicated. I don't want to be setting this up. I'll pay somebody else. It's kind of like a plumber, electrician, but just in a different sort of sense.
100%. That's exactly right.
Mhm.
Very similar to like just a service that people need.
Yeah.
Are there any untapped markets that you're thinking like, oh, I don't know.
I'm in the DC area, like Great Falls. Like I don't know. Do you know the DC area at all, or not really?
Yeah, Great Falls and just
Yeah,
really
so
the
that's those are markets I'm already in because they're like wealthy already.
how about like Falls Church?
Yeah, Falls Church. Yeah, like Potomac and Gaithersburg. We might we haven't done any residential in like DC proper, but we have done it for like businesses or like really government agencies, government contractors in the area.
Right, that's some of the most wealthy people in the United States because of the contractors.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I'm in a great area, and I mean I don't plan to expand like crazy, but I guess there's like an opportunity like the New York City area or whatever. Like yeah, we'll think about expanding that. Right now it's like me and like 3 other people. Right, like I'm the business owner and I got like employees, but like. If there's room to expand, we'll expand, if that makes sense. So I'm not gonna like force expansion.
Sure. How high will you put up lights?
How high will we put up lights?
Yeah, like if I have a
Like
three,
if there's like if there's an easy access, are you talking about like if like each certain level like outside, like we don't really like if we have roof access, that's what really matters.
yeah, no, I understand. Do you
Or
go on?
it's like a really
Do you go on
large
ladders?
tree.
Do you go on ladders?
Yeah, for like, we've done that for like a really large Christmas tree, like in like Tyson's Corner or something. Like we've done that before.
Okay. Will you go up 2 stories on a ladder?
We haven't done that yet, but I mean, maybe, maybe.
Yeah, but I
We
mean,
need that.
don't you have to insure these guys and yourself? And like that would get expensive.
Yeah. So that's to figure out what the line is. Like, and we haven't really figured that out 100%.
Okay. I understand, but that's something you're gonna have to figure out before you because
Yeah,
like
especially if I want to expand to like New York City or different
yeah,
areas.
all it takes is one of those 3 guys who work for you to fall and hurt themselves, and you've got a huge lawsuit.
Yeah, it can be bad news.
And your insurance probably is not going to cover them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would be careful of that.
Be cautious, be aware. Yeah. That's another thing. I like hearing different perspectives and stuff like that. And I know you're a guy who, like, yeah, some people would be like, oh, he just is on his computer all day, but you have very good critical thinking skills. So it's like, I come to you and, like, I've come to you many times when I'm like, I just need advice.
100%. I mean, if you really want to expand your business, do you have a link?
I don't link tree right now.
Okay, well,
We've been using.
that's different. That's the setup. There's one link where all your social media is, where your calendar can be there, but it has your Instagram, your TikTok, your YouTube, your Facebook, your Tumblr, your X. Like, people aren't able to see your shit. But if they were able to see your shit, you could quit your full-time job and just do this as a major business, because everything that you do is so visually attractive, and people don't know it's an available service. Nobody knows that you could have Pride lighting around you unless you see somebody else who has it, but they wouldn't know where.
Yeah, right now it's mostly been like word of mouth, but like yeah, that's a good idea, especially on the marketing side.
Exactly. So if I were you, I would get it for the top 30 different social media, and then when people are Googling it, that's just gonna filter people into your inbox.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, see, I've been doing like very just local stuff like that. It's a very good idea though. Like get some marketing to it.
absolutely.
Yeah. And it's relatively new what I've been doing. Like I've only been doing this since like more like December. No, well technically November 2024. So it's not like been a crazy long time. But yeah.
I get that, but you're gonna get more and more people who are interested in what you do, and I'm
It's
sure.
just easier to sort out like the appointments and the lead generation, all of that. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'm sure you probably like you. Do you do projectors on buildings?
Like what do you mean by that? Like project like how it works?
No,
Or,
I mean,
the
I mean like
physical projector. Like what?
I
What do you
mean
mean by that?
I mean yeah, like a physical projector. Like, you can make the walls of a building look using lighting look like they're coming alive. Like you could make something.
Oh, no, we have not done that. We have not done that. That's an interesting concept.
With like and tag it with like in case somebody steals it, and but you can have it
an air tag or whatever.
exactly,
Whatever.
and you can have it in a hard to reach place, and then it's no longer like, oh, this person has a Halloween lights. It's like, oh, their house looks like an entire haunted house, and all you had to do was point a projector at a wall, and it's like it'll run like a whole program. It'll run an hour loop of ghosts and goblins, and it's like a whole television show on their house.
Geez, you're gonna expand my business for me. Like you give me all these good ideas. I appreciate it.
Well,
Like, this is some things to think about.
well,
And,
absolutely.
like, actually take action on too.
Culture of your industry. No longer, I mean, lights are fine, but projectors are the future because they're so good now. And like they make the whole place come alive. And I was thinking like you could do a projector rental on someone's house and
Yeah.
make huge amounts of money because not only would they have like the normal lights that you do, but if they have any blank walls, like especially like on their garage, that's a whole canvas that could be used and they could tell a story.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we've got I don't know, people are doing trick-or-treating or whatever. We've got
Mhm.
like a projector that can be installed above your garage door so it projects downwardly, and they make these already, and it can show like people, like cartoon versions of people trick-or-treating, you know what I mean, and it's like a television, it's like a screensaver on your house.
Yeah.
But I was thinking that people can already buy these for their residential residences or whatever, but they don't want to set it up and they don't want to run the cables, and that's what you're doing. Just like people can already buy their own lighting.
Yeah, it can be at like a lower cost than just buying the whole projector out too.
Exactly.
Like, oh, you can rent it for a day or whatever.
Exactly.
Or a week or-
And you don't have to store it. They don't have to store it then. You store it, and especially for like Pride, dude, you could light somebody's shit up with just rainbows everywhere, kinds of symbols or whatever, rainbows or whatever. Like, okay, I imagine a normal, like, let's just say house. I know you're doing residential. You're gonna do like the deck or like the patio, and you're going to do the windows and everything. But there are a lot of areas on that house that are blank still, like the garage, like perhaps a wall. And you could say to a homeowner, hey, we lights, but I just wanted to make you aware that we could put a projector on your house as well, and you have a choice of these like 5 different stories or whatever you want to tell, or you could have a loop or whatever, and you could probably get double the amount of whatever you charge for the lights projector on someone's house.
Yeah, man. Like pitch it as like a premium product.
It's-
like, hey, thanks for being the lights customer for the last 2 years. You have this new thing, and I think it would just enhance the experience, your house, and so yeah.
That's exactly
Yeah,
right.
see how that feels.
That's exactly right. And it's an enhancement or an upcharge that you're able to do, and really, it has, when people look at the house, I hate to say it, they're not going to look at the lighting. They're going to look at whatever that projector's doing. But they're going to look at the lighting too. They're going to look at the lighting too. It's the whole contour. They're going to look
It's
at
the
that projector.
I agree with you. I definitely agree.
I was also thinking as well, you can do lasers on a house. So they're really inexpensive, and you just shoot a laser on a garage door.
Yeah, I've seen that before, but that's the second mention of that. I didn't think the projector thing that until today, but that is really smart.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good idea.
I've seen these projectors on big buildings, and they make the whole building look like it's coming alive. And
yeah, I've seen it before. I've seen it in New York City. I've seen it in like Tyson's Corner. I've seen it before. I just haven't thought about implementing that into like a residential thing.
I'd even say to myself, to buy the projector is $300. I'm going to charge the customer $1,000 over the course of a month that this will be up. And even if somebody went out and stole my projector, I still made out with $700.
Yeah, true.
So
all right,
it's a thought.
I have to wrap it up, but this was really informative, and I appreciate all the ideas you've given me.
Absolutely, Big Doug. One last thing about the it'll have places that you can't. It's like, hey, I want you to do the second story. Well, you're not able to do that because your ladder, or third story maybe, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So just put a projector on it, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
All right, Big Doug.
All right. I appreciate it. I do want to talk to you more about this, but like I said, I have 2 minutes before I have to ask somebody to go.
All right, you go. Take care, my man.
I'll be off at 8 o'clock, so I'll get home by 8 o'clock. I'll be off before that, but yeah. So I might come back to that then.
Absolutely, my friend. Take care.
Practice was nice and everything, but then it was also, remember Scott Day? He would try to discourage you from going to the Laugh Factory. Factories like, you're a Comedy Store comic, Laugh Factory. I'm like, listen, man, I gotta go up everywhere. I'm developing. I can't be just limiting myself to one place. After a while, you're like, I developed better at the store. Well, this thing about the store too, you had 3 totally different environments. You had the belly room environment, which is very intimate, very small, many people, and then you got the OR, which is the 30 on a fucking Tuesday night, and then you got the main room, which is the big. There was so much opportunity. I always hated the main room. For the last 5 years, I was getting the formula for it, but the original room, I knew everything. The original room, you're locked into it, and then play piano and all. The Green Room was big stage, big crowd. It was different. It was a different kind of a show.
The first time I showcased for Jamie, he's like, man, what are you doing here? You belong in Las Vegas, man, in this show. You know, LA comic.
That's hilarious.
At the end, he was a really good guy. At the end
Oh,
of the day,
Jamie. Well, he loved comedy.
yeah, he loved comedy. All those people were very, very nice. You know, I just went to Nashville for the comedy festival. You know that theater there? What's in the theater?
Grand Ole Opry? Yeah.
And it was great. But the great thing about that, everybody from the improv was there last night. I saw people that were there for 25 years. And we just were dropping stories. Aaron, the guy Hartman. Hartman looks great. He's a big peptide guy, big everything guy. He was in Nashville. Joel from Florida.
Oh.
You know, when you get to see those guys and you're like, wow, we've been together forever. Like I told Aaron, I met Aaron in Irvine, and she came to Hollywood, and I was like, because she gave us an 11 o'clock, and she was pregnant, she was hot. She used to wear those things, the overalls. Oh, she was so hot. I still tell her when I talk to her, I always tell her, Aaron, you sexy savage. He's fucking tormented. But it was really nice to see them off the wall, you know, just craziness. That look at us now. We're all in there having a great time. 20 years ago, we were always at war with one of you guys. We cursed too much. You know, we were talking about when I got fired with Pablo.
Yeah.
And then he found out I wasn't doing coke, and he felt really bad. You know, so it was it's just great to see what we've been through together. And now, after everything, you're like the fucking night Joel started.
That was in Miami, right?
And Madonna came in with
Wow.
to watch the New Year's Eve. I forget who the fuck. Yeah, that's, you look at those people like we took the ride with kids. We were fucking kids
And
together.
also, you have to think, like, imagine having to employ you. Imagine being a businessman, and you got to employ you in 98. God bless him.
Not good.
God bless him.
I remember the improv really liked me, and I fucked them over in like
Who was the
2007.
guy, the original guy at Coconut Grove? The guy who liked to party.
I forget his name now. Rich, Jeff. Give me a minute.
Yeah,
Give me a minute.
the original guy.
Yeah, crazy.
He was
Crazy.
fun.
Crazy.
Fun guy.
Really from he's from Cleveland. He lived in Cleveland.
Liked to party.
And his wife hit the lottery for $1 million.
People didn't realize how nutty Coconut Grove was. That was the nuttiest improv. That improv, we would go out afterwards and have Cuban coffee and eat Cuban sandwiches at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
We
It
saw
was
that
open.
newsstand. The
Yeah,
newsstand.
yeah.
It was open till 5. And it
We'd
closed
always
for an
tell
hour.
stories. Yeah.
And you could drink till all night.
Oh, yeah.
So they closed from 5 to 6. And whatever booze you had on the table, you could keep. So you would give me like 8 beers. And then they would open up again at 6, and you're right there. Hey!
They closed for 1 hour.
Oh,
At
God.
5 in the morning.
I remember one night you were on Conan O'Brien. This is 97, right? No. You did somebody's late show.
Okay.
It was the week that our friend got shot.
Oh, the Hartman?
Hartman did. You can't believe I remember. See, I'm just telling you that I don't know shit. Look up the dates. When Hartman got shot, you were on that show like me all weekend. And I stayed, and then you went to New York to shoot that, and then that weekend, Hartman, you know. But I'll never forget, I was involved in a threesome when you were on that talk show. It's a chubby chick and a hot chick, and we're snorting coke. And I'm trying to eat ass, and I'm looking at you. I go, put on NBC so I can watch the show. And I'm watching you as I'm trying to tackle these two animals. I'm like, who the fuck gonna believe this? The chubby chick got up. She's like, you didn't want to be with me anyway. You always wanted the hot chick and slammed the door. It was a full night. It was a full night.
Cocaine. Down.
But all that shit you see these people now, you're like, bro, we all went through it together.
Yeah.
We all went through it together. What a great fucking, we're all here. You know? Fucking really nice, man. It makes you, your life was worth every fucking penny I got into it.
It's a fun ride when you look back and you think, like, like imagine when you were first starting out, imagine that it would turn. Never imagine it. And then you look back, what a fun ride. What an extraordinarily fun life.
I'll never forget you. I had it pinned down from the beginning. I never told you this. One of my friends, I got to LA like January.
Nope. No, that's Cleveland Improv. On the, or Miami too. Oh, no worries.
What we told
Something pinned down, manager.
Who the fuck knows?
We were talking about, never imagining that looking back on this life, like when you first started, never imagined it would turn out this way.
Even about me once. That was right. Like I asked me, you were talking to somebody. You know, I remember when that guy first came on the scene, he was jacking and all this shit. He was buck wild. You know, I just get to LA and I do a couple spots. The guys at my first talent coordinator at the Improv said to me, hey, flying on. And I go, yeah. He goes, I got an MC suite. I go down there and I had a crazy girlfriend then with all the teeth.
Oh yeah.
And this motherfucking head chef comes up to me and her and he goes, hey, she's got the same mouth as Gina Davis, a nice cocksucker mouth. That was my first weekend ever. And at first I took it kind of weird. And then after the show, I went up to him and I go, hey man, who the fuck do you think you are? Saying something like that. He goes, what are you doing? If you go at me, you'll never work on Improv again. I just kicked them in the... They called me the next day. Go, hey, come on, man. I kicked them. I fell apart. All of a sudden, he wasn't a tough guy no more. I was just so pissed. How can you say that? The son kicked him. And I hit him somewhere in the whole night. I'm calling an apartment. Call a fucking apartment. I remember getting in the car going, Joey, you can't let the old Joey get in the way, man. This is not good. You should have just walked away. But no, why would I walk away? Fuck that shit. That was the problem. A lot of people walk away from that shit and you just lost. You just became a Hollywood asshole. When you say fuck you, they'll respect you fucking more a year later. And they did. They ended up giving me more work. So
Was that guy still there when you went back?
no, he was like a cute cook that thought he was cute. Like he Orange County, he wasn't gonna get smacked. I don't give a fuck who you are. I fucking kicked that motherfucker. I didn't give a fuck, Jack. I was so buck wild at the store in the beginning when I hit the kid in the head with the microphone and I took the pool cue, remember they had that pool table in La Jolla, the bumper. They had a bumper pool table in La Jolla.
Right.
So these guys kept threatening me that they were gonna come get me. So I became fucking Chuck Norris. I took all the pool balls and I put them in different places, trying to throw them at him as a weapon. And I hit all the fucking pool cues. Because we call the silence, that's since Seagal stole it from him in that fucking Bobby Lupo movie. But that was Chuck Norris when he would fill a bag with pool cues and hit you in the head with it and shit. And the pool hall with the Colombians. Dog, and that motherfucker, I saw them. I was sitting outside the Carmen La Jolla store, and they had that little bench facing the Chinese restaurant. You don't remember La Jolla no more. And I saw them at the light, and they made the turn, and I took one of those balls, and I kept it right here, and they pulled up and took water pistols out. And I fucking took that ball, and it threw with everything I had in the deck. And all of a sudden, boom, these motherfuckers took
Code of Silence. I remember this because this was like the first like real movie that like got respected by. It wasn't just a karate movie. It was about like an undercover cop movie, right?
Yeah, against the Colombians.
But it was the fighting part was just part of it. You know, it was just a karate movie. Like most of his other movies were just karate movies, or you know, they were kind of campy, like Missing in Action. It was a lot of it based on the karate. This was, we got hit by the pool ball. Oh, they jump up. This is a terrible movie. This is terrible.
I thought
it was the shit back then. But so when you watch it, these guys would overwhelm them.
Listen, man, good men wear black. Couple movies where he showed his shit. This was not one. Walker, Sheriff Marshall was not one of them, okay? With the wig doing push-ups still on Channel 89. that wasn't him. I love Chuck Norris, but Chuck Norris made some good movies early on that were dark. That's why nobody talks about Good When Men Black. What's the other one? The Octagon.
Oh yeah.
You forget about all those.
Oh yeah. Is this Good Men? Good Guys Wear Black. 1978. Wow. How many people did this guy get into martial arts? How many people, because of Chuck Norris movies, wind up doing martial arts? A fucking shitload.
I got into Tang Soo Do because of him. Because he was one of the first Tang Soo Do guys, and he split. He made his own thing. Whatever the fuck.
So it's kind of amazing when you think, like, how many guys didn't become karate movie stars, and Chuck Norris did. How many of them were there? How many karate guys wanted to be movie stars and couldn't figure it out, and he did?
So I saw every martial arts film made in the 70s, even with the black exploitation. The movie was called Three the Hard Way. Jim Brown, Jim Kelly, and other really good black.
Forget about Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly was trying to break into that thing. There was a lot of
watch movies.
And then after
Bruce Lee.
Sly, you had all these fucking Bruces, and that was the end of it. But I was notorious. I wanted to see all those fucking movies growing up. Like Billy Jack. You don't remember Billy Jack?
I remember Billy Jack.
The Indian?
Oh yeah, I remember the black hat. I remember the whole deal. I'm gonna put this foot
on that side of your face, all that shit.
Damn thing you
They even had a white woman be a martial. Everybody, Chinese, black, everybody played fucking kung fu. Everybody. And that movie, Code of Silence, is Venus, one of his first movies. He's
really?
Yeah, he's a sidekick in that movie. Fucking, just, kung fu movies or martial art based movies they actually made the same. Fucking unreal.
Oh yeah, unreal.
And the shit here from China, it's like a kid just sent there every weekend. Bruce 73, by 76, there was movies that the guy had like a thing of gold, weighed like 2 tons, and he would throw it up the hill and then jump and catch it on top of the hill. Come on, now you lost me. The one-armed swordsman, you lost me. The guy's got one arm and he's fucking.
Some dudes love those kung fu movies. They were completely
and
ridiculous.
forget about black people. Recreate, when people talk about Bruce Lee, it was a sensational, cultural fucking. Yeah. And the people think about all the people he opened up to martial art movies and martial arts in general. I mean, Chuck Norris was the second half of it. Bruce was the first. Chuck Norris was, and I hate to admit it, UFC is the third big wave of that. Nobody goes to karate no more. Okay, how many karate schools you got? If the kid's 10, they make them hit a paper.
Yeah, they're going to jiu-jitsu schools.
Yeah, they're going to all different schools. So it's changed. The culture has changed. In 73, everybody went to Wing Chun Kung Fu.
Yep.
You taught judo, you became a Wing Chun dude now because you weren't going to make no money off judo. Nobody was doing judo back then. You had to go to Brooklyn to get Sabat classes. Remember Sabat?
Yeah.
The French.
Yeah.
You had to go to Brooklyn. In those days, New York had everything. But then when our friend, the one who does the MMA, Matt Sarah, he would have to go from Long Island all the way to close to 3 hours on Sundays. Jiu-Jitsu wasn't everywhere yet. When he got into it, he would have to travel. I think he told the story on one of these podcasts. He would have to drive to Jersey just on Sundays. They just did jiu-jitsu on Sundays because that's all that was available. Now you got a jiu-jitsu school in every fucking corner. And who's that because of? That's because of the UFC, man. It just blew it the fuck right open. So, who knows? I may be wrong.
No, I think you're right. But for sure, the UFC opened up for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Royce Gracie winning the first UFCs, that opened up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu all over the country.
Saying, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it was a completely new, there was no Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in America. You never even talked about it. I did martial arts my whole life. I never even heard of it.
You heard of it, but
I don't even know
it was
if
so
I did.
far off to you.
I barely even paid attention to it. It was like, it could have been anything. And then all of a sudden the UFC came along. It's like, oh my God, that's the thing that everybody needs to learn. That's now, it's like, how many people learned in comparison to 50 years ago? There's no comparison. There's way more people that know how to fight now than ever before. Or at least
they know how to neutralize by somebody.
Well, a lot of people are training now. Way more schools now.
They're gonna believe. Okay, they're gonna neutralize you on the street. What are you gonna do? Break your fucking shoulder on the street? They're trying to neutralize you, hold you down. Hey, take a breath, relax. Don't swing at me because I'll break this fucking arm.
Did you ever see the video of Matt Serra? I think it was in Atlantic City. And somewhere in a casino. Some drunk guy is causing problems. Matt winds up taking him down and mounting him until the cops come. Hold on, there it is. The guy's swinging. Look at Matt. Like, you've got a literal Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion mounting you, laughing. Like, you think about picking on the wrong guy. He's just holding it. But the guy's completely helpless. I don't remember the whole story behind this. Look at the security guard coming on. I was like, relax, I got this guy.
I both know Matt could knee him, kick him in the face, and get up and leave.
He could literally.
This is what I'm telling you. The jiu-jitsu, that atmosphere doesn't teach you to do that. It just holds you down, but hey,
Well, he's not to the proof. You know,
no, catch your breath.
he's laughing.
Catch
He's
your
a
breath.
world champion.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he had been the UFC champion by that time, but, you know,
What do you
that
do
was
with this shoulder now? You have to
you're
live.
going to go to jail.
Yeah,
You're
you're
going to
the
get
champ.
sued. You lose
So,
everything.
I know jiu-jitsu people think it now, like the bouncers.
Yeah.
They just neutralize you.
Night before his Hall of Fame induction today.
Okay, so that's way past the time that he won the title. Yeah, that's hilarious. Knowing that guy could have killed you, and he was just so nice. All he did was hold your wrists and sit on your chest for a little while.
He was on the boat having a good time. But hey, somebody get me a water or something.
That guy or whatsoever, that guy hurting him. You know, it's like a child. It's like your little child's having a temper tantrum. Like, come on, it's Matt Serra. It's funny. There's so many dummies out there. This is part of the problem in this world. It's hard to get your shit together. So many people just stumble through life. Just
From my friend last night, she has like a cooking show on YouTube. She goes, I just don't doing it, Jimmy. She goes, my mother would want like the weirdest, you know, everything. Show me your tits, show me your pussy. You can't cook, bitch. Like, you know, how much longer am I gonna take this shit for?
people are so
They're
hard.
fucking horrible on the internet. You know, you're a young girl looking good. I told you, I had to cancel the fucking thing. She was doing like a workout, a cooking thing. She goes, no, I just play with my. She goes, that's it. But it's impossible. Because she's
So many animals out there.
And they're out there, they don't give a fuck, and they say shit.
There's zero consequences for saying horrible shit. And they're trying to get a rise out of the other people in the comments. So they're trying to say outrageous shit so that other people react to it. You know,
It's the dumbest fucking thing ever.
it is. I was thinking this last night. It's a kind of crazy thought, but you know, everyone is media and addicted to going online and just addicted to content. You're constantly getting content. You're constantly interacting with your phone. And this is a very new thing, right? It's within the last 20 years this has happened to people. This is like prepping us for what's coming next. We're going to look back on these days. We're going to realize, oh, the addiction, staring at the screens, checking your email, looking at YouTube and looking at Instagram and looking at Twitter. That's just preparing you for completely connected to electronics forever. This is like the early stages of it. I was thinking about it last night while I was watching this television show. I'm watching this crazy show. It's called From. Have you seen this show? No. It's nuts. By the guys who made Lost. One of the dudes that's in Lost is the main star of it. It's a fucking great show. Like, really, very, just like Lost. In this town, they can't get out, possible to get out. But I was thinking while I was watching this, I was like, why is everyone to this place? Us gotta be like as a person. This is just the gate. Reminisce about the days of the phone. Oh, you remember when we had phones? We had to look things up. You had a little thing, you had to charge it. Remember when you had to charge it? That's how we're going to be. We're moving into some weird new area. They're building these fucking data centers everywhere. and everyone's like, "Oh, the data center, oh great!" Like, what is that? What are you doing? Why are you building these things that need to be powered by nuclear reactors? Why are you building these things that are sucking up? Why are they putting these things out in the desert? Biggest fucking 5 football field, fucking giant buildings filled with computers. Like, what the fuck are we doing? And the gates is this goddamn phone. This phone is the gate. We're opening up the door.
Killing kids. Let me tell you why. Your daughter can't watch a whole movie.
They have no. Her watch.
So she said, Dad, I always only watch the part when he shoots the brother-in-law. You know, that's the only part of it's always on. When I come down, I want to watch from the beginning. She enjoyed it for a little. Went upstairs. After one scene, I'm like, I can't watch this again. She goes, I'll stay up. 2 days later, Mother goes, did you see the review she wrote? She goes, take a look at it. And she's like, I enjoyed the movie because it was Cuban American, but then as the movie rolled on, I figured these Cubans don't know how to treat women. Here it goes. They were smacking them and shooting. All you do is sit around waiting for me to fuck you. She didn't fucking like that at all. She's like, I know my dad's Cuban, but Jesus Christ, they're so mean to their women. I'm like, do I act like that? She goes, no, but
That's the cocaine days.
yeah, she said, she goes, that gave men a different fucking thing. I go, Mercy, that was 40 fucking years ago.
Not only that, you're dealing with the people that were the criminals of Cuba that were kicked out of Cuba that made their way to America. Like, this is not normal people.
No. And now they're about to let the second half out. Everything.
What are they doing to Cuba right now? Like,
Well,
this
that's
star
don't have any power, no gasoline. It's funny because every couple days I get an algorithm which just promoting Cuban videos. Cuban videos, people in Cuba, they had kids going to work out. They took them to like this little place. Everything had papers on it. They did pull-ups, sit-ups with the head. The pipes were broken. Yeah, see these fucking we wouldn't even look at their body weight workouts. You know, they talk. They go around Varadero and they interview people, and I don't know what this is doing. Because we're 2 years away from Cuba being legit. We're going to go back down there after this whole thing goes wrong or whatever they decide. They can't get fuel from Venezuela. How long is it going to take? I mean, they're not going to be happy till they have a Starbucks in Cuba.
So what happened was they were getting their oil from Venezuela. Right. We took over Venezuela, cut them off. And so what do they do right now? They're trying to get rid of the communist government.
They're trying to. They charge Raul Castro with something recently. That's the beginning. This is going to end up like all day and on maybe they are in Cuba pulling people out.
But doesn't China?
Not really, because they're not paying that. That's why Cuba's starving. When they had Russia was fucking doing everything, but then they didn't need them no more. They cut them off. I think they do small trades for sugar.
It is kind of crazy for the United States to have an enemy that's 90 minutes. Trump administration said on 2026, May 20th, indicted former Cuban President Raul Castro for murder, based planes near the Cuban coastline in 1996 that killed 4 people. As a historian of Latin American and U.S. foreign policy, I believe the indictment may be the prelude to a direct U.S. military action against Cuba.
This is the beginning.
This is Kevin A. Young from UMass Amherst. Before Castro, the last U.S. indictment of a Latin American leader occurred in January of 2026. That's the Venezuela thing. Since January, U.S. has ended the flow of Venezuelan oil to Cuba and has an economic and military pressure on other nations from trading with the island. Trump recently threatened a friendly takeover of Cuba. I believe what's missing from most recent analysis of this situation is the history of U.S. aggression against Cuba as essential context for understanding the Trump administration's recent escalations.
Yeah, once they indict you, they're coming for you. Just a matter of time. Like you said,
And they're just starving the country.
we woke up, yeah, they
And
just
then they'll come up with a solution. Here's solution.
There's a shooting.
In your ship.
And I'm telling you, there's a shooting that was not getting. There's no power. There's no electricity. They have roaring, what do you call it? And that was, yes, an earthquake? Yeah.
Oh, biggest one in 150
Yeah.
years.
So they're just fucking, they're doing everything they can.
It was the biggest one in over 150.
Yeah. So everything is looking like right now, survive this.
Fuck. So what happens to those people? They just wait this out with the United States, and so they get no resources, no supplies.
You got two things in Cuba. You have people that don't know. You ever watch that 30 for 30 with El Duque when they won the championship? And they said people in New York were throwing toilet paper and the white was grabbing it, saying in Cuba, this is cold. But why are you throwing away toilet paper? We have no toilet paper in Cuba. That's the mentality. 50% of those people are brainwashed to where they, every day is a bullhorn. Well, gosh, when the communists kill each other.
Yeah.
We're winning the war. We're getting close. What do you mean I'm getting closer? I'm down to 118. I was walking around at 170. We're getting closer to a victory. So they're getting sick of that shit. They say the bugs that land on you at night are fucking just atrocious. They have real fucking bugs on that island. Not to mention, they all have syphilis. Cubans have syphilis. I can have my fungi toenail. It's syphilis. It smells like it, you know what I'm saying? But on the fucking not joking thing, Cuba's got 2 weeks left. 2 weeks from today.
And so you think they're gonna invade?
Yeah, they're gonna invade, take Raul out, and
Also new.
I remember a couple months ago there was a shooting in Cuba of a boat. Do you remember that? Right, Jamie? Some people were out there fishing. Oh yeah, this is
Cuba hands out weapons to citizens and tell them prepare for an invasion. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. That's June 7th. That's Sunday.
Sunday. So yeah, we're 2 weeks away.
That just is in fear of a U.S. invasion. They reportedly started handing out weapons to civilians as the government urges population to prepare for a potential U.S. invasion. Reports from South American publication Version Final stated, against the backdrop of the deployment of American military power near the island, the government of Havana began distributing weapons to citizens, officially urging them to prepare for an imminent foreign invasion. What if the citizens use that weapon to take over the country?
Which they should do. That's what they fucking should do. Just call the
That's kind of a
fucking
crazy
coup.
risk. Start handing out guns to people.
Like I said, man,
All of a sudden your population isn't money either.
look at man. When I started doing okay, I contacted my sister. I offered her get out of Cuba, money. Whatever I got happens, yours. You're my blood, right? Well, I can do that. Okay. Well, do this. I don't have to fly you to Jersey. You go to your mother's grave. You go see where her house was, her way of life, and then I'll take you back. She told me I can never do that because I'm married to one of the Dallas guys. I don't even want to go to the United States. So she was so brainwashed. And after that, she was still my sister, but I couldn't help her.
Well, you're used to what you're used to.
Yeah, and that's what
Taking
it
a big
was.
chance of coming to America and not knowing how you're going to live and where you're getting money, where you're going to work.
They got programs for all those people. They got churches. Cuban people have churches. They're Catholics.
Is there also a thing where if you leave Cuba, I think it's a cleaner path to get to becoming a United States citizen?
Right.
You're fleeing.
Yes, it's easier. I think so.
Yeah.
Something like that. If you're
Fleeing
fleeing
violent dictatorship,
for community.
military dictatorship. Fuck, dude. It's just like, what are they gonna do about that?
And then we're talking about Vegas. What's going to happen in Vegas if Cuba reopens?
What do you mean?
They're going to put gambling back there. You know the Americans going to put gambling back there. They're in negotiations already with hammers. Already they're talking.
Turn into a resort, a location.
They're not going to rip down the architecture. That original Texas what makes Cuba, and America knows this. Those oceans are booby trapped. Up to a mile out of Cuba, there's a ton of shit that they have. All that shit.
Yeah.
They planted those during the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Look at this.
1957.
1957. Back when the mob ran it.
Look at everybody dressed impeccably.
They would go there.
No
People
flip-flops,
loved it.
no nothing.
They loved it back then. They loved going to Cuba. People would go there, live it up.
And sex was free and cheap. And you could fuck a chick in those days. You get fucked in the ass by a guy with a big
Must have been
dick.
amazing.
Dog, it was unreal. That's why the whole point of Kennedy and all that was for them to get Cuba back. The Italians. They were making too much money in Cuba. And now they're going to start to put drugs in there and shit towards when they took it. Cuba's been riddled with bullshit years. Every bad luck that they have, they created in the 50s and 40s because it was a sex heaven. Americans are good. They had not come back. And, you know, it was whatever it costs you, $8,000 will cost you $80 to get you rubbing your feet and shit.
Castro Revolution had major effect. Closure of Havana casinos spurred exodus to the desert. People in the...
Well, Frank Mayer's father.
What do you mean Frank Mayer's father?
Frank Mayer's father was a casino. So that's how he ended up in Vegas. So Frank Mayer's father was a casino dealer in Cuba. When Cuba closed down, he went right to Vegas. So a lot of those people went right to Vegas.
Wow.
Really interesting shit there.
That is interesting. It makes sense. Because those are the two places. And if you're on the East Coast, the trip to Cuba is easy.
With 30 minutes.
It's like going to Florida.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
It's what you and your wife would do on a weekend.
Like, how far is the flight from New York City to New York City to Florida? It's what, an hour? 3 hours?
Yeah, because Trump is down there now, so they go a different way now.
No,
You can't
really?
go straight to Fort Lauderdale or Miami. You got to go outside that range and be some
What did it
fun.
used to be?
Two.
Two. Used to be 2 hours. So New York City to Cuba is only an extra half hour.
That's it.
In 3 hours.
3 hours, you'll be on the
So it's basically the same as Vegas then. You know, it's the middle.
middle.
But you're on an island. It's a resort.
Nobody knows what's going on.
It's beautiful.
You know, I told you that my mother would tell me how all those Hollywood stars would. That's when they would suck dick on the weekends.
Rock Hudson. That
So
makes
all
sense.
those Hollywood people would go to Cuba, lock themselves in. There was no TMZ, there was no press.
Right.
You know, these
Yeah,
people in
great.
Cuba don't have a new. You know, how are they gonna get the pay?
And everything's right.
Yeah.
It's like just all same.
A minute, you read that Van Nocturne, that book.
What is it called?
It's a Van Nocturne. It's a revolution from 3 different places: Union City, New Jersey, New York City, and Miami. And how? Not New York City, Tampa. And how those 3 cities were like involved in that whole.
What do you think's gonna happen to Cuba? If you had a guess.
If I had a guess, come on, I'm already seeing dollar signs. If you're a casino, how bad casinos are doing it. You're looking at that right there. You're
Van
looking
Nocturne. How the mob owned Cuba and then lost it to the revolution.
at book. Excellent.
And so that was Kennedy trying to get rid of the mob. That's why they helped
The
Fidel.
mob, listen, Kennedy's father went to Chicago. They talked to those people. They had to pull. If you live in Chicago or where else, you win the primary. I don't know how it works. I'm not a political guy.
Well, they definitely helped Kennedy
Right,
get into
they helped
office.
Kennedy get into office.
But then, when he got into office,
They
then his
didn't help
brother...
get Fidel back. And the brother double timed them, and then they started shooting. And
Right.
I don't know who shot Kennedy. I'm just saying this.
Well, the mob definitely didn't like him. They were very upset.
They cut into their pocket.
And the mob helped him get into office in the first place.
Right.
And then once he got in, they started prosecuting people. Like, hey,
Then he fucked them with the Bay Pigs when he pulled off air support at the last
supposedly
minute.
he didn't know that they were going to do this. And then when they told him about it, he denied air support. And air support was critical to the success of the mission.
Absolutely.
And Operation Mongoose. Robert Kennedy spearheaded a secret government project to topple the Cuban communist regime, working parallel to the CIA's mob-assisted efforts. But this is after the revolution, right? This was when Fidel was running Cuba.
Right.
Right.
They were trying everything they do to kill fucking Fidel. They were doing everything. to
This is
CIA.
after. So, what spurred the Cuban takeover of the taking over of Cuba? Mob bosses like Sam Giancana and Santo Trafficante were recruited to help eliminate Castro using methods like poison pills. Mafia wanted Castro gone so they could reopen their multi-million-dollar Cuban operations. Wow.
What? Money.
Wow.
Big money.
I
Untraced.
can imagine.
Untraceable,
No, nothing.
and you're over there living the life.
Nobody knows nothing. My Alaska, eating fucking Cuban food every day.
They probably had it all set up. It was nice, and then the rebel
Cuban
came.
food every day. Fucking my Alaska.
Well, what do the people think? The people for country, let's let Castro come in and we'll be great. Or did they just get taken over?
They got taken. What happened was Castro, Batista was getting no better than Castro. So when Castro took over, he was to take over Batista and make Cuba, blah, blah, blah. But in the operation, he became a communist somewhere along the line. And then when he took over Cuba, that's when he shut the casinos down. He destroyed the fucking casinos, you know. And then the Italians got mad. They all came back. And then they thought it was going to be temporary. Like, this is going to be temporary. We'll clean over this. So for years, Italians were just watching the news, waiting for somebody to kill fucking Castro. It was the Italians.
And then when they thought that the United States was going to go in there and invade, like, oh, good, we're all set.
I wish there was more. It was not the same. They put fresh shrimp from the fucking ocean, lobster, fucking all these other things. They got these pies now in New York. I'm scared to try them. I can't. They put calamari on the pizza. How fat can you get? How fucking fat do you want to be? You go to these pizza places in Jersey, dog. It's like ziti, a pound of ziti on a slice of pizza.
There's pizza places in Jersey that are just going off, and the sandwich places in Jersey.
Oh, you boys coming on. No,
Oh, Giovanni, but that's White Plains.
That's
White Plains. That's phenomenal. There's nothing like Italian delis on the East Coast. There's nothing like
that smell, like that cheese when you walk in. Unbelievable.
It's insane.
There's too much pizza. Like, it's just too much. You know what's funny? When I moved down, I'm scared to gain weight. The pizza, I eat one slice a week. Maybe. Just I had the knee surgery. I've been doing the podcast at the house. So I've been ordering pizza from this one place, and my buddies go crazy. That's the best pizza we've ever had. It's thin, sweet red sauce. Extra cheese, you burn it. If you're looking thin, oh my God, the sweet red sauce. God,
they know how to make pizza on the East Coast. And they try out here. They do a pretty good job out here.
They
but
try.
it's just not the
It's
same.
missing something.
Same as the sandwiches. There's some good Italian sandwiches out here. They're pretty good, but they can't fuck with like Giovanni's place.
Oh, Giovanni sent me 2 shipments that were.
He's the best.
I had to give him half of it away. I'm like,
I know.
Mate,
He sent you so much.
fucking salamis.
Salamis,
dried
cheese.
Oh,
The cheese is incredible, right?
and the cookies.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking cookies.
fuck you up with those
died
cookies.
for, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and that's everywhere. Like, I just stopped.
Yeah.
Fucking around. Like,
But when I go to the East Coast, it's just so terrible.
I gotta take you to this place.
Which place? You took me to El Nido. That was phenomenal.
El Nido now is Colo Steakhouse. Whatever. But
It's a steakhouse now?
yeah,
Is it
but
great?
They fucked me up a couple weeks ago. I went there 5 to 9. I've been there 3 weeks in a row with big party. And then my wife once and a friend once. I go in there with mine. Like, let me get a 14-ounce fucking beer. And they're like, closed. There ain't nobody in here.
That's
People want to go home.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's a snake. You guys are, there's nobody in here. Right. The bar is cute, man. Nobody's ever in there. They got a male bartender. They got a bar with big tits. You back the fuck up. You got a little Spanish guy that's a great guy. But I go to this place now. They had on the special 3 weeks ago. You ready? Stuffed shells with lobster meat. And an accord inside. And he gives you 5 of the tray. Oh, shit.
What's this Korea? Where's it at?
Marlboro. This is my spot.
Yeah.
I go there because the dude will do whatever I ask him to do. Like he has a menu, but then he'll go, Joe, have you tasted my Italian fried rice? You're like, what are you talking about, Italian fried rice? And he makes risotto with lobster and shrimp and fried rice. So he's gonna have it. He's got a new restaurant opening, so he lets me sample everything. He makes a cheesesteak to die for without bread with the seeds on it.
Oh, yeah.
The semolina bread.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Osteria. There it is. Oh, that looks like East Coast Italian food. Nothing even compares.
No, Steve and Angelo in there, bro. They don't fucking around.
All right, let's wrap this bitch up.
Bro, thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
I love you.
When do you leave town?
Thursday. I'm gonna run over.
All right.
But I'm in Atlantic City, 7th and 8th at Oceans Casino, White People Casino.
July 7th and 8th.
No, August.
August 7th and 8th. Okay.
Chicago got announced November 5th.
What's the website for people to go to find out
I got
details?
a fucking
You know the website?
JoeyDiaz.com. On
Is
that,
that real?
I don't know anymore.
All right, well, they'll find you. So one more time, where's the casino?
Oceans Casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey, the 7th and 8th. Tremendous. The governor's coming.
The governor?
Yeah, Mikey Sherrill. I don't even like her, but I do like Mikey Sherrill. I do like Mikey Sherrill because she's a Democrat. You're not supposed to like her, but it's funny. I went to a restaurant. Some guy's like, hey, man, life would have been so much better with Jack Ciattarelli. I go, I know, but he lost by 400,000 fucking votes. He tried to, a Republican in Jersey, that's never going to fucking work. They've been Democrats since Jesus showed up. So, 400,000 votes, bro.
That's a lot.
I'd be in my house with the windows fucking like Sonny Black and Donnie Brasco with the windows, the shades drawn for a year. 400,000
Did you see
fucking
that
votes.
podcast I did with Joe Pistone?
Yes, very good. He was very good on it.
Amazing.
He's a good dude, too. He's
a
a good
really
white
good
fucking
guy.
savage.
What a crazy life. The real Donnie Brasco. I mean, he really fucking lived like that.
And he had the bananas.
Yeah, deep.
They never come up to him.
Deep in London after he fucking came out and they found out he was a cop. They're like, oh, you were better than me. That's like one of the guys said that to him. Hey, you won. You beat me. Wow.
Welcome. How are you?
All right.
I love you, brother.
I love you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to have lunch now. Bye, everybody. This is really. I'll say this. It was a little earlier than usual. A little earlier, but I'm up. You know, my kids are like, hey, yeah. My 2-year-old is like, hey, everybody, it's time to wake up. What time do you go to bed? Doesn't matter. I'm coming in, and I'm going to, I'm up, and everybody else is up. So we take turns sometimes. And the kids have taken to now sleeping with mom. But there's no room in the bed for dad because so I got to go downstairs. Separate beds. I try. Doesn't work because when you have a 2-year-old on your face, it becomes a problem. Around. Yeah. You're we're doing daughter graduating high school. Man, that's
So,
Daughter graduating high school.
Santa Monica High?
That's right, buddy. Son graduating 8th grade.
I still have some ways to go. Still.
Getting back out here, you know, because I missed that.
Damn, she graduated.
My son is so
and then
funny.
and then she's going to University of Colorado.
Yes, sir.
The old stop.
Going the old. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. She'll be studying engineering. Unlike you and I, not as
Engineering.
yeah, we're not. You and I are best.
Yeah, big boy.
So there's that. There's that.
You think she'll be a sorority girl?
I don't think so. She's not. Yeah, it would get in the way of her academia.
She's gonna be successful.
Well, she was.
You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
You know, be the older, successful lady with a bunch of cats.
Well, she's pretty.
I know.
You know what I mean? But she's.
With her demeanor, you know, it's gonna take a.
Listen, you better come correct as well. I stay out of it. The one thing I always say to my daughter is I never have to worry about her. She's so self-directed, it's crazy. I always say, hey, leave a little room. You know how you usually want your kids, you're like, hey, you're getting a little crazy over here.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
her to get a little.
I'm like, I want you to get a little crazy.
Let your hair down.
Let your hair down.
Let your hair down.
I want you to get a little crazy. I want you to do something for the sheer joy of it. And some people are really good at they're just killers. They're killers. Competitive. Some people are competitive.
Nothing else matters.
Knows exactly who she wants. What she wants.
It's tough when it's in the business world. That's where it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be successful. Yeah, I get it.
Look,
Yeah, you're
everybody
making a big house.
has their own challenge. If you make a fortune,
She
right,
doesn't
in
know
your
anything.
life,
To her, she's like, yeah, mommy. You know what I'm saying? Like, for her, it's she's gonna make all the money, dope house. That's the plan.
my guess she finds her counterpart as a man.
It's gonna be tough. Whatever the fuck. By the time she finds a man, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Or she finds like Serena Williams found a fucking cuck boy that started. That dude's so soft. Remember when he stepped down?
Oh, didn't he create Reddit?
Oh,
We had him on the podcast. He was a good. I liked him. Remember him?
No, I don't. I don't think we did. You said this before. We looked it up. I don't think he was on the podcast.
I thought he was the guy who started
That
Reddit.
was a different cup. Yeah, we've had a few on the show.
It is Alexis Ohanian.
No, that's his name. Yeah, we all know him. He's very famous.
We're talking about Reddit, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we know that. We're saying, was he on Fighter in the
I
Game?
think he was,
Oh,
and I really liked him.
He definitely was not on our show.
I believe
We've done
he
a lot
was.
of
Papa.
shows.
I believe he was. Yeah.
Previously, made a guest appearance on the Fire the Kid podcast.
There you go, Papa. Told
Hosted
you.
by Brendan Schaub. Damn. Can't say Brian Campbell.
Dude. Yes. And he was great.
How long does it say what year, Chin?
A long time ago. It was a long time ago.
Was this in the 70s?
No, but it was a long time
Let me
ago.
look for the actual videos.
But we really liked him. He was like a dude who bought his family. I remember he bought his family a season tickets to the Lakers, I think it was. He was just a regular guy. I remember we both really liked the guy.
Remember he stepped down?
Yeah.
Remember he stepped down from Reddit, was like, an African American needs to take over this company.
Well, I don't remember that part.
Yeah, that's real.
There's no official known episode. What's going on here?
I have not interviewed him. I'm telling you, I don't think we have.
All right. Well,
We asked chat. That's the last step. You guys keep talking though.
Because especially back then,
we had somebody on.
but we could pick anybody we want. If you would have came like, yeah, get the owner of Reddit, I'm like, absolutely not.
Well, I didn't know what
I
it
have
was.
no interest in talking to that guy.
Okay.
Keep saying
Maybe
it.
you saw the
You heard
headlines,
of
but like we just did.
All right. Well, in that case, never mind.
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially back then, I've been like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Now, come on.
Well, let me check our. Let me. Can you get can make it right now. Not right now. How about in a couple hours? Not okay. How about just schedule? Looking at the summer, that seems to be wide open, and the fall and.
Oh no, I was just pretend. I go, let me look. Okay, can you do two? Oh, we got Tim Dillon then. Let me keep looking.
Yeah.
I could sandwich it in between. And
Oh wait, it's not 2000.
2018.
Yeah.
No, go. Can it open?
Ooh, one day. Yeah. Pick a day or hour. We'll be there right now. Okay, you want us to come to you? Fantastic. 2 planes, rental car. We'll be right there.
Did you say Thursday? Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
So conflicting? Yeah, I just don't want to do it Thursday. That's where we're at. I don't want it, man.
I remember Rogan. There was a certain famous person that wanted to do his podcast, and Rogan. I was like, "What do you want me to tell him? What's your number?" He goes, "Tell him I don't want him to have it."
Yeah. See Rogan and stem cells?
No.
Terry Bradshaw's like, they don't work. You know, Terry Bradshaw's old school.
Oh yeah.
Super old school, and his wife's the doctor.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So you probably find the clip, Jen. But he brings up stem cells, and he goes, "Yeah, I don't believe in them." You know, Rogan, he goes, "They got it. What do you think happened?" Rogan's like, "I don't know." He goes, "They had to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Keep doing it." Yeah. Rogan's like, "Well, that might be arthritis and stuff like that." And he's like, "Yeah, it doesn't work." And Rogan's like, "Well, I had a complete, tear of my shoulder and it fixed that." And he's like, "Okay."
Yeah. Well, stem cells. I've done them twice, and I've heard a lot of people, like a lot of doctors and people that are scientists, that go through it. Problem is sometimes the stem cells you get are already dead. But there are a lot of issues with them. Right now, Joe, it's Joe.
Yeah.
I got it injected. And stem cells. I don't believe in stem cells.
You don't believe in them, but you believe in that little baby Jesus?
Absolutely.
For you?
No, yes, I do believe it. You carry the baby Jesus with me. Let me tell you what happened.
You carry a baby Jesus.
Baby Jesus.
What, from the manger?
It's Jesus.
Right.
It's Jesus. We call it baby Jesus.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, so this there's no back there.
Love that.
No,
That's
that's
great.
not the clip. I want go. It's not the baby Jesus. I know that one. It's
not
not
a
off
baby-
of the
I
stem
believe-
cells. It's good to watch though.
I had too many people, based just on people that went and did stem cells. And what happened? They went back and did it again.
Okay.
Did it again. But they went back and did it again.
Okay.
Then what happened?
What happened?
They went back and did it again.
Got it.
Okay?
Right. Why'd they keep going back?
Because it didn't work. Same symptoms came. No. It worked for a little bit.
Right. Well, what are these people dealing with? What's wrong with them? They're going back and back and back.
Mostly knees, ankles.
Okay. So you're probably talking about arthritis.
Yeah.
You're probably talking about
Yeah.
degenerative knee conditions, ankle
Maybe.
conditions. So the amount of damage that you're trying to repair with stem cells, you're going to get a little bit of benefit at some point. Kind of that far gone, but stem cells work.
So stem cells actually work into certain therapeutics for sure, like they're curing diabetes. It's just a question of what kind of stem cells, how they're applied. There's a lot to it, but the future of medicine is the stem cells are the future of medicine, Yamanaka factors and all that. But the question is, as they are administered in a large your body, what it's hard to measure.
It also depends where you're getting them done at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I got stem cell in my knee meniscus, so it's bone on bone. It helped a little bit relieve some of the.
Into the certain area, there's a lot of it doesn't quite make sense in some. There's no evidence
Spreading everywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
It goes everywhere.
It's
not how your body works. The idea would be the stem cells go. Really, there isn't a lot of evidence.
I definitely think they work, but again, if it's like bone on bone, man, it's not a miracle. Yeah, I think if it's like ligaments tendons, muscle, it can definitely help with that.
Yeah.
Help with that.
The only thing I noticed, and I felt like it was really real, is when I got stem cells at Waste to Well. I told Brigham, I was like, dude, I've been exposed to cold after cold after cold from my kids, and I haven't gotten anything for a year. Yeah, and he goes, that's a common thing, and I was like, that was weird to me.
See, they're expensive. I wouldn't get them if I didn't have all health. It's like there's cheaper ways to do it, man. You know, it's not cheap.
Yeah.
If you don't have like a legit muscle injury or tear, I wouldn't get them.
I have my friend Joe. He did them and paid a lot for them. I don't know.
Definitely help.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know.
You know, pro's pro.
He played for 14 seasons, dude.
I don't blame him.
I don't know.
So funny.
But that guy,
those old school guys,
that guy knows his body, and he's also older. And,
I don't know if he knows his body.
well, I mean, I think he's dealt with real injuries, right? And he's probably
Yeah,
tried
but doesn't
everything.
mean doesn't mean he knows. You know.
Yeah.
But then also, it's like the older crowd is going to be a little hesitant to most new stuff. Like trying to teach my father-in-law about peptides and TRT. Well, this. I'm like, then don't do it.
My thing, though, about all of it is insane discoveries and progress in just how to reverse age cells, how to, like, so with CRISPR-Cas9, gene cell editing, immunotherapy, curing cancers, even like not curing, but pancreatic cancer, guy just got a standing ovation from every oncologist because it's such a difficult cancer, but with this new immunotherapy and stuff and this new drug, increasing people's lifespan by 100%, or like, you know, doubling it. And so science is very real and it's really happening. But there's also a whole influencer culture that makes a lot of money off of things that haven't been proven. That's all. So, you know, there are a lot of
Part of the problem with peptides is it's the Wild West.
Yeah.
So unless you're getting some from a reputable source or people you can trust, because most of them use a compounding, you know, faculty that is good and have high standards. But if you're just randomly going off the internet, like BPC 157 doesn't work, it's like, okay. The TRT doesn't work, okay.
TRT works.
Well, it depends, but you can get
Sure.
TRT.
Well, you know, Rhonda Patrick was talking about peptides, and she said, work. Like you can show that certain peptides promote angiogenesis, so, you know, blood flow and all that stuff. But she said, we don't know enough about a lot of it. So people are taking these stacks without really understanding it, and that can lead to major problems because you're not really aware of the mechanism of how it's working, especially when you combine 5 or 10 of them, you know. So
Hey, let's take a little break here, man, because you know if we need car parts, the finer kid, we stop one place. O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the freaking road. Some parts and knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs. Whatever you're looking for, they got for you, man. So whether your car, find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are all things auto doing. And what you in store or online, they're hands down the best. There's one right up the street. I'm always there. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
I can tell you this: when I started taking TRT,
yeah,
I was doing amazing. Remember my TRT, my test levels are pretty good in the first place, and then I took it and it was just like really, really high. But I stopped it for 2 years, and I was taking HCG. My testosterone was complete. My test was completely gone. Or my doctor said it's abysmal. That's why I went back on it. So just be careful. Brian's been saying it forever. He's like, "You see an endocrinologist? Double check everything."
Yeah, well, I think that, like, you want to be doing, like, I think actually...
Yeah, but again, with all this shit, you can't be an idiot. So, you gotta get your blood work done. Like, you can't just guess.
Correct.
You're not just gonna go in and be like, CRT, it's like, you gotta check your levels, or I'm low on this, I need little peptide places. The first thing they're gonna have you do
The very first thing is blood work.
They wouldn't see what's going on unless you do blood work. So they would do blood work every 3 months. And when I was on it, I was fine. Here's what I'm saying. I stopped taking it because they stopped providing it. And then all I did was go online and go, oh, just take HCG. Right? I was drinking. I was still doing great. It's when I stopped taking it all of a sudden. I'm just saying that part.
Yeah, you don't want to just stop cold turkey taking it. But there's things you can do because I had to get off it because it killed my sperm. I had to get off it. So
yeah, that's a different
baby. But people are like, oh, I don't want to be on TRT forever. That's such a myth. That's such a myth. There's so much shit you can do to get your testosterone back. There's so much you can do. So much shit you can take. I don't know why you want to. I mean, for me, I had to because it killed my sperm, but I don't know why you'd ever want to. It's like taking a vitamin every day. I don't get it. Yeah. If you're deficient in vitamin D, take more vitamin D.
Yeah, but it does cost you money.
So this one you can get, Jen.
Yeah. I get it, but it still costs money.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. But overall, TRT should be your cheapest one you get.
Yeah, but
again, most people, they're just ordering offline and then stacking them or doing this. A, who knows what the fuck you're getting? B, but all this is it's like back when it was like, oh, I'd stack boys with Deca and Trent against like, he's jacked, I'm gonna do it. It's like, I guess, dude.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. Man, hormones are making
it's cool. There's so much shit you can do.
in 10 years. It's going to be a whole different thing. Be ready for me to have a full head of hair and smooth as fuck skin. And wait till I look like one of those myostatin cows. They got those myostatin dogs. Bring up myostatin dogs, please. You see
Myostatin dog.
Got to push up a little bit with our dogs. There you go.
Those big juicy ones.
Yeah, it's a juicy.
Oh, that's a.
Oh my god.
Greyhound on steroids.
Yeah, that thing
Can't live long. That's a whippet. And he died. Yeah, he died.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All of a sudden, these breeds breed them that way.
That's a pit bull, yeah.
Monster.
Pit bulls can put on muscle easily.
Oh yeah. That's my bad
Back.
Yeah, they're jacked.
And yeah, I'm always fascinated with how a lot of athletes, like if you see these athletes, no matter who they are, they just are not muscle bound like that. They're not.
Yeah, no, muscles it mean athletic.
Weird.
That dog is super jacked.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Little red nose.
They got to be giving that dog some shit.
Probably. That dog is way too red.
Yeah. I like it, fan.
Can you give dog test? Can you inject that?
I don't think so. I think that, let's see.
Specifically testosterone?
I wouldn't give a pit bull. I wouldn't be fucking with its emotion.
Well, no, we wouldn't do it, but you can do it.
Whoa.
So it says that you can.
Yeah, it's hormone therapy because get off their nuts. You're going to want some tests flowing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Wow.
I'm sure a good amount of people do that.
Have you seen any good team?
What's that Michael Jackson dog?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't watch it. I made up my mind though.
After that conversation.
Yeah. Who knows? 2 deep dives on all. Super deep dives. I don't know. I don't know. Fucking weird. We know that.
Rafael Nadal, the great.
Oh, yeah.
And how he played in pain like his whole career.
Yeah.
All the time, but also just broke his body in half, And his coach, his uncle, was the one who pushed him so hard that and then his uncle tried to do it with other players.
Can't do it.
And couldn't do it.
Oh no, it takes a special.
It's just a special kind of guy.
special.
Yeah. And at one point, though, it's interesting because Rafa Nadal was
Those kids are
talking
gonna
about.
quit.
Yeah.
Eventually, like if you push like that, they have fucked that foot. They're gonna
Well,
quit.
he got so fucked up with his uncle that he, because his uncle, he was so exhausted and he started losing, and they got in his head. And so his wife said he couldn't get in the car without a bottle of water that he would drink because he would start choking on his own spit. He had this anxiety. So for 2 years, he had to, and then finally he went to a psychologist, and they hired him to take a rest. Just keep, like you're exhausted. Overtraining is a thing.
Oh yeah, well, especially for MMA. Probably the number one sport with anxiety and fear. So it's easy to overtrain.
The thing about tennis is that these matches 6 hours,
Yeah.
and then you have a break, and you do another 5 and 6 hours, and so that just wears you down, man. The running and stuff like that. So
That's why they retired. So White House card. It's all I care about.
really,
When you're talking about tennis, I zoned out and was just thinking about the White House, right? Because I'm not game in. But it's White House Sunday, right?
it's on Sunday.
I won't entertain any other sports right now.
So right now it's White House.
It's the big
It's White House Sunday all week.
all week.
So if I say
I
anything,
can't. I wake up. I go 3 more days, 2 more days.
you're that
It's
excited.
the biggest.
Why are you so
It's
excited
the
about it?
biggest event in mixed martial arts history.
I don't think so.
Name one bigger.
Well, are you saying because it's at the White House?
Yeah, name one bigger. It will never be done again. We can do the Sphere again. We can do the.
But the fighters are not as big a draw as fighters have.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's the event. It's the event. The Super Bowl is because
What do you think's going to be there?
because the Seahawks. Yeah, they're not the biggest in the market, but it's the Super Bowl. Everyone's gonna watch.
And
So
for
for
UFC,
UFC,
it's on the White House lawn.
It's on the wall.
Wow. Think about being a fighter. Where are you going to be training? I guess trailers.
That's the fucking White House. It'll be sick. Here's the crazy for you don't think I have that belt coming.
What do you mean?
I have that belt coming. I have someone sending me one. Oh, look at that fucking belt.
Wow. That's pretty cool, huh?
Can't wait.
I think you're a little too excited for it, and I'll tell you
Oh
why.
wow, you're a piece of shit.
I just think it's like,
You're donating to Israel. I know what's going on here.
what are you donating?
I'm just kidding. Go.
No, you're a little too excited for like, yeah, I know it's a big deal.
The biggest. Again, my point.
Be there, or are you excited?
None of them were there. Those elite oligarchs that don't know what the fuck they're watching. Like I told you, my idea is just give all the tickets to the troops.
So, Adam Sandler, Jason Statham, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Mario Lopez, Guy Ritchie, Joe.
Jared Leto's always set the fights up.
All right, let's see. So a lot of people aren't going to show up.
Well, they said The Rock's the big one. A lot of them are busy, but again, I bet you they put out feelers for so many.
I think a lot of people are going to. I think a lot of people are going to go. It's a political move,
Do we want to deal with
right? Where do I want to go? What if somebody shows up and then I'm seeing shaking hands with them? There are certain people I don't want to be associated with. There's a
that,
lot.
but then also just the risk of it's a Trump event. There's crazies out there. There's also that risk. Like I'll have fighters who are going to DC. Like, man, where are you watching the fights? Where do you think George fights? Oh,
Here's the biggest issue. Here's the biggest issue. I don't think it's any of that. I think it's the shit you have to do to get.
not at the White House because remember there's gonna be 3,000 people, but there's still
still.
Oh no, it's gonna be not going to get through. But I'm
They're
saying
not used to that.
once you're there,
No matter who. No matter who.
oh yeah,
Like Tucker Carlson was talking about this when in the line, freezing him, Charlie Kirk, everybody's. just freezing their ass off because there's a protocol to the security, and they're like, they go through everything. So everybody's gonna have. So it's the amount of the getting there, drive your car, park, then a shuttle, then 1,000 things, and people are like, fuck that.
Yeah, it's history. Be cool.
It's history.
I would go just me. I would go if it was like you and me. I wouldn't bring my kid.
No,
Just in case something pops. Just in case something pops up. Yeah, name a bigger.
You'd be
Event.
like this.
You know what I'm saying? Name a bigger event. You see history. Ever. It's can't.
I wonder what the ratings are gonna be. You think everybody's gonna tune?
And Dana went over it because it's not secrets. But Dana was like, you got to realize, I forget how many homes, like 2 billion homes.
It's on Paramount Plus.
It's on Paramount Plus, but that's just in North America. 2 billion homes. That's the Super Bowl numbers. Like the Super Bowl numbers are worldwide, right? So he's like, yeah, Super Bowl numbers worldwide.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, he's massive. To your point, it's a little different because no one's really talking about the fighters unless your ball's deep in it. It's just it's the event. The Super Bowl is an event.
Yeah.
There's the Seahawks versus this team.
Can you imagine having to run security? The headache that is.
Yeah, but it's also your job.
It's like,
You know, a lot of
fuck.
money.
Nobody gets. So he went to the Knicks game, I think, right?
Uh,
And they were talking about like having to shut down Penn Station and like what that did. He was like, I want to go to the Knicks game. They were like, oh fuck, like
I bet his team when he's like, hey,
but it also inconvenienced so many travelers because people couldn't come in where you come in. That's where you get to go to Madison Square Garden. That is the
Trump
that is the
they have the claw. It's called the claw. If you say it looks dope. So Trump's like, we're gonna leave it there. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
yeah. Let me see that. Let me see that claw.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
I like that. I like that.
There's actually finished photos of it though, Jin, all over online and stuff.
Oh yeah, I want to see that.
Factors are the weather, the weather.
Yeah, dude. I never thought of that. So
It's covered, but it is outside.
yeah.
Like there's lightning. He's like, there's lightning. He's like, everyone grew up playing sports, right? When lightning, you go inside for a second, come back out, right? Like, that's what we're gonna do. I love it. He's like, what?
I love it. He doesn't care.
It'll be a little humid, but and there's no forecast for rain or thunder.
That's really cool.
They're gonna be fun. It's something for shows to talk about.
That's really cool. What time is it gonna be?
7 o'clock our time. And there's only 7 fights. I think it's supposed to end at 11 o'clock. So I'm curious about the pacing. If there's gonna be one thing they get lit up on, it's gonna be the pacing. Because you gotta fill that time slot. You only have 7 fights.
Yeah.
Gonna go.
Wow. Doesn't look like it's a lot of cover for rain.
Just the top.
Yeah. All right. Wow, it's a
That
small.
is intimate.
That is a small arena. That is small,
Just fucking up that grass.
right?
It's like the Apex,
Yeah.
But it's
Look
on
at the White House. It's right fucking there.
You dude, they're warming up in there. They're warming up in the White House. Again, it will never be
serious?
ever done again, ever in our lifetime.
They're warming up. It's
Imagine being a
such an
fighter.
honor. Like, think about that. You can say,
Now,
I fought
imagine
at the
being
White
Steve
House.
Garcia, who fighting Diego Lopez. He's the first walk of the night. He's the first fight of the night. You're the very first fighter ever, and probably
It's a lot of pressure, bro.
to fight at the White House, making the walk.
That's kind of amazing.
Isn't that pretty cool?
How many fights has Garcia had?
He's a stud, man. He's a Jackson guy. Oh, I want to ask you this. Greg, Garcia's his guy. He scores his fights. He's skipping the White House one. Doesn't agree with Trump's politics.
See, I to me, it's
Making
not about that.
100%.
To me, it's about
So,
out.
Everyone knows I love Greg. Greg coached me for a long time.
Yeah, I love Greg too.
Oh, man. Now you're making about that.
To me, like you can do whatever you want. And I respect Greg and whatever. To me, I'm just saying, I would. It's a little bit like this. It's like it's the same thing with the Saudi Arabia thing. It's like if you want to start playing this game with what presidents do, we can do that.
Yeah, no one has a
I mean, I think it's not. I don't think it's about Trump. I think this is about the United States. I think it's about the White House. It's historical.
It's also a celebration. It's 150 years old.
That's it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I think.
And if
it wouldn't matter to me
if
who
I was
was
a fighter, I'd be so upset with him. I'd say straight. You're gonna miss literally, even if you fight for a title fight, it won't be bigger than this. You're gonna miss the biggest fight of my life because you don't agree with the politics of the current sitting president.
Man,
you out of your fucking mind? All the work I've put in, all the time.
an old friend, really close friend. I've known him since I was 18 years old. He doesn't talk to me anymore because he thought that my posts on my Instagram were pro-Trump, which I'm not. Which I'm not. I mean, Bill, you're a conservative, you're a liberal. What is the subject you want to talk about? What are you talking about? I don't know what I am. It depends. I'm definitely not. Not a Kamala Harris supporter.
No, unless you're like some crazy, transgender.
And this is my friend I've known 18 years. But some people like just decide I'm not going to be friends with that person. I'm like, hey, these choices.
Hey,
I'm like,
good riddance.
Right.
Good riddance.
Right.
But also snowflake. Oh, you're not my real friend.
But you also know me, dude. Like even
just a snowflake.
Really weird.
I would be just,
I think
I would
sometimes
be
people
just
are
as
looking
excited.
at the wrong shit.
Yeah,
right?
They're focused on the wrong shit.
Yeah.
I'd be just as excited if Biden was noticed. I can't stand
Of course you
Biden.
would. If Kamala Harris was president and I could fight at the White House, I'm fighting at the White House.
I don't give a fuck.
There's a lot about Trump that bugs the shit out of me. I'm not gonna.
Oh, his support is in the.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna.
He regrets it. Guaranteed.
Sure.
He's made a critical error.
But I'm still gonna fight there. I mean,
Look at that shit, dude.
Yeah, that's incredible. You're listening to this podcast, so you know you got a curious mind. Come on. Here's a helpful fact you might not yet know. Drivers who switch to save with Progressive save over $900 on average. And they make it super simple. Pop over to Progressive.com, answer some questions, and you'll get a quick quote with coverage options tailored to your choices. Plus, you'll see which like the online quote discount or savings for paying in full. In fact, 99% of Progressive Auto customers earn at least one discount. See if you save when you switch. You'll feel good about making a savvy choice. Visit Progressive.com. See if you can enjoy a little extra cash back.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates national average 12-month savings of $946, and by new customers surveyed who saved for Progressive between June 2024 and May 2025. Potential savings will vary. Progressive.
At first, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light, and I was transported to another place. Pluto TV. Then I heard a voice.
Come with me if you want to live.
There were thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. Truth is, it's just so beautiful.
On Pluto TV, free streaming of Terminator 2, Fringe, Arrow, The 100, and The X-Files may cause excitement, loss of sleep, and sudden belief in extraterrestrials. No credit cards or alien encounters necessary. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
Here's a question for you. So, there's a woman. She was 24 years old. She met her biological father she'd never met before. He was, can't remember how much. Yeah, anyway. So
Are we playing the guess the ethnicity game?
no, couple whites,
ready to go.
couple whites
Okay.
from Australia, and they just connected on the phone deeply. Then they see each other, and then she's like, he's sleeping in her bed. She insisted. She's on the couch, and she goes, "What is going on here? I'm attracted to this man." And he was like, "I'm attracted to this woman. This is crazy."
How old is he?
24 years older than. No,
Has to be. If she's 24.
right. Is that how that math works?
Yeah,
We couldn't have had her.
That has to be 24.
Yeah.
She's 24. He has to be 20. So he's at least 48. Right?
That's right.
Assuming
So,
her at 24.
what's that?
Assuming 24.
Well, if she's 24, she's been alive for 24 years, and so he was.
Yeah, but we don't know what he could have been 16 and had it.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is where you realize we're so dumb.
So dumb. Yeah, we don't know.
Well, if he was 20,
Well, let's assume he's over 20.
the
Let's
point is,
assume
he's 24 years older,
no matter
no
what.
matter what.
Yeah, but
So if he was 10, but chances are he's probably 20 something. Okay, so let's call him 48. So, but in fact, actually, I think they were both teenagers, and the parents. So, huh?
he impregnated
No,
his
no.
daughter.
Oh no, hold on. I'm not there yet. So they have a 5-year affair, and they're like, "This is so wrong," but they just connected so deeply, father, daughter.
Yeah, because it's your daughter, dumbass.
Yeah.
So clearly you're in connect.
And then she got pregnant, and she had the baby.
Baby's healthy or baby
Very
healthy?
healthy.
Oh wow.
The thing I'm getting, what are we to do with this? Where do we place this? What is
What do you
she'll be? She can't go to Australia. I guess they said that you can be. That's illegal.
It's illegal everywhere.
You can be arrested for it.
In America too, Bubba.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can't have that.
you can't be having your father and daughter.
We can't have that.
Can't have that.
All of it's wrong.
But it's just in every way. It's
Yeah,
just like, what?
It's terrible.
Yeah, like like there's something about that just no matter what,
Can't
no
have
matter what. Now there are two ways that sit in this with us. For
So
me,
they don't know each other. They
yeah, but
never
for
met?
me, it's still like it's just unnatural. And so even though like there are some people that say, well, it doesn't hurt anybody, it's not wrong. For me, it's like, well, no, I can't. Now, I don't know. There's no penalty. It's just, but I understand why there is. But you probably there it is.
Adopted as a
Yeah.
because wait, was it adopt? Oh no,
She was
no,
adopted.
he gave her up. I'll tell you,
Yeah.
he's her biological father.
They didn't let her mom keep her because she was younger. It's weird. I believe in that.
You know what's
If
weird?
you're the father, you gotta run away, bro.
Yeah, let's say, but what if they never found out they were related?
I understand.
So it's kind of like the pressure that
Yeah, I get it. But also, you just like sometimes, like there are certain things you're attracted. You go like this. Watch.
he's arrested.
What a disgruntled former girlfriend of Michael's reported our relationship with the police in Australia. Incest, although because the relationship involved two consenting adults who had never known a family relationship, was referred to during proceedings as technical incest. British police interviewed me at the request of Australian authorities, but decided it was not in the public interest to pursue charges. Yet the possibility of an Australian warrant hung over me. Something I tried not to think about. So she hadn't seen her son. She wanted to see her son who was 15. I don't know.
Do you know if they're still together?
They met as strangers. To me though, to me as the man, like this guy, I'd be like, hey bro, come on. But I'm sure you guys connect. Like, that's your biological daughter. Yeah, you gotta go, like, again, watch.
Randomly, she never met him. Obviously, he gave her for adoption. And they meet randomly at a bar. And now you have this beautiful family, you're living
I mean, that's crazy. Now, yeah, well, that I would say, I'd be like, I guess you're dealing with what you're dealing with. I mean, that would be a little bit different. I'd be like, just don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with that. But I know that in this case, you got this great connection with your daughter. She's your biological daughter.
All dads should have a good connection with their daughters.
It's just
Biologically,
yeah, bro. It's like there are certain things that are just unnatural, and you gotta go. No.
you might have been a shitty dad too. He's like, God, I've never felt this before. Of your daughter, retard?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
God, I've never felt this before. Yeah. Like,
But also,
connection to your
my thing
kid?
is like, just because you feel this deep connection doesn't, you're just not allowed to do this.
Not frowned upon. What if it's your cousin?
Well, I'm a little bit more.
I'm a little more lenient. I
I'm a
don't
little
have
more
to see
lenient.
the
If it's your second
cousin.
cousin,
If your cousin's a bona fide dime,
yeah. If it's your second, third cousin,
second, third,
I got
West
you.
Virginia, it's encouraged.
yeah. There are a lot of cultures where it's like, yeah.
Second, third cousin, a little easier
I get
pill to
it.
swallow.
I get it.
Daughter? No.
Second, third cousin, your third cousin, 100%. It's not even a relation. Second cousin.
What else you got, Jen? That is weird. Did you see the story coming around? There was rumors that Joe Rogan was going to replace Anderson Cooper.
Well,
on 60
CBS
Minutes.
is run by Barry Weiss, who's like, a great journalist, and the thorn in a liberal in the far left side.
We knew this was never going to be a thing. Rogan would ever entertain it. The world that aren't as into the whole, podcast
Joe's also
world
older than
would know.
57.
Yeah, but obviously it's a false rumor.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience is not being considered to take over. False.
Yeah.
They could never hire him to do that.
No.
Never. A, they couldn't afford him. B, he would never sign up for that. Yeah. He's completely against corporate and this big brand shit. He would. There could anybody who knows Joe, even if you just listen to the show and you saw this rumor, you're like, oh,
He is not. I can tell you this. He is not motivated by money either. He's got enough, and there's no money that you could throw it.
Well, I wouldn't be either.
Yeah.
So not motivated by money.
I'm just saying.
Because he has all the.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, there's
yeah,
no.
that's what I'm saying. But yeah, it's like.
They could be like, hey, we want to give you the $300 million back.
Dog. This dude has this dog that has 1.5 million followers.
Oh, come
so it's like, that's,
This looks like a.
This is a real story. It's in China, by the way. So the dog has 1.5 million followers. This guy, he loves his dog so much, always posts about him.
That's a great dog.
Yeah. And then when he left town, these two people, a woman and a guy, went on a moped, saw the dog on the farm and thought it was they said they thought it was a stray. Local market for $26.
Dude.
And it was eaten the next day. Breeds dogs.
Put him down and
ate him? Yeah, so that's the couple that stole the
Oh,
dog.
guys, you dog.
And that's the dude.
Dude, he must be
Why did
heartbroken.
Take care of your dog. How'd the dog get away? It's on his property.
It's on his property.
Yeah. Oh, hold up. They went to his house.
Yeah.
They stole the farm.
They stole.
And they thought he was just a stray dog.
Yeah,
It's a joke. And it's an excuse. That's what they're telling me.
They stole this dog.
That's right there.
That's a great dog.
Right there. Later confronted the restaurant butcher who killed Shuko, hoping to recover the remains or fur, but was told the hair was thrown in the rubbish long ago. Yeah, and even the thieves were saying, like, it already happened, just let it go. We did an accident or something like that.
Hey, dude,
But also China, don't kill dogs.
That sucks. Bummer.
The most Chinese story ever. All right, here's one.
That's the most Chinese story ever. That's the most mainland Chinese story ever. Ooh.
So this,
What?
this is a naval employee at a base, and during lunch.
Oh,
I saw this.
what?
B, you know what kind of shark this is? You should.
Tiger shark.
You didn't see the fucking shark.
Okay, sorry.
Shark attack caught on camera. The man spotted fighting for his life, right in the water and harrowing police for help.
He didn't die.
Authorities say two recreational marina when the shark struck, attacking one of the men, severely injuring both of his arms.
Have you got the person out of the water? You know, the person I think is still underwater.
First responders rushing the man to a local hospital. A naval commander saying their actions were critical.
We continue to keep of all our personnel paramount in all of the operations that we do on board the base.
Look at it! Oh my god.
See the
The
tail?
attack comes during a string of similar
That's a
shark sightings.
crocodile.
It's a thrasher shark.
It's a thresher shark.
Of a nature trail
See how long the tail?
Yes.
to a fisherman hooking it. Tonight, authorities say that naval staff member in Florida is now recovering from surgery.
A thresher shark.
I think the thresher was a different. They're talking about different sharks. I don't think they've
That
actually.
looks like a thresher though with that
That's a
long
thrasher.
tail.
That's the only shark with that long of a tail.
Yeah.
Which I've never heard of one attack him.
I haven't either.
There's no other shark with a floppy long tail like that.
Yeah, but is that the?
That looks like the
No, that's not
Wait,
the
go
tail.
back
That's
again?
the fin.
Dude.
That's the. You'll see the long.
Holy shit!
Out
That's
there, you gotta go to where at the end where it shows the tail. It's so.
I think that was footage of a different. They're showing like
Oh,
other sharks.
yeah. I think that was
If
footage.
you want to watch it, we can watch it again.
I think it's different.
Can you fast forward so I don't have to watch it?
This is just Instagram, man.
Let's see.
It's a very short video.
Because it does that and like shows longer because the same video.
Ugh.
Responders rushing the man to a local hospital. A naval commander saying their actions were critical.
We continue to have the safety of all our
If that shark is in your,
all of the operations that we do on board.
So what?
Right there.
oh yeah, no.
See, that's a.
No,
See, that's a thrasher.
this thing was probably
Oh,
some
that must
kind
be
of
a bull or tiger.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was the same. I see what you're saying. I was gonna say I've never heard of thrashers being that aggressive.
Yeah.
Thresher.
Thrasher, like the band.
Okay. Have you seen this clip from Kristen Cavallari? I guess she has a new podcast. And just watch
Talking
it.
about sex.
Grammar, but watch it.
Grammar on a man is a pig. Don't notice the difference between air and there. THERETHEIRE apostrophe RE. The difference in
Oh well.
real American.
Hey, but if you're talking
Kristen Cavallari.
in her 40s,
She's single. Must
well, she has no. She was married to Cutler, had a horrible divorce. She has 3 children.
she does.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Yeah, she's not one of those. Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah, 39.
She's probably smart, like one of those smart gals, you know.
Yeah, can't spell.
Yeah. This one is.
It's so shady.
Brad gone now, or is this still have a chance?
I don't know.
I don't know how it works exactly, but
It's so shady.
so this is according to the New York Post Review. They found out that 7,600 voters were registered at a.
Oh
at
yeah, one
homeless shelters.
surprise.
But even if they got their votes, they weren't staying overnight. And you've seen video of them like them being paid to vote. So
Here's where it gets weird too. So it says U.S. attorney has evidence.
to determine whether walls are broken. Nothing's going to change.
Hey, don't underestimate how fucking voters can be sometimes, especially the younger progressives.
No, it's not that white. It's so shady. They had 36,000 votes in 2 hours.
You get what you get. You get what you get.
It's so corrupt.
Let's go do this one first. So Elon Musk is supposed to be past the trillionaire mark, like the first, this, what, in 2 days or so, like the June 12th,
Going public.
13th, yeah, going public.
You gotta get rid of that guy.
His life doesn't change, though. It's cool.
The 4 Comma Club.
Here's a woman falling through a man's.
So awful.
This is in Brazil. There's 2, by the way. The first one, I tried to look for the video. I could have sworn I saw it, but I can't find it anymore. Yeah.
Oh, she died
In New York. No, apparently it's not online anymore. It was never publicly released. But for some reason, I thought I saw it. She fell right. The timing was perfect where she stepped out of a cab, and then someone moved that manhole minutes ago, and then she went straight down like 3 meters, screamed for help, and then was basically burned by the steam and inhale. She couldn't breathe and all that. It was terrible.
It's just like Manhattan.
Yeah, like or somewhere. Yeah, I think Manhattan though.
What a terrible way to go.
And this one's in Brazil. This woman's in the hospital. She's fine though apparently now.
So you just gotta avoid manholes?
Look at that. Too, but that doesn't matter. Because you would expect manholes to be
That's
okay.
not true.
I got pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
And then I guess the reason why this happened is because there's thieves that go down in these manholes to steal like copper wire and all that stuff, and they don't.
Manholes shouldn't they be called them holes these days?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He, she holes?
They holes. Non-binary holes.
You want some more of those? Are we on time, bro?
Yeah, get going.
Okay, and then Unifar launched that. It was a horrible car wreck.
Horrible.
I don't get it. Why would you do that to your amazing brand? Who decided?
Also, Rita grew up with electric cars. That's why Dodge got all fucked up. They hired a French guy to run their shit in Europe. But people, especially in America, dislike electric cars, especially Ferrari.
Ferrari. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it. I just want to talk about it. So scary
I
movie.
think we're good.
All right.
You got a plane to catch, Bubba.
Yes, Bob.
Going to LA.
Yes, sir.
Have fun, bud. Tell your daughter to congrats.
I'll be in Lutherville, Maryland, July 17 and 18. We got some time.
All right, kids. Yeah, you do have a lot of time. All right, kids. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. Fighter the Kid.
Let's do it, everybody.
I like that sweatshirt, Bubba.
Not bad.
Anti-boxing.
Right?
Dude,
I don't wear it out publicly, like at the airport. I like it so cozy,
No,
but I
it's
don't
cool.
want people to
You're
go,
like an old trainer there that watches a lot of tape.
I'm not a boxer. I told you I worked with I worked with this guy Danny O'Connor, and he's some stuff. Now he fought at 140, walks around maybe 165, maybe 5'8", maybe 5'9". Yeah, but I realized I was trying to hit him, and I go, I can't reach you. He goes, no, you'll never reach me. And then he was just moving and then hitting me, and I went, the truth is, I don't think if you would knock me out.
Yeah.
And that's really true. Like I would throw a jab and a right hand, and it'd be the worst. It'd be the worst.
Yeah,
and I just said to my friends, I go, if you ever hear me say that I box,
yeah.
and I really mean
Checkmate.
If you ever hear me say I box,
Yeah.
or I know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
any.
try to tell you this all the time.
You don't know any. No matter how much you work on it, doesn't matter. And I went, I'm not going to work. I'm not going to do it anymore.
You know what you should do? And dude, when I say I'm sore, do you see how I was walking today?
Yeah.
I'm so goddamn sore.
Right.
45 minutes an hour.
Yeah.
But they have trackers in them.
Yes.
Where it tracks everything.
Yes.
So Tiger do it. I do it, dude. I'm so sore.
Yeah. So you're doing bike and then
No. If I can't, so you get sent to your house. It's like this big white heavy bag.
Okay.
And you put sand in it. Depending, you should probably put 10 pounds in it. I had to put 300 pounds in it. That's not a big deal. So you put the sand in the bottom so it can't go anywhere.
Okay.
Then there's an app, because I set it outside, I connect the TV outside.
Yeah.
And you have a trainer that's taking you through warm up and then rounds.
Really?
Rounds. And professionals taking you through it.
Really?
So, and you can I was thinking,
I see what you're talking
I was thinking about you.
I do train.
Oh, dude,
I roll every day.
Yeah, you would do it every day. You would love
Yeah, I love that right there.
the white fight camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm all about that.
So you download the app, right? And then it says level of experience, like what kind of workout you're getting, and it's literally like never boxed before, or some boxing. I'm into it. I just kind of says like pro level because you're competing against a bot.
Oh boy.
You're basically competing against the computer. Now, if you select pro level, you have to his pace on the back.
Yeah. That's going to get to you.
Oh yeah.
And you have been.
But it's also built my shoulders like a mother.
So I will say that right now I'm in pretty damn good shape because I'll do. I go to Archetype and we do these imams that a lot of times Tim Kennedy will lead.
Yeah.
Or some other guys and then we roll after that and I'm good after that and that's an hour and that's good for me.
Jump on that. Just do like the 45-minute pro workout.
Yeah.
Do the 45-minute pro workout. Now, you know who's involved with this, right? Big boy. Yeah, John Jones.
Yeah.
Demetrius Johnson.
Oh, you got some people.
Yeah.
Got some people that know something. Yeah.
Like, and you can Wonder has a whole tutorial on it because you can also for kids too, which again, that's your shit. That's mine. But because in baseball they have trackers now, so when he's in the cage, they have it there. You can Fenway out double. Just hit a ball. Kids and adults, they love when you're practicing.
Oh, sure.
So punch and it'll show him
on fight camp.
On fight camp. But here's my thing. And I like doing it too. And they're like, Dad, how hard can you play? I was watching with this got me ready. How dope would it be if they put those in the trackers or shut your glove or anything like that? If they put those tracking UFC gloves and you could see how his left hook is. Or Francis, when he knocked a dude, like, I would love to see how hard his uppercut was. Again, what was that? What was that at? Deontay Wilder when he went Chisora? How dope would that be? Wouldn't that be sick? It'd be incredible. And it's thin, dude. It's thin. Yeah. This is just for them, though, not for the public.
Digital gloves are authentic. I love it.
Yeah, but that ain't the fight camp technology. Everybody trying to get that technology.
It's
like
when are they going to have robots
freaking bomb trying to take them out? What?
Wonder when they're going to have robots you can actually spar with.
Well, it's a movie with Hugh Jackman, and it's gay as shit, dude. Just
you might have like robots where like they're teaching you, and you're like,
legit a movie.
And you're like, all right, keep taking.
You ever seen that movie? It's a horrible movie.
Oh, I remember. Robo.
I don't know what it is. My kids will watch it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Even Boston 6 was like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Real sticky. Get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Get face, dude.
But I was thinking, we gotta get, I gotta get Fight Camp to.
Dude,
And he was like,
100%.
because they have for your wheel kicks.
Let's go.
Kicks.
Let's go.
Boy Thompson teach you how to kick.
Dude, I'm telling you
If I
right
do
now.
something, I mean,
Now, hold on. One thing I
you might be able to work out and
a couple
talk
things I say to
about it on
boxers.
here.
Here's what I say to boxers. Hey,
Keep you busy.
well, now listen. Your hands are great. My feet? That's all I do. Right? You don't want me to use my feet. Right?
You don't
Never use my
you don't want
feet.
the feet to get
You don't want my
I know this is your world's here. Your world's one too.
Yeah.
Your world's one too.
Yeah.
But what about 3-4?
Yeah.
Do you know 3-4?
3-4 is a bad situation.
3-4 stinky too.
My back kick that goes into my roundhouse that goes into what?
3-4 stinky.
Excuse me, and I follow up.
1-2, fun time. 3-4 stinky.
Stinky, dude.
3-4 can get stinky.
My feet are stupid.
Stupid stinky.
Stupid stinky.
Stupid
Okay?
stinky.
That's what I do.
1-2 that keeps it clean. Right? Clean. Is it called a clean 1-2?
Yeah.
You're at a.
What's going on?
I'm talking about a hook uppercut.
3-4 is what sets up 1-2. Right? That's what I do. So let's be serious here. And there is that little front kick that gets you right in the old.
Talking about the old deep.
That sucks. That
The
Muay Thai
old
shit can hurt you bad.
tipperoo. The old tipperoo.
Yeah, you'll get guys in the old at the old archetype where they'll teep you right.
Just a teep while you're boxing.
They'll just do a little kickboxing and they'll be like, here's like that. You're like, oh, that hurts.
As long as you know the rules before you engage.
Yeah.
As long as you know the rules. Dude, I was watching Netflix is kind of crushing right now, obviously with all their shit. So I was at this birthday party, like get together in was that West? What's it called? West? Is it West Hills? Yeah, West Hills.
Mhm.
That's where the big high school's at. So West Hills and Lake Travis are rivals, right? So you go to West Hills. West Hills, if you're not from Austin, is our version of basically Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
It's like the super ritzy, old school
Title
money.
kids.
Most are trust fund babies, really good athletes, but it's where the elite of Austin live.
Yes.
I don't live there. I go to a party there. I have nothing in common with these people, blah, blah, blah. But there was a lady there, and her and her husband were talking about how they watch Crime Dogs. I'm like, you don't say. I wasn't talking. I was in the corner. And then I heard her start talking about murder. Like, I do. Let me guess, you watched the documentary. Oh. It's a crazy story. We watched it last night. It's heartbreaking because it's a family that loses their daughter. I showed her as a video. The girl was up. Her name was Mo Wilson. She was a bad cyclist, so that's on dirt, right?
Yeah.
Badass, like bad, like pro cyclist, monster. She was a super pretty girl. That's her on the right.
Wow, she's beautiful.
So she's dominating cycling, right? She's doing all this shit. And then she starts seeing this guy who's a pro cyclist. And he has a girlfriend, though. But they're on and off again. According to him, he's kind of manipulating them. He's lying to the girl at home. He's lying to the girlfriend. He's being a dirtbag.
Yeah.
First team all dirtbag. Yeah. So he's doing the dirtbag. Well, his living girlfriend is like super jealous. She's trying to get sponsors, trying to get attention. She's winning all these races, going national, international. She's crushing it. And he has her under a different name on their phone. And the detective asks him, goes, why is she on a different name? He goes, my girlfriend's a little crazy. I just didn't want to deal with that. Every guy goes, I know exactly what he's doing. But
Every guy's like, hey, bro.
But it also, so her name's Mo.
Bring her up.
And her name in his phone was like Chris.
She's so pretty.
So this crazy bitch at the bottom left there, the living girl, he has a iPad. His text go to his iPad. So she sees that the girl is hitting up her man.
iPads will sink you.
Yes. Yeah. So she sees the messaging that he's going to meet up with her. She has a 9mm at the house. He waits.
She was only there for a race. She comes to the house, shoots her in the face twice, and then when she's on the ground, shoots her in the heart. And then evades police to Rica, where she's doing yoga, and they couldn't find her, so they thought it was going to be a cold case. So one detective goes, "Oh, I know. Hat out in Costa Rica. We're looking for an American yoga." So they put the hat out. Her dumbass, even though she got all this plastic surgery, it look different. She got plastic surgery, looks like shit now. But so she got all this plastic surgery, look like her sister, because she was using her sister's passport. The fucking shout out to they put a thing out looking for a yoga instructor. This dumb bitch answers the call. They go, "Cool. Is Caitlin Armstrong?" She goes, "Yeah." She got her. And then, while they have her apprehended, she had some condition with her leg or some injury. She's like, you can't chain my because of my injury. Like, yeah, good point. Takes off. This is an awesome at Travis County Jail. Yeah. She had a great for that now. She was super pretty before. Now she's a psycho. Oh, dude, they gave her 90, and she had no remorse.
That's a sociopath.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what? He was dating a sociopath.
Yeah.
She is.
Meanwhile, because it's super heartbreaking because they'll show like videos of her as a baby, like child.
It's a nightmare.
It's horrible.
Your beautiful daughter is killed.
But so they let her in the heart. You shot me because she killed him by shooting in the heart at the end. And of course, you know, and then the parents were, the family's super nice. Paid for Caitlin Armstrong's family. And me and Joanna, I'm like, God, I would not be that way. Well, there ain't a security guard in America who could hold me back from getting my hands on.
I know, but forgiveness is the only way to see how
There's no forgiveness then.
Yeah.
You kill my kid, there's no forgiveness. We're enemies for life.
Of course.
I would have been like, enjoy fucking Prince for the next 90 years.
What she did to her face, though, she was so pretty, but, you know, this is a scumbag.
Well, she was trying to get away. She was trying to look more like her sister.
What a fucking, what a sociopath.
Yeah,
Just shot her, and then she just left her boyfriend and everything and just went to Costa Rica.
Yeah, was on the line.
Like, sociopaths...
thought she was going to get away with it.
Yeah, sociopaths think they can get away with things. I'm going to go to Costa Rica. Good plan. Good plan.
Too far, dumbass. But also, I think the boyfriend should
back to health. And then she went to go surprise him one day. Do you ever smell the crack? You know get it? She goes, I go to surprise one day after all this work, finally back on his feet, remember his family, walking. I walk in and I can smell crack cocaine. She goes, and I left and never came back. She was let's take a little break, dude, but with the sun a little well, you gotta get
there are guys that could use this for sure. Now, I'm pretty shredded, but classic dad bod just comes from, drinking more beer or eating worse. That's fine, but
no, as you get older, dude.
I can tell you as a guy who's getting older, your bodies reprogram themselves. You start storing more fat, losing muscle faster.
And all this is due to low test.
That's right. Testosterone levels fall in the early.
That's why it's easier to get fat.
But I start real. When that happens, it becomes easier to gain fat and all that. So here's what happens. Mars, man.
Yes, tell me why you start taking Mars.
It's a natural help your body burn fat more efficiently.
Christ,
build
Tony.
muscle. There it is. There it is, right there. I've got some of these. It's got Tongkat Ali, which is strong, Shilajit, zinc, and boron. A lot of times when you're zinc and boron levels are low, that's what happens. They'll test you before they put you on testosterone therapy. The exercise performance, these things fall. So, either way, each batch, by the way, very important when you get supplements, is so I've got these at home right here. The tea. This was the prescription.
Those in the morning after breakfast, and you're cooked.
And there's a 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. Just see how it feels. All right. Well, worst case, you don't absolutely love it. You get your money back. But over 91% of all the users report higher energy. If you start to feel the incredible results, that's what it is. Now here's links at megotomars.com.
That's 50% off for life. Okay.
That's what I meant.
50% off. So that's mengotomars.com in 3 purchase. That's you where easy after you tell boys here at finance.com. But then what's interesting is she was saying how he's always wanted to be famous. He always wanted to be in Hollywood and be famous. His number one thing is being famous. And Chloe's show, Chloe didn't want to do it. It was Lamar's idea.
Wow.
It was his idea.
She seems like a nice person, Khloe Kardashian. She's the most normal anyway in general, right? When you're in the spot.
Disaster for them. Yeah, you would not want that life.
No, but they all seem like
the most normal. Yeah. Kim's pretty for stuff at school. Always pick him up.
I think she's a good person. I think she's just dealing with a whirlwind. Like overall, I think Kim is doing that criminal justice reform, law school.
That's the bar Kanye did in like 2 days, but not a big deal. Bar, not seeing court. Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, she failed it, and he goes, "Oh, very cool. Well, I'm a genius." So check this out.
No.
Unverified social.
Man, the guy was past 6 yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's smart, so I didn't do it.
He said he did it because Kim couldn't do it. Well, lots of official verification. But I think it's tough for Kim. Obviously, they're both single. Like Kim's dating Lewis Hampton. But when you're at their level, normal dude, because you don't know their motives, anything like that. So what are you going to do? Like, that's a tough gig, man. I'm telling you, like, everyone wants rich and fame. Dude, when you see them and the shit they have to say,
I don't realize what that is. You're so right. Like, people don't understand what fame on that level
It's a different level. The mall, they can't go out to eat. They have to always take out.
I did a movie with Tom Cruise. He was
goal, create the best.
And even if you don't do of getting good at something when you're young, has nothing to do with going on to be a pro. It has to do with the fact that you are learning how to learn. You're learning how to get good at something, and you can apply that to everything in your life. That's the other thing.
Correct.
Like all of a sudden, you have some pride in the fact that, well, I'm a player of that really good piano, but I kind of know what they went through to get there.
But it's also like it teaches you to work hard, and then you reap what you sow. So it's like, all right, well, I put in whatever. I did 6 extra BPs this week, and then go into the game. It's like, oh, 6 this weekend. It's like, yeah, but because you're working.
Yeah.
You're working.
Working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very tough to find and compete with.
Is it?
Very tough.
What do you think tough to find?
As far as the same morals and work ethic.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them come from us.
Right.
Like in the bubble we're in California, in the Valley there, Calabasas area, that's a bubble. That's a bubble.
How often are your kids on phones or tablets?
Never.
Never.
We don't have them. Yeah, they don't have them.
Not much.
We don't have them. No, we don't have them. But that's one of the reasons we had to have one of Tiger's friends stop coming over, saying, because he'd come over and he had a cell phone. That's it. And instead of playing with T and Bossy in the backyard, he was on his phone. I go, no one ever did. I go, oh, but I don't have cell phones in this house. I don't want. But
He stopped playing.
never came back. Wow. 2 years. We're saying he wants his cell phone.
Wow.
And I go, fuck him.
Yeah.
I tell T, fuck him. Okay, fuck him. Tell him to go buy a ticket. Good luck. Correct.
It's like, you know, you
Also so busy where it's also nannies, but the nannies don't have the power to do it. It's a recipe to create no motivation, to create incels. It's not good. Tell T, tell him, congrats, man. Let me know if you need tickets. Nightmare. Not, especially our neighbor, not seeing kid has a phone. Everyone's sports specific, oriented. It's just all about family. It's just different. Now that exists in LA. This is the other thing. Don't get twisted. People will say, get ready for sports in Texas. Mm-hmm. We come from LA, where especially baseball, football, baseball out there. Like, look at if you got 10 teams, 10U, 11 from California. The majority of MLB players, California. So like, don't get me wrong, it's fucking great here. California's big, right? And they have all the resources, all the pros, all the hitting gigs. It's year round. The weather's perfect. It's year fucking round. If you look at all the top teams, they're all out of California. Wow. California creates more MLB pros than anywhere else.
crazy.
Great baseball.
My daughter turns 18. Flying out. How about that?
18. Can start an OnlyFans.
Yeah. No. Like all my friends have to say something. All my friends. Like,
18-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
18. Did you say April?
I mean, when she was 3. Literally 3. You knew her when she was actually 2 years old. How about that?
She was a little thing.
You knew her 16 years
She
ago.
had diapers. Yeah.
Yeah, diapers.
Like,
She
you
had
remember that Brentwood house?
binky.
Yep. She had a binky and diapers.
My God.
And then the last time I saw her was probably a year ago. You picked up for something. You guys were in the Tesla. She's in Taco Bell. Oh, hey, Brendan.
She comes out and you're like, oh, you go, well, you're a full-grown woman now, so that's cool.
Yeah, she's huge.
Yeah, she's got her mom's phone structure, not dad's.
No, yeah, thank God.
Long legs.
Yeah, thank God. Is she can do something in sports?
Yeah, she played varsity tennis, actually.
What grade is she in?
She is going into college, got into Boulder. She's probably going to Boulder.
She's going to the old.
And when I mean, she takes AP classes. She's now in. She likes competitions. Their team came in like 15th in the nation or something.
Been putting off dental cleaning, annual checkups. Honestly, any kind of doctor's appointment, that's us, dude.
Well, first of all, try to find a good doctor, right?
It's a
Like
nightmare.
when you move to a place that says, I don't know who's a good doctor, I don't know where to go. I actually don't have a doctor, which is a major problem.
Dude, I just got a dentist. I do so much work.
But I go
for
to
years, I've said, it'll work out. It's fine. For years.
Yeah. You're basically this. Let me go to ChatGPT and put the symptoms in.
Yeah, does this sound familiar? This year, you're going to do things differently. We're finding doctors we love and booking appointments on ZocDoc. ZocDoc.
COCDOC. Okay? So, basically,
it's a free app.
Yeah.
Website. In-network doctors, so you can find someone you actually love.
Yeah.
We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 150,000 providers.
By the way, oncology, dentistry, primary care, eye care, for one of the other 200 plus specialties offered by ZocDoc, you can easily build a care team that is right for you.
Do the best. Appointments made through ZocDoc happen fast, typically within 24 to 72 hours. Even score same-day appointments.
Brennan, personally, like in person or via Zoom.
Whatever you want to do. So stop putting off those doctor appointments like I've been doing. My teeth are a nightmare. Go to ZocDoc.com/fighter. That's ZocDoc.com/fighter to find and instantly book a doctor you'll love today. That's ZocDoc.com/fighter. ZocDoc.com/fighter. That's ZocDoc. Thank them for sponsoring the podcast. Oh, she's gonna be sad.
Yeah. Worry about her in terms of accomplishing things.
Yeah. Damn, Boulder. What other schools on her list?
She got everything. Texas A&M.
Great school.
Yeah, all
especially for there.
Literally, she got into a school she didn't get into. Stanford because.
No, I'll solve that. She's not Asian. So
blonde white girl, by the way.
Fucked. Blonde white girl or boy in America in Ivy League or like
you're competing.
Asians. You're not getting in, Bubba. Go look at Stanford. You're not getting.
Korea and China's got something to say about that. They've been studying. They've been getting ready for that Stanford moment since they.
But so Tigers Mexican side, but on those. You full blown Max. Oh, you're in for you're about your white dad.
By the way, you might see some Peruvian Indian. We're going to throw that in there. We don't know, but
there might be a splash of Cherokee.
Hey, it's tres culturas. Tres culturas, which means Aztec, and
start out, it's gonna look fucking. Oh, it's gonna be eye higher, baby. That shit is gonna be.
It's a Spanish
American
mixture.
No, how bad you want to get him?
Right?
Stanford, we're gonna have to
They
pull that
called you the
button.
hybrid. I'm just saying that there are things going on here. He could be some Native American. There's a lot going on. That not just actually, they should pay you just to get an academic scholarship, but then there's the other stuff. No, I mean athletic.
Yes.
He's going to get an athletic scholarship, but then there's the press community.
He's been suppressed his
So you
entire
got to get
life.
some money. You got to get some reparations.
You gotta pay us.
That's all. That's beautiful.
Told you the only time we're gonna use that card.
My kids are white as fuck.
Yeah, you're fucked.
So I had both as white. Like my son is a bit of a ginger to
Your kids don't tan.
Man, neither does old dad.
You have a type. That's what. I know what's going on here. You want your bloodline pure.
Yeah. I'm a racist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I gotta keep it real pure.
Yeah, your wife now so white.
If my wife doesn't burn immediately, then she can't be in the family tree.
Yeah, like almost like a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah, both your wife Amanda was white as fuck.
She was one of those people that tan really well though. That golden tan.
She's white though.
But my girl's actually Italian Irish. So she's got dark. My wife is darker. I'm white. They get my fucking skin. I'm happy.
So crushed it on the SATs. Or do they still do it?
She crushed it.
Because to be straight up white, and like we can't toss it.
Gotta never.
Yeah. You're
Captain,
special.
tennis team captain of the fucking. It's too much. I had to tell her. I go, hey, you can't do everything. You gotta stop.
Well, you can.
You got
all those extracurricular activities,
like
all
too
that
much.
shit.
Like, come on.
I'll get around. He's a Jew. I think he pitches 102. He offered to go pro. You know, just like, yeah, the kid. I'm like, God, that kid just got the world by the fucking balls.
My daughter got it. She's down at the beach with her mom up in Big Sur, and I said, broke back, stud, nope. Long hair, comes
like
up,
no money,
right in front of his mom, goes, hey, my name is Anna, whatever.
Hey, Chad.
I'd love to take you out sometime.
Nope.
My daughter looks at him, she goes, really? And he goes, and how badass this kid is? He's a surfer, so he takes her down to the tide pools and
shows off a little bit.
Gets her to pet an elephant seal. Highly illegal, but
a risk taker.
He's a risk taker. My daughter goes, this guy takes me to this place where nobody knows it's this beach, and I'm like, what's going on here? But he was like, and he goes down. There were people there, other surfers, and nobody knows best the locals thing.
What a day!
And he goes, God. And they got to run away giggling because it's a giant, it's a 5,000-pound seal. He goes, let's get out of here.
Hey, do you think that's the only elephant seal that got petted?
Now hold on, hold on, bro. Now hold on, bro. Bro, I'm gonna ask
you. Do you think that's the only elephant seal that?
Now, sir.
You think that's the only elephant seal?
Sir, my daughter turns 18 today.
You think that's the only elephant seal that got fed?
Now, hold on, bro. I'm not, bro.
No, I'm talking about the fucking animals.
Yeah, it got pet.
Too much.
Move.
Yeah, what a stud.
To move.
But I go to my daughter's school, right? Love of your life. Now, listen, you're going to be financially supporting him while he serves all.
Well, that's the thing. And she knows that, and so she said, talked about Jesus a lot. That's not that sexy on a date. It is what it is, God bless. But she was like,
has she had boyfriends before?
She has had boyfriends before.
Oh, she had that Jewish boyfriend.
She also had that guy in Seattle.
She had a long distance relationship?
She was going to Seattle.
Why in Seattle?
I said, how's that going? She goes, hey, long distance relationships don't work.
Yeah, no shit. But also, you know how many fish are in the sea? Why would you pick one that swims all the way to Seattle?
She met him touring. Now she's going to Boulder
school. So her great dead.
You don't know her. She's a grinder. She's like, very
cool.
No.
Hey, we'll see. See those sororities, like, oh shit, this is Liddy.
Yeah. There's a possibility. There's a possibility.
Canada.
She's not one of those girls that needs to be super.
Yeah.
I'm different.
Yeah, you're different. Yeah, she'll be fun.
She
She'll
was
love
playing lacrosse. She always played sports, playing lacrosse. And then she kind of like after the game was just walking alone. I go, is she being excluded? My ex goes, she's late for violin, so she's making a beeline.
Yeah.
She's not like you. She doesn't hang around. I was like, oh.
Dude, you love this. So Tiger and Bossy, Tuesday's the only day they don't have sports. The only day they have off, right? They come home, why, Dad, we're going to see our buddies. They head out the door. They have walkie-talkies. Like they'll door whatever 3 hours playing. I go, how was it? They go, oh, Dad, so they built a fort. And because down by the lake, they get wood and they built this fort. And he goes, yeah, we have we started an army. I'm like, oh, cool. In the army. He's like, you know, Boston, Everett, and we're America. I go, oh, cool. And he goes, and then the other kids in there have militia. Goes, and they're the Nazis. I went, it's America versus the Nazis. I go, who came up with the Nazi? Because they call themselves Nazis.
All right, well, are they goose stepping?
Maybe just call it America versus Germany. How about tell them to rename the thing? I go, now we don't draw Nazis.
What, you don't draw on your uniforms, do you?
I said, does one of them have a fake mustache? Or just doing, how deeply going with this
small mustache that fits under a cap
in World War II, right? Yeah.
There you go. That's great.
Weird.
Yeah, you watch your kids start to figure out the social space. It's really fun. His 4-year-old cousin in Florida. They were inseparable. Okay? Incredible.
Football was lit. God, Dodgers are fucking.
Sorry. Is baseball starting now? Already?
Yeah, bro. We're 2 weeks into the season. It goes October.
World Series was just happened.
Yeah. Did its regular season. I think Toronto again beat the baseball's better than ever. But then also there's a fight last night. I want to get your take on this. I sent to you. So it's a pitcher, right? I think it's Anaheim. I forget who the other team is. Okay. So he runs at the pitcher, big cat too. And the dude's no punk. He runs at the pitcher. He hit him before, threw another high pitch towards his head at his third at bat. So he's like, they start talking shit to each other. But as he approaches the pitcher you would think drops the ball. He's going boom, boom, boom with the baseball.
Interesting.
It.
You don't want to hurt your hand.
That's what I'm thinking. You're going to hurt your hand with the baseball. Anything like this? Or
I don't know.
And then, but I wouldn't use the base because I don't know. But I was trying to. Is it
as good athletes as they are? They're specialized. They don't fight. I've seen a lot of football players and guys like that throw punches.
That's everyone in general.
Yeah,
if you're not learning.
Yeah, you never really. Yeah.
Can you go to the beginning, Chin? Because that's what. Oh. This is part of this though too. The coach for is that the Braves. The coach for the Braves. He's an older. He trains MMA. He trains MMA and wrestles. He just fucking double legs it. Took him down to the ground to stop the fight.
Okay, let me see this. Yeah, guys, take a break because I want to talk to you about stash. Investing can be very, very intimidating.
Yes.
There is an app, Stash, and when it comes to investing in the market, it basically has an algorithm which helps you and guides you through this, okay? You don't need to watch the market every single day or become a finance expert. You don't. The key to success is guidance and consistency, and Stash gives you a clear plan so you're never guessing what to do next. The best investors do not rely on guesswork. They have an expert by their side, an assistant that keeps the track, okay? Most people have access to a human advisor. That's where Stash comes in. Gives you a disciplined, long-term investing philosophy focused on steady habit building, not speculation. regulation. That's really important.
And Stash is registered built right into an app from your phone. Stash shows you way more than just your balance. It offers personalized next steps to keep you moving forward. In any markets, know what to do with your money and why.
That's right. So don't let your money sit around. To work with Stash, go to get.stash.com/fighter. That's get.stash.com/fighter. See how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and to view important disclosures. So get.stash.com/fighter. And there you go. Paid non-client endorsement, not a guarantee or representative of all clients. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investment LLC and SEC.
So you hit him in the hand before, which is the worst place to get hit.
When was that?
This is last night. So this is his first at bat. So that's the second one. So they were talking shoot to each other. Now watch this. The batter's big too. I think he's 6'4", 235. I love double leg.
Oh, that's a good double leg right there. Okay. Oh boy.
That Angel, he didn't land a single punch.
Hey, he's throwing though. He's throwing. Yeah.
Great double leg by that old man.
They throw the way that they punch. They punch the way they throw.
Yeah, it's like this.
Yep. It's very exactly that. You sink. There's White.
Oh, is that Walt Weiss, Chin? Oh, that is Walt Weiss from the fucking Colorado Rockies. The fucking Rockies.
Look at his ears. Homeboys, come here.
It looks like he had some cauliflower.
A little bit.
Both of them get kicked out, though. Chin. Holy shit.
I don't know anything about Walt Weiss. Tell me.
Buddy. He's one of the greats. When he played for the Rockies, he managed the Rockies too with a great double leg.
God, 62 actually. Love that.
Did you see? So you know,
I think he's Jewish.
Take it easy.
Look it up.
Round Rock, and he owns the minor league team. Is not far from him. The great Nolan Ryan. Yeah. You ever seen his fight? Fuck that dude up. Where he gets him in the headlock and he just and then goes on. They don't kick him out of the game because it's the 90s and he's a badass. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, goes on to dominate.
Yeah, he was the guy who never missed a game.
Yeah, people see him around, especially Round Rock. I was just there for Tigers football game, but he has a compound out there. He owns the ball.
Really?
Yeah. They have a dope stadium out there, 30 minutes from here.
So cool. Yeah, that's one way to do it. You just have your ball. You could also throw the ball as hard as you can.
It takes to another level. You hit the guy in the face with a baseball
It's a
shot.
different thing. Yeah, there you go.
Boom! But he has that chin protector on. He's just flailing. Yeah, but Lopez like Yuri right
He
now.
got his feet set.
Boom!
That would hurt.
Yeah, I guess you don't mess up your hand either. The backhand was.
Yeah, you see how you don't really know what to do. You're
Yeah.
just flailing. That's what, even as good an athlete as he is, being held back too.
Boom! But see, he's protected there.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. It's great. Did you ever see when Otani got hit? Because he doesn't want violence, and he goes. And he looks at the bench, his bench goes, nope. And he goes like this.
He's
And then goes on to
blast.
Boomer.
That's how you do it. Easy.
Calm down. I got a game to win here. Everyone calm down.
Easy.
Calm
I'll
down.
just hit a home run.
No. Everyone calm down. Because the next pitch I'm going to send to the moon. Okay? I'm going to send. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's the man.
This guy Kyrgios, who was so talented, beyond talented, and he would let his mind take him, and so as a result, he got his head. Every time you get mad, your energy goes over. Let's. He's hanging well. I think he had a piece, and I appreciate that. He did a lot of Venice, California back in the day.
He owns fucking Santa Monica.
Yeah.
He owns Lodo.
He did. Well, I should say he did all the fucking. That's what.
Is
All right, he's doing well. Sure.
I'll tell you this. That looks pretty fucking.
But I hope it is. Yeah.
Damn, it says lead meat.
Yeah, him walking. Let me see. Yeah, there you go.
Gold. And just
the answer's no.
Smoking weed
The
with his
answer's
boys and lifting.
Yeah.
And then fucking all the Venice chicks.
He said, he goes, I'm always coming. When I'm working out, I'm coming. It's a cum fest. So,
I don't know if it's a cum fest.
There's Franco Colombo, his best friend.
Yeah, that's his boy.
Yep.
Sharing a bed.
Sharing a bed like a couple of men.
Looks like you and me were back in.
In our underwear.
Clearly Colombo.
Yeah. Yeah. Only just a little less muscular. Wow. Colombo.
What else you got a chance to do?
Let's see.
Hopefully his son goes on to do some cool shit. He's now number 2 in the mayoral race. And people are... Apparently some writer from LA Times harassing him, trying to leak where his kids go to school, restaurant.
Spencer Pratt.
It's a person in LA Times is trying to do it. How could you not vote? This is my thing.
when people are like, how can you vote for Trump? How can you vote for Spencer Pratt? Well, the alternative was Kamala Harris, which is insane. The alternative is Karen Bass. So you're not giving us.
Who is Spencer Pratt? I'm so sorry. I should know.
Spencer Pratt from the
Laguna Beach, one of those reality TV series on MTV.
He was kind of like, they call him a reality star in LA. He's a smart kid. His girlfriend Heidi was big on that show. He was a character on the show. We got to think about, was that 4 years of his life when he's 16 in high school? You know? And when the fire started, that's when he was like, fuck this. Because his place got burned down. He was like, Karen Bass did not do a good job. I'm going to handle this.
How is it going with that? The blue majority and the super majority in Sacramento. Anytime you have a super majority of anything, especially a bunch of socialists, it's not going to work out for you.
I don't think he's
Santa Monica's dead. The business community is dead because these people, anybody who was an entrepreneur. You know, and it's these city councils.
He's still pretty far. Well, it's either her or Spencer Pratt, the kid from fucking MTV.
This is a bus driver who ignored the train crossing. Did you see this, Brian?
No.
This one's in, so just keep watching.
Tell me the kids don't get in.
I mean, they're fine physically, but mentally they're fucked.
Oh, boy.
Do you see how close that was? Look at how close this is.
What's wrong with this fucking bus driver? Well, the car's in front of him, but now you can pull up now.
No, but you're not supposed to.
Oh, man.
Oh, look at that, dude. That is just, that's wild.
And lose their job?
Oh, yeah, she's in jail.
Here's what's crazy. When I was a kid, I rode the bus. There's no seats. I always thought about that. I'm like, we're just assuming because it's a big bus, like we'll be fine for now they have seatbelts.
Yeah.
Now,
oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I can't believe we went so long without seats. They still smell exactly the same.
Yep.
Yeah, they have that same law, right? I mean, of course, not necessary, but they have that same law. If your car is, this many years, you don't need this. Like classic cars, certain ones don't have to pass emissions tests because that's when they're, made.
Well, if the driver, go back, 1067 was immediately fired and later arrested. She now faces
it's a felony.
Along with reckless driving.
Yeah, 1 count per child, pretty much.
She said.
She even said not have to.
Okay, well, we can't have you driving a bus anymore. Guys, take a little break. I want to talk to you about O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. And I mean all of them. And whether you're a car expert or a novice like me, they are there for you. They have the accessories in stock or either in the store or online. You never have to worry if you're in jam.
Dude, one-stop shop for everything you need. The professional parts people, O'Reilly Auto Parts, or what yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. They have everything. So stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/5. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/5. O'Reilly.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything.
The system is free. The system is free. The system. With movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always Pluto TV.
Drunk, hungover. She doesn't look like life is going that great. Jesus. Anyway.
Can you imagine how many be at her? Your kids got
they're scarred, man. But that is, I never lived it.
No, the kids will forget about it.
That's scarred.
We Jen, we have kids. We have kids, Jen.
They're not scarred.
Those kids aren't scared.
Also, that kind of talks scarred, like, then now they can't move forward.
Kids, something horrible happened. Literally,
You're fine.
Definition of scar is different between you. To me, it's like it's gonna be a memory. A scar is like something that's always gonna be there.
You're saying they're not gonna.
It's unavoidable.
It depends on the kid too, though, because like
nothing happened. If something happens,
you're like fuck that, and never get on the bus again. Tiger, like, get on the fucking bus.
In life, you're gonna have close calls and all that stuff. It's always gonna happen. I love
I've had plenty of calls.
when my girl's like, you never believe what almost happened. It's like nothing, because it's almost.
Yeah, almost. She just can't be driving kids.
She shouldn't have driven in the first place.
What else we got?
This is Jake Paul on Theo's podcast again, and this is just some stuff about him talking about Mike Perry and Nate Diaz, but let me refresh it from the beginning here.
Mom's life, rest in peace. Strike her down, God. Nate Diaz is the lightest and worst puncher I've ever fought. I never say the word, but I think it's like super offensive. I would never say it. When you see someone that's like, it's just hard to like. If he beats Perry, I want Nate in MMA. I think it's happened though. You think he could beat Perry? They're just such both unique guys. What's the program you have with the charity? Parents of autistic children giving them like a day off. That's why this fight is awesome. Is like their parents are both gonna get hella. I mean, I don't see it, but yeah, I think they're fucking smart. I think they got the toughest fucking autism. And they were starting a company. Would you invest in it? That's crazy, bro. It's a crazy thing. Somebody, and during the daytime, I'm pretty sure it's like 6. If it were like a dog catching business. Fuck yeah, bro. If it's like, if it's fucking getting your money back from somebody down the street business, then take my money, fellas, dude.
There's a crush in it.
He was so funny.
Oh, he's the best. Because he's probably the best interview you see with Nate Diaz because he felt comfortable.
Yeah.
So actually like a silly, fun guy.
Yeah.
And then you have fucking Jake Paul, who's a savage. And then you have huge country singer. She's,
oh my God, Ella Langley.
Yeah, he had her on. She's the biggest.
Have you seen her, Brian?
No.
Oh, you'll see
But when the cameras aren't he's hanging out as a sweetheart. He's a sweetheart.
And you see a little deal on her on.
And then she's actually like amazing too. Her songs, her music, awesome.
She's huge.
Some people have it all. God gives both hands. You know what I'm saying?
God said, you know what? We're just gonna make you
beautiful and give you this voice and a work ethic and talent. Okay, go. Look at her. That's her right there with the glasses.
Yeah, that's her.
That's her over there too.
That's her everywhere.
What?
I bet you've heard her song. I can tell she's from Texas.
She's from Texas.
Oh, that's a good.
You know that song?
I can tell she's from Texas. Yeah,
she's from Texas. I can tell by the way.
Yeah.
She's set
by the way. She's fantastic.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Dude, crushing it.
Yeah. Okay, let's just look at this one right here. Wait, no, this is too loud. So not that one.
Dude, let me see it, dude.
God damn, people are gonna cry about this. I know it. But this is someone getting. He had a gun and he got his sold on.
Oh boy.
Like people are gonna be mad that the guy stuck up for himself and shot him.
But people. Sensitive sometimes. Hold on, you'll watch this.
By the way, these guys aren't even wearing fucking
How's he gotta get the gun? Not very smart.
I love it. I love it.
That definitely wasn't in America.
Looks like he hit him.
No, you got him, yeah. But there's not, obviously, it's not too many more, yeah, probably in either somewhere in Latin America or Brazil, yeah.
Got him, didn't he?
Store workers robbed by two thugs to make sure they never rob again, guys. Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
Alrighty.
What else we got?
Let's see. Oh yeah, this is okay. So this guy was going in for a job interview, and he's in America. Essentially, yeah. So he's basically a spy, but they wanted to ask him a question, so to see if he was a spy or not.
I mean, I was in the process of saying, like, we get like a lot of imposter candidates, you know, particularly North Koreans, like posing as like people that they're not. So one of the tests that we do is like Kim Jong Un is a fat ugly pig. Could you say that for me? So no, Kim Jong. Leader of North Korea. I should see, I guess. Because I know that you're not North Korean. Want to say it? Okay, no worries.
Yep. Well, that's what you got to do.
Can you just say Kim Jong-un's
some people
ugly
He's a
pig?
fat, ugly pig.
Even if you're in a regular interview, though, it was alright.
Yeah, you'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, but if they ask you to say it by the Iranian leader Saddam Hussein, you'd easily say you're not a fucking spy.
Yeah, I'm just saying sometimes you just don't want to say certain things either. Maybe, but I mean, I think he's obviously, you know, they asked him.
Fucking spy from North.
No, you don't.
They can't get more off a spy.
Yeah. Trump was like, it's going to be the end of civilization. 2 weeks. He's Lucy with the football on Charlie Brown.
He's going back and forth, huh?
Yeah. I didn't like what he said in Easter.
No, it's terrible.
It's fucked up. I don't get it. He's out of his mind sometimes. I have a big problem.
What's this, Jim? It's a chubby baby.
It's a cute little baby, but anyways, the baby was crying a lot on the plane. Some people complained about it, so they actually kicked off the family.
That's wild.
That's so fucked up. That's so gross that they kicked off the family. You fucking assholes.
Just people without kids.
So fucked up. That's so fucked up that you kicked them. Because it's making noise.
And the baby, because I can do that the whole flight.
People are the biggest assholes on the planet. I fucking hate them.
You've heard some people making excuses saying like, "Oh, some of their
fuck you."
I know.
Kick them off.
We're a fuck.
You have hearing issues? I'm so sorry. You can wait for the next plane.
Yeah, I think it's fucked up.
Stop lying and
You
just
little
fucking
baby.
put your headphones on like a normal person.
Yeah. What else you got?
I think that's it, guys. You see, what?
Well,
because like.
Irvine, California this weekend, guys. Friday, Saturday. Come see me. Irvine, California, Irvine Improv, Dallas, Texas. I'm at Hyenas Comedy Club, April 17th.
My boys from East Dallas Diesel are going to come to that show.
Great.
Fernando and all those guys where I got my truck from.
Oh, beautiful.
They're the best.
Awesome.
They live in Dallas.
Awesome.
So they come to the show.
I'd love to see him.
Right, the whole crew's coming.
Tell him to come by. Come say hi.
All right, kids. This is the Fine Kid. We're out.
you a savage. Just showed up with the crew, we the baddest. You just showed up like you might need some practice. You going down for the count. Down tonight. I do it off the leash. You do it off for the likes. I hit that bell and I'm ready to fight. Turn me up. But they don't work enough. Don't mess around and I'm hurting them. I say no. You said the wrong thing on my iPhone. I gave them life.
We're missing one of the 4 amigos here.
He said he goes in the text I got.
I'm
Are you close? We would like in parentheses farting.
This is really the fight of the kid.
Let's do it, everybody.
I like that sweat.
Philadelphia. Make some noise. We're here. Wow, how exciting is this? Brian Redband. Hi, guys. We are live from the Fillmore Theater. It is packed. For those of you listening to the podcast, we sold it out. We were just in Philadelphia in March.
Yeah.
Some people this market way too fast.
That's too big. But there's standing room only. Look, there's
Good God. I'm not excited to be back. We're pumped to be here. How many of you were at any of the shows that we had? You guys are unbelievable. Loyal following we have here in Philadelphia. Ryan J. Ebel couldn't be here, but he did send along these amazing brotherly love Philadelphia special prints that we'll be signing for you after the show, and also available after the show, the brand new album from Reagan and Watkins. How about that? Rhyming with the cover. So cool. Special shout out to Alex Yerkeba and Mike Sosnowski for the amazing, look at this, special Philadelphia Kill Tony bucket. Special Eagles font. This place is crazy. 2 seconds? Oh shit. Alright, there you go. Live, anything can happen. We're excited to be here. As always, with all these road shows, which we have a lot more coming up. Next week, we're in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and, tomorrow we're in Pittsburgh. Whoa, they're booing Pittsburgh. Welcome to another episode of Good to be supporting each other, push each other down.
Yeah.
Just booing an entire city of people, which is not easy to do when you live here in Philly, by the way. I don't know what you guys think you have going on here, but I saw a lot of damage today.
Oh yeah.
This
Fallout, video game Fallout.
Dilapidated. I mean, it is unbelievable. Just the design of your city.
Yeah.
How the streets are laid out, what's a one-way, what isn't, nothing makes any fucking sense. Yeah. I saw burning corpses on the Cobbs Creek Parkway today. Had to take a detour.
Yeah. That woman that was eating like a dead bird. Remember what we
There was a lady eating a dead bird.
Yeah.
What can I say other than that? You can't make it up. Dead bird, then a lady.
It's like corn on the cob. It was weird.
Yeah, it was like corn, except it was a bird.
Yeah.
It wasn't a cob at all. It was just a bird, dead bird. As with all these road shows, we're going guestless tonight.
Yeah.
Also, Kill Tony Mania coming up in San Francisco and Sacramento. Don't sleep on that. And huge announcement coming. Well, I'm going to guess on Monday. I'm going to say Monday's episode. Huge announcement to close out the touring for 2019. Spoiler alert, we will not be back in Philadelphia in this year. We've been in Philadelphia, we've been almost anywhere. But that's just a sweet tale of the sport. How's the balcony doing up there? Jam-packed, I'm telling you. Fire hazard galore up there. This is so exciting. But this is it. I mean, I will say this is the biggest, most beautiful venue Kill Tony has ever been at. So let's make it special tonight, shall we?
Chandeliers.
As with all of our road episodes, there is no guest tonight. Gives us more time to run the real inside scoop with the show, find out more about the people. It's a time to let the band speak up every now and then, because there is a band here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania tonight. It's one of my favorite things in all of comedy. Every single episode they commit to being characters. Maybe it's the return of some of their famous characters. Maybe it's a brand new character we've never seen before.
What's up, sluts? Not really, that's for sure. I like to great game. So this is an really fun. 3761 creation of the world with enemy of 3631 130 set the sun and set sun out of 3631 130 set sun out of 135 throne 6 235 international set is 1 3436 225 kingdom son of the national is 1 3366 395 Mahalo son of kingdom is 1 3301 460 yards son of Mahalo is 1 3139 622 son of Yard is 1 Methuselah son of Hanukkah was 1 2887 874 Lamech 2 son of Methuselah was 1. It's the 26th of 15786. Thursday, June 11th. No, really not. We've been doing this for 167 days.
I'm Dr. Welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable greatly through the ages, and are still developing. And there are now them, and class is meant to serve as an introductory view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are absurd. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. If you find these episodes after only 21 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks, so let's do some recap and let's get into the Zohar. So as we talked about last time, Kabbalah, the technical Kabbalah, the Kabbalah proper really begins to exist in southern France and Spain in the early. It's really important to know that it doesn't come out of whole cloth, right? That's the whole point of this class. That we've been tracing how Jewish mysticism has developed in the world of Palestine, in the world of Babylonia, in the world of Jewish magic in Egypt. And we've been tracing how that's being slowly moving into the bedfellows for a long time. And the fact that we post Enlighten to drive a hard wedge between them says more about what we need in our desires, our perversions maybe, than it does about what philosophically is rigorous and what historical people actually did. And so part of what's going to happen is that it's not that the Kabbalists are going to reject philosophy, is that they're going to marshal a different kind of philosophy. Now, their philosophy is going to look a lot different than the way we do philosophy now, but that doesn't mean it's not philosophy. And as I pointed out last time, the big problem they're trying to figure out is how to bridge the gap between the infinite transcendence of God and the immanent reality of God. And what's going to emerge in their solution, and we're going to see this in a big way tonight, beginning in our analysis of the Sacred Zohar, is they're going to try to have the cake needed too, because that's what every philosopher does. The first line of the nothingness plus equals, what are we? You need it too, right? You get nothing and you get being and you get becoming. There we go. We roll. So philosophers are always trying to have their key, basically three parts. To maintain the transcendence of God with the Sof, the infinite. They're going of God and Ein Sof to our reality with the Sirot, right? We'll get to them too, right? And then they're going to talk about how God is immanent to our world, right? God is immanent. God is above the line in the Quran, actually part of it. Obviously Jewish mysticism, but I think it's the most beautiful line of the Quran is that Allah is closer to you, right? I love that. Allah is jugular vein. And this image is deeply true of the Zohar as well, that the immanent world of God, the Shekhinah, the feminine world, is as close to you as your bride. Right? Now, again, this is a bunch of dudes writing dude stuff in dude times. Who are they going to talk about who's really close to them? Their bride. All right? So for the woman, they're taken to bed. The dude, they're also taken to bed. Right? You can see there's a lot of homoeroticism that we're going to see also, of course, in the Zohar as well. And so what's going on here, right, is they're trying to explain also the experience of the indwelling of God in God's feminine form. Now, some of the other really driving concerns here are going to be sort of the primordial world, the origin of evil. The Zohar is going to be interested in evil and demons all the time in the Zohar. They're going to be interested in trying to reread scripture to kind of discover these ideas that they're mining, right? So what you get is these Kabbalists are coming with these ideas, right? It's not like they go to read scripture and then find this stuff. Now, you talk to a Kabbalist and they'll tell you that's what they do. I think other scholars say they come with the ideas and they go to scripture. Very innovative hermeneutical ideas they're going to develop in all of this form, but also a radical rotation of Jewish law. And this is the idea of Ta'ameh HaMitzvot. And Ta'ameh HaMitzvot is explaining the mitzvot, right? Why do we do the things that we do? Why do we do tefillin? Why do we keep Shabbat? Why do we not eat this? Why do we why do we not do shatnez? Why do we don't allow linen and wool to be knitting together? Why do we not do that? Well, what Kabbalah is going to show is not only are there practical reasons for this, right? There are metaphysical, mystical, occult reasons for this, and that's going to be a big part of the Kabbalah as well. Well, folks, we've arrived. We are at the gates of the Sefer Zohar, and I will say that the Sefer Zohar is an incredibly difficult, incredibly intimidating text. And I'll speak for myself. It's intimidating to me. It is a text that I have a very tortured relationship with, just because it's so difficult to get into. I've never experienced a text that is this intimidating. So as I work through these next couple of lectures, and it will be 2 lectures on the Zohar, just because no one can do a service to the Zohar in 2 lectures. I want to illustrate this with a visual example. We're going to do at least 2. I can do an entire class on the Zohar. So to get an idea of this, I'm going to look just a copy of this right here, this little sliver of text. It's a Sefer Bahir. Right, so this is the Sefer Bahir, and what you're seeing here, longest, zoom out a little bit. This is a Zohar, right? This is the forms of the Zohar. The standard Zohar, just the standard Zohar with no whatsoever, right? Which is still not considered the entire deal. All of this. So this is a standard academic Zohar with no commentary, substantial volumes in the standard edition of the Zohar. So I just want you to understand what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with several orders of magnitude for the math folks out there of growth in Jewish mysticism. When I say several orders of magnitude, I'm talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of words. So when I say that the Zohar is it's every single text we've talked about so far in this class, right, with the exception of the Babylonian Talmud, add everything up, multiply it by 10, and we would see consciousness of the Zohar. It's potential. So what I want to drive home tonight is that if the case out of the Zohar, which I'm extending the class basically now, because I can't possibly do justice to the 2 lectures, and if I tried to shove everything into one, I'd be it would be Chilul Hashem. It'd be a violation of cuts. So we're going to spread out the 2 over the course of 2 lectures now, and this text. So what is it? The first thing I want to do is do a little groundbreaking. Where are we? When does this text appear? And the answer is it appears somewhere in Castile in Spain around 1270 of the Common Era. And to give you some idea about when we are, right, some cultural landmarks that you probably know, we're in the time period of the groundbreaking of the Notre Dame Cathedral. The Notre Dame Cathedral, the groundbreaking was 1163 and it was completed just a little bit later in 1345. So we're right in the middle. So if you were to be reading the first sections of the Zohar, you would still see the Notre Dame Cathedral going up. Baghdad, the most magnificent city of the world in many ways at the time, fell to the Bayit al-Hikmah was burned, the most important library in the world. People forget this, the most important library in the world, and phobia has denied the right of Muslims to claim the most important library in the world, being at the Bayit al-Hikmah in Baghdad, but it falls in 1258. The Bayit al-Hikmah is burned. I would say it's actually a greater tragedy than the burning of the Library of Alexandria in many ways. Also, if you want to think about it more specifically, the Sefer Zohar is composed almost that Thomas Aquinas is composing his Summa Theologica, right? So Thomas was composing is almost the same size in many ways as the Sefer Zohar. He's composing that 62 to 1263. The Zohar is actually being composed about it, but it boggles my mind to think that the people or the person and people who compose the Zohar could have literally walked to chatted over a beer. Right? They could have had wine together. Right? That boggles my mind. Thomas Aquinas composing the Summa Theologica, and the writers of the writers of the Sefer Zohar could have made a little bit of a journey, and they could have sat down and talked about theology over the last. And my God, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall of that conversation. Just to give you a again, I think it's sometimes important to get a sense of who we are and what's being produced at that time. Of course, the Summa Theologica is civilization philosophically and theologically. So the Sefer Zohar, what is this? the text here is also representing a very difficult relationship between Jews and non-Jews, and that I write a check from Tahia to myself for $10 million, not a check would pass. But if I were to do a letter forged in someone else's name who was dead to praise someone, am I really trying to benefit myself? Not really. I'm really trying to benefit someone who's maybe even dead, right? Pious forgery is not forgery in the benefit of yourself. It's trying to benefit in the advancement of wisdom, religious fervor, or religious piety, or spiritual growth. I want to make a distinction here between forgery, which is meant to only benefit the person doing the forging, and pious forging. Pious forgery, which is there to activate of deception. Now, there's multiple transposing sections of the Zohar in those ecstatic states. We have some evidence to say that's true. So, again, people are complicated. Did Moshe Leon probably write some of this stuff? Yeah. Does that make it a forgery? Because forgery and pious forgery and mystical altered states of consciousness really make this complex. Now, what I want to point out here is something. I think it's important to point this out, but I just don't want to beat this to death. Who is, of course, one of the gallons of Jewish mysticism. He's one of the great pioneers that existed like that at the time. He was a linguist. When he went to study the Zohar and trying to figure out who wrote the Zohar, he approached it from a linguistic angle and a literary angle. And what he found was it wasn't from the 2nd century. It couldn't have been. Why? Why do scholars think this now? I'm really going to go through this quickly. The first, their speaker of Aramaic would ever make. They're grammatically weird things. Also, they're grammatically blending of dialects that no person speaking Aramaic would ever make these kind of blendings. It's like you were from Boston and San Francisco at the same time. No Babylonian grammars. Secondly, there are all kinds of neologisms in the Sefer Zohar that are not found in the Babylonian Talmud, and they seem to be made up. In fact, they're not just made up, but there are very specific sounds that the writer of the and ta sound. There's something about these sounds that the writer likes. Further, there's evidence of medieval constructions, Old Spanish words, and even philosophical ideas that have really emerged only in the Middle Ages, specifically in Arabic philosophy. Now, what's really important about that is really well versed in Maimonidean philosophy. So much so, I have a copy of For the Guide to the Perplexed that survives with his notes on it in Moscow. It's in one of the libraries in Moscow. So Moshe Leon, the purported major compositor of the Zohar, was deeply interested in philosophy, so much so that he had a copy of the Guide to the Perplexed by Maimonides written out for him, and he wrote commentary on it. He knows the language of philosophy. He's in fact, in many ways, fighting with Maimonides. And the fact that we know this is he read very close notes behind, and the thing of the medieval Aramaic, Arabic, and Hebrew, the philosophical technical terms are preserved in the Zohar. The writer of the Zohar that we have makes no person living in the Galilee would ever make, right? So there are many cases in the Zohar where the east, except you couldn't go east to get there. You had to go north to get there. From place B, from place A to point B, you have to go north to get there, and then go west to get there. Actually live there. It's like saying you're going from Ann Arbor to, I don't know, Traverse City, and you go east to get there, and you do. Secondly, there's all kinds of interesting confusions about relationships. So one of the big things that ends up happening in the Sefer Zohar is that son-in-laws and father-in-laws get switched, that people or something. So there are all kinds of familiar relationships that we find in the Babylonian Talmud that just get confused. And no one who knew these people would make that mistake. It's like you would confuse, right? It's not like anyone would confuse. No one was going for my dad, John, do that. And so only family would make a mistake like that. Secondly, the text is Aramaic, right? But we would expect a text of the 2nd century to be written in Aramaic. Academic text written in the 2nd century, not in Aramaic. So the language of Zohar is just anachronistic. Now we could expect a 7th century text, a 6th century text written in Aramaic, 5th century text written in Palestinian Aramaic, not a 2nd century one. It's just in the wrong language. Next, well, someone from the outer Jewish world read the Sefer Zohar and did the thing you might do. They were investigative journalists, I guess, and they went to Spain and they were like, let me talk to Moshe de Leon's wife, who seems to these manuscripts seem to be coming from, and they asked Moshe de Leon's wife where in the world he got this. And she said he wrote it out of his own. His wife ratted him out. His wife was like, yeah, he rewrote this for money, basically. People were paying stuff out, and he did this, and he used so his own wife, after he was dead, said, yeah, there were no eating up. I think the more damning pieces of evidence. Further, linguistic analysis of the Sefer that the only document that resembles the Sefer Zohar by Moshe de Leon. In fact, the earliest quotations we have of the Sefer Zohar are from books written by Moshe de Leon. De Leon is trying to make a weird mystical point, and he quotes the Zohar to prove him right. Now, that's the cool kind of plagiarism, where you write a magical, use your magical book that you wrote to prove your other weird book correct. I gotta get on that train because that sounds like an amazing to be doing. And so we see that happily text by, there are no manuscripts of the Sefer Zohar ever found prior to the period in which Moshe de Leon lived. After him. Now, it could be the case that just no one survived from the 2nd century, but is because Muhammad could have never written it. Because these simple people, including people like Jacob Burma, the famous Theosophist, who was just a cobbler, he made shoes, wrote some of the most profound theosophical writings in the history of the world. So it doesn't take a super smart person to be a genius. In fact, I would say, in many ways, genius has everything to do that are completely unconventional ways around you. Just because no one around you validates your genius, it might, in fact, authenticate it. So, folks, is that Moshe DeLeon, at some level, lion's share of the text we now refer as the Zohar. Now, what I want to say here is that what we don't believe anymore in the scholarly world is that this is a 2nd century text. What we are now dealing with is the larger thing and the growing consistency. Now, what we think is now going on in the field around Moshe DeLeon is a people. People like the Harlem Renaissance or the symbolist poets or other kinds of people in a text jointly in which they're all contributing in all kinds of elaborate ways together as they go. And that's very clear because as we see the Zohar, it's sort of revealed in history. It's not revealed as one book. It's revealed as a bunch of various tractates that ultimately get edited together as the Zohar because they're all unified in terms of theme and philosophical, mystical ideas. So scholarship doesn't believe now that Moshe DeLeon wrote the whole thing. That's what Sholem believed. Now scholars who are far more confident than I now believe that what we really have here is a kind of group authorship project. Moshe DeLeon seems to be the center of that group project. And again, you can think about in the 20th century, some of them have been Sartre and Beauvoir didn't technically group authorship, but I think everything that they ever wrote was already imprinted with each other. Beauvoir owned the Sartre more than people would like to admit. You can think of other kinds of group authorship as well. I will say, though, that the orthodox position about this text remains that it was composed in the 2nd century and that it was made public beginning in the 13th. That's the orthodox position. The orthodox position is that this text is from the 2nd century and that it was made public beginning in the 13th century. Modern scholarship, academic scholarship, does not accept that position, but that is the official orthodox position. Although, when it was first printed, it was actually first printed because people thought the Messiah was imminent, and they thought this printed out because it will help the Messiah come. In fact, the earliest printed edition, the Cremona edition, was printed at the behest of Christians, not of Jews. So it's interesting that even the publication history of this text is very complicated. We'll get to the reception of this in a bit. So, how does this text develop? And again, I'm already 46 minutes into this lecture. This might be a 3-part lecture, folks. So the Sefer Zohar is composed of some core ideas. Let's start with the first. The first is Ein Sof. Ein Sof is the modern Hebrew word that means infinite. It literally means without end. And so to understand this, we need to get into the philosophy a little bit and to understand that what's going on philosophically is what is generally referred to as negative theology. Is that you cannot say anything positive about God. God is beyond anything you can say about God. So you can't say that God is wise, because any concept you have of wise is always inadequate when compared to God. You can't say that God is loving, because any concept you have of love is always inadequate when compared to an infinite being. And so the idea is that you can never say anything positive about God. You can only say negative things about God. You can only say that God is beyond wisdom. God is beyond love. You can say that God is wise, but you can't say that God is foolish. God is not foolish, and God is beyond wisdom. And this negative theology allows one to maintain that God is transcendent, but you can still talk about God, right? By saying that God is beyond wisdom, you can still say that God is wise. God is just beyond wisdom as we understand it. But that's an idea that's being incorporated into the Zohar, coming from people like Maimonides and people like Ibn Gabirol, but really it has its origins in Neoplatonic philosophy of folks like Plotinus and Pseudo-Dionysius, a Christian philosopher. So what's important to note about this, right, is that the starting point of the Zohar is that God is beyond everything you can understand. God is transcendent, utterly transcendent. And so what what do we have, right? We have a God in the Zohar that is utterly transcendent. When I mean transcendent, I mean that God is simply beyond anything you can say about God. You can't imagine God. You can't touch God. You can't even make sentences about God that are true unless those sentences are in the negative. God is beyond being. God is not in this room. God is not wise because any wisdom attributed to God is beyond all of our wisdom. So this notion of Ein Sof is the positing. So that's the first thing you should know about the Zohar. With the Zohar, the originary position of God, as much as God has a position, is that God is beyond anything you can articulate, anything you can say, anything you can think, anything you can worship, anything you can obey, anything you can love, anything that you can refer to at all. This being is the luminous darkness, right? And again, notice that beautiful contradiction. It's a darkness, right? It's the most darkness you can imagine. God is beyond all things, absolutely, infinitely dark. And yet God is luminous. God is a being that shines. And so that's the contradiction, right? God is the lamp, the infinite dark lamp that shines. And this contradiction is going to drive the Zohar, because God is both beyond all being, and yet all being is reliant, is a result of God. And we have all these beautiful contradictions that we have in the Sefer Zohar to capture this contradictory reality where God is both beyond all predication, and yet everything that can be predicated of anything relies on God. In some sense, this is a God prior to God. So everything you know about God, everything, the Torah, everything, none of that applies to Ein Sof. Ein Sof is beyond all that. Nothing you know about God applies to Ein Sof. Ein Sof is beyond all things that you can possibly think or predicate or imagine. Now, clearly that didn't happen forever, right? Because we're here, I'm here, you're here, stuff is here, schmutz on my floor that you claim is here, right? So, what happened? Well, we don't know. In the infinite abyss of the darkness of God, something agitated. There was an allergy or gazed out, or crapped out, or ejaculated out. And I'm not getting ejaculated. The Zohar loves the image of light spewing out of Yesod, God's phallus. There's this idea of our birth, God birthing the world. The Zohar is perfectly comfortable with both of these images. Sort of a masturbatory or self-impregnation, and out of that emerges being. The Zohar moves rapidly between these images. Now, one of the great mysteries of the Zohar is why. Why did God flow out of God? In the Neoplatonic literature, that charged. In that positively charged infinite self, right? It flows out of itself. And that flowing out of itself can't help but do, right? Either a pain or it's so big that its nothingness must become a something. It's like a saucer of milk being put on a pot that boils over. It just has to go somewhere. And so what ends up happening in this darkness there of Ein Sof, something flows out. Flow in the Neoplatonic, it sort of flows out one thing, flows onto another, and these discrete things have a relationship back to the thing it flowed out of, and that flowing out is a terminus, and then it flows back like a procession in the Neoplatonic world to recession back into the world of the infinite darkness of the divine. And we see this in scholars like Plotinus, we see it in Proclus, we see it in the Orphic philosophers. But the idea here is there's an infinite negation And from that negation itself is negated, and then outflows positivity, right? That the negation gets negated and outflows positivity, right? In some things like the philosophers like the Neo-Pythagoreans, right? We're all, in the Neo-Pythagorean philosophy, we have the primordial unity, which is beyond all understanding, and then there's an interior duality, and then there's a kind of interior harmonics that emerges from that. So we get being emerging into difference. We have the one becoming the many. We see this in the Neoplatonic world, and of course here are some the world of Proclus, late classical German philosopher, and also see from the one, right, from the ineffable on this side, flowing out of being. And if you've ever seen images of the Sephiroth, this looks really should look really familiar to you, right? And these images come from Greek philosophy, but we're going to see something very similar emerge in Jewish philosophy as well. Now, as we did last time, the earliest mentions of these kinds of things that flow out of God are the Sphirot. And the Sphirot, right, are these earliest emanations of God. Now, when I say emanations of God, what I want you to hear is something like, imagine that out of a being flows one more discrete being, right? So imagine that out of my inner consciousness emerges the consciousness of myself. The consciousness of myself is distinct from me. And so we can talk about my consciousness and the fact that I'm conscious of myself as being two distinct things, right? If you're like, my knee is hurting, and then yet your awareness of your knee is hurting, is it different, right? Sometimes we talk about pain and suffering. Pain is the feeling in your knee. Suffering is you reflecting on the fact that your knee hurts. Folks ever had like a meta headache, where like your head's hurting, and you're like, now I'm aware my head is hurting, and I'm thinking about my head hurting, right? Notice how those are distinct things, right? They're just things in your mind, but they're distinct things in the mind. That distinction between the pain and the thinking about the pain, the suffering, that's something like a hypostasis, to use a Greek term. That's an incarnation, and the thinking about the pain are two distinct things. Well, God kind of works like that in Judaism. Kinds of aspects of God, the Sphirot, and the of God contemplating the interior. Sounds weird, but think about yourself. Think about your mind. Your mind is consciousness, emotions, intellect, true or false, right? Memory, right? You think about memory, its experience of the world. Our minds, we also think of our minds as having parts, right? There are parts of our mind doing different tasks. As something like aspects of God, faculties of God, doing different parts that compose what God is. Just like your memory is different than your logical part, just like your logical part is different than your emotional part, just like your emotional part is different than your judgment part, where you judge things to be true or false. Those are all part of your mind, but they're distinct. They're all part of. So the Sphirot are in many ways like that. Now, of course, as we can remember back from a couple times ago, these ideas first appear in the Sefer Yetzirah, and in the Sefer Yetzirah divides them into 10 of these. But notice back then, they are not parts of God yet. They're not emanations of, but they will become emanations of God, remember, in the earth. Now, what we get here, right, is that what ends up happening is that these 10 numerical ideas that come from Sefer Yetzirah are going to pass into a new stage, right? So the first stage of the Sephirot are the numerical ideas of the Sephirot, right? In the first stage, the Sephirot are combined with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. God creates the world that way. In the second stage, the Sefer Bahir is going to link them with the various aspects of God. They are the parts of God that's in a recess of Ein Sof, the unknowable part of God And those 10 Sephiroth are going to become the parts of God that we know, right? That we can have some intellectual or mystical communion with. So that's the second. Sephiroth, you can imagine the second part is kind of bridge. They build the bridge with infinite transcendence of God. Us. The metaphor that might help the Sephiroth are they're like a ladder, right? With every single rung of the ladder, the 10 rungs. So think about the Sephiroth as a ladder reaching down from the infinite recesses of Ein Sof, the infinite recesses of the no-thingness of God, to the thingness that we are. Because we have to have a bridge between the finite thingness I am. I'm just a finite thing, just some dude, weird, right? And God is infinite transcendence. We have something to bridge the gap. What bridges the gap? The set down metaphysically onto life to us. Now, what ends up happening, right? We get the idea that there are 10 of them, and the forgets are us. We get some sense of what they are. It's in the Sefer Zohar that they become clearly systematized, kind of. Is that the are the primordial body of the universe. They're like the universe before we get to the physical universe. They're like the metaphysical part of Adam, the Adam Kadmon. We'll talk about it later. They're kind of like they're the being of reality prior to physical reality. Now, where the rung of the ladder idea begins to break down is that in the sacred Zohar, the Sefirot are not they're not concrete. You can think about the in many ways the Sefer Zohar is talking about these various parts of God, right? And we'll talk about some of these parts of God next time, right? This is God's judgment, God's mercy, and God's intelligence, and God's wisdom, and God's beauty, and God's endurance. We'll talk about some of these starting next time. These roads are aspects of God kind of move around, right? Memory gets called up, and then logic sort of tries to rule over emotion, but sometimes emotion rules over logic, and sometimes your logic is very powerful and is able to overcome your temper problem, able to overcome your logic. Well, you're made in the image of God. Because those things are true of you, they're true of God too. The inner world of the divine, inner world of the Sefirot, these aspects of God are also in a kind of dynamism. They're always interacting with each other. They're always moving around. And this is the reason why. And I know that you're probably wondering, why don't you have this image of the Sefirot on the screen, right? The classic image where there's one sphere at the top, Keter, and then we go Hoka, Bina, right? Why don't you have that? Because I want to disrupt that image of the Sefirot, of the attributes of God, of the qualities of God, the 10 qualities of God, as lot, because in the Zohar they're not. The sequence you've seen, sequence of the Tree of Life, we'll talk about that more next time. The Tree of Life sequence you've seen is the perfectly balanced version, which never occurs. The Sefirot in these Zohar are always moving, dancing, crying, screaming, judging, contemplating, intellectuating, being beautiful and fabulous, gloating over the future of the coming of the Messiah. none of them are ever in one place. They're moving and dancing and so the 10 Sphero, the thing I want to drive home tonight, Keter Malchut. You need to get rid of that image if you understand this. The Sefer Zohar is like, it's like looking at a map, right? And trying to figure out where you want to go. Right? Where you want to go, the Zohar are not fixed things. Where you want the different, incredibly rich, complicated system of names, of colors, of number of gods, of locations, of body parts, of emotions, of patriarchs and matriarchs found in the Hebrew Bible, and every time you see them, they're changing, right? So when you read the Zohar, you might see that one patriarch is named, and that's associated with one specific sphera, right? Or a specific region of the body, or a specific color. And when is these things are dynamism. And so part of how to read the Zohar now, right? You have the result of metaphors, right? We're dealing in the world of poetry and art. The metaphors are things like the light, white light breaking into a spectrum, lighting out, right? So the dark candle that never see a vein so reaches out into being, right? From not being, from trans being, from ultra being, light of Keter. And Keter is a light that burns so bright you can't even see it. So it's a light, but it's a light you can't see it. But it lights another light. And that light is so bright that you can't look at it, but you know it's a light. And that light lights and so bright, right? But you can kind of look kind of through your. So what we have here is, again, a metaphor of light. Other kinds of things are fountains, right? So you have the very tip fountain, right? The very top of the fountain, but just a tiny bit of water that you can hardly see, right? But eventually it fills the floor again in a second, right? You get all 10. But that first spigot of water, you can't even see it. But eventually it's hitting out. Right? It's always mixed in the Zohar. We'll talk about gender in the Zohar next time. But that you can't detect, and yet it fills all of being. So God is always beyond all being, and yet fills all being. It's a very important concept on the Zohar, right? Crowns nested upon each other like Russian dolls are the divine God itself. And again, the way they separate relate, you can think flowing from one another, right? You can also think of them as nesting upon each other like Russian dolls. Talk about how it wants to depict itself. And I know that you want me to be showing an image, a visual image of the tree of life on the screen. I'm not going to do it yet because part of what I want to do is show you that that image is not trustworthy. In fact, we go back a couple of slides. That's one of the earliest depictions of the Sephirot in history, right? It's not the tree of life. It's the nested doll version, right? With Keter, right, flowing all the way down to Malchut at the bottom, or the center, right, at the bottom, the center. Because again, no up, no down, no left, no right, no beginning, no end. This is God, right? So that image you've seen, right, is probably that image. That's the image that most people have seen. Something like this image, right? Keter Chochmah Bina, just as representative of the Sephirot as this one. The more famous one, I think it's valid. right? With Keter, right, being here, right? Malchut is the bottom. Here, Keter is on the outside, but Malchut is in the middle. Notice how that erupted from Ein Sof at all. It's because God needs that we are part of the divine drama. And what part do we play in the divine drama? We are God's wife. And that androgyne being is God. And how do we do that? Well, the Zohar is very conservative. You scrupulously Jewish law, right? Don't expect some hippie. Don't go on down the road and we're gonna like smoke reefer and free love and do some drugs and trip out and have fun. No, the Zohar is about Jewish law. You unite God, you bring together God, you reunify yourself spiritually, unify God by following Jewish law scrupulously. Not just scrupulously, but the most irrational, strange laws in the Hebrew Bible are for the Zohar the single most important. Attach boxes to your arm and your head. Yeah. Why? Doesn't matter. There's a logical logic that actually makes it mystically becomes an incredibly important part of mystical Judaism. For folks also doing the observance of Shabbat becomes all incredibly important. And I've never seen on the street where they want the guys to like the felon because they think that by putting on those tefillin, gender roles, all the thing, you're unifying God. You're bringing the world one step closer to redemption. Judaism to be liberal, you can do what you want. It's actually the exact opposite of that. It's radically conservative, which, by the way, should not surprise anyone here who's understood anything about mysticism and religions. Every is radically conservative. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, they're all incredibly socially conservative. In the Christian world, there were no more enthusiastic people about the Inquisition and the Crusades than Christian mystics. They were all about it. So this is not surprising if we look at the other things in their neighborhood. Now, what I want to pick up with that you need to memorize in Keter and then Chokhmah and then Bina. I tell you, when I want to drive home, is that in the Zohar, the ends of God are dynamic. They are a soap opera, double crossing, getting angry, making out with whatever. So think about God as an interior. God's interiority is a soap opera, and the Jewish But again, on drive home, at this we use the metaphor of this is a soap opera, not a structure. Because if you imagine it as a structure, you get the Zohar. The entire Zohar, you are way off kilter. We still have to deal with Shekhinah, right? That is the God that goes in the Sefer Zohar. God is not he or she or even they. God is. We have to deal with the question of the mitzvot, which we already touched on a little bit tonight. How to very important about the Sefer Zohar. Very important to the Zohar. And in fact, they imagine that Firot, right, have an inverse version of them, a bizarro version, a backwards version, an inverted version, a negative image. And that negative image is called the Sitra Achra, the other side. God is the realm of the demonic. And so we're going to talk about Jewish demonology and the world way, and the negative image of God is that world of the demonic. And of course, let's talk about how this text got received. One of the strangest texts in all of Judaism received, and I think more importantly, how did it become canon? How did it become scripture? And it is. But also how in the progressive world scripture. Why is it that you've never learned Zohar? Why is it that in your camp, your temple, you would learn from Talmud, but you would never learn Zohar? How did it get decanonized? We always can lose that status among progressive, and why should we claim it back? So we're going to those issues next time, because I think it's very important about text got canonized. And thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching in history, philosophy, and religion.